Hello, hello, and happiest of Fridays to ye, wherever ye be, and whatever time it be, wherever ye be. Yeah, it's a weird way to start, but I'm gonna roll with it. So it is Friday, as I said before, and that's about it. So as you may have noticed, I'm gonna try to go back to, at least temporarily, kind of go back to the modus operandi where I did a stream where I would actually have gameplay from an actual game that I played, and that would be playing in the background. Because if you saw the last one, we tried to play Curse of Monkey Island, and I ended up, as I do. Well, I didn't serve one, like I didn't do a good job of working it either way. Either like people who wanted to chat, I was halfway there, halfway not. And then for people who wanted to actually see gameplay, for those that wanted to see that particular kind of game played, there was nothing there. There was very little gameplay involved. So I figured I would just do something like this where there's gameplay behind me, or there's gameplay going on, so that there is something to watch. It just isn't live in the strictest of senses. And obviously, if that becomes frustrating, if people are like, "Oh, I wanted to see you do this," or "I want to see you do that," I can take that advice for the next one. Or, we can go back to trying to do live stuff. But in general, that's where we're going to start. And I figured I would just wait till somebody pops in before starting the gameplay as I play with no hands. But if that, I'll give it another 3 or 4 minutes. And if nobody pops in, we'll just start it up and I'll just start talking about stuffs and we'll go from there. So, yeah. Lots of fun stuff happening. Lots of good stuff. On streaming time. Yeah. So here we go. Screw it, we'll start it here. If people are that, I'm sure most people are familiar with this game at this point and have either seen a complete playthrough or done one themselves. The story for my actually playing this version, so I did not anticipate ever getting Diablo II Resurrected. I was happy with the original Diablo 2, and I had it installed on a very old computer from like 2007. It was an old laptop, and that was really the only reason I kept that laptop around, was so that I could play this particular game. But and I got the bug. I don't know about y'all, but like you can get, like, just like for food, you get an urge to eat something, and nothing else will do. Like I love pizza, not pineapple on pizza, but I love pizza. And let me see if, hang on a second. Let me that's interesting. Sorry, there's something bizarre going on here. Let me just double check on something here. All right, there we go. Okay, good. And there we go. Cool. Yeah, so like, even though you may love something, I kind of feel bad. I feel like I'm talking in the middle of the theater, but I don't think anybody's here anyway, so it's totally fine. You love certain food, but when you get a craving, no other food will do. Even food that you really, really love, it's just not gonna get the job done. So, you kind of get fixated on something, and it can only be that thing. And it can be that way for pretty much anything. There are certain movies that, like, I can watch, like, I think was it The Martian with Matt Damon? I watched that thing, I want to say like 10, no, more than that. Well, let's say I probably watched it 2 or 3 times at different points within a month. But then I was doing this editing project in After Effects, and I had The Martian going on in the background the entire time. So it was like a 40-hour project, so probably, at least 15 times it was playing in the background. Anyway, but I just loved the movie. I had the itch. I wanted to watch it. And so that's kind of what how I get with video games as well. There's some games that I can play time and time again, and then sometimes I'm just sitting there going, that's the last thing I want to play. It's very strange, but it kind of comes in waves. And so Diablo 2 is one of those games. It's weird because it doesn't fit into any games that are typically a game that I would play. It's got a little more of that horror genre, a little more of the creepy things. demonic things and such. That's not necessarily my jam. I typically like more bright things, like Mario and stuff. Like I don't like realistic games per se. Like I know Last of Us is considered to be my mini. That and like Red Dead are like very, very highly regarded games, but they're just not my. There's not my jam. I just don't enjoy playing those kinds of games. There's got to be a tremendous fantasy element to it. It can't just be fictional. It has to actually be like some kind of fantastical aspect to it. Anyway, usually. And so this does have that, but it is just, like I said, a little bit darker than I'm used to. But I got the bug again, and I've played this game, probably the original. I probably played about, maybe only about 6 or 7 times. Different characters. I initially had it on, I got the battle chest way back in the day, and played it on whatever computer that was, maybe twice, 2 different characters. But then when I got it for the other laptop, back in, it was probably about a decade ago. Well, yeah, 2007. Well, that's like 20 years ago. Good gravy. 18 years. Anyway, and I played through with maybe 3 or 4 different characters. It was, hey, Macro, what's going on? How you doing, sir? You are the first one here, my friend. And you are, if I recall correctly, you are smack dab in the middle of your weekend, yes? Or you're on the tail end of it, actually. Good, good. Good to hear. Glad to hear it. Anything new? Anything fresh? Anything happening, per se? I was just talking about how I ended up coming to play the Diablo II Resurrected. I don't know about you, Macro. I get bugs. I get kind of like cravings to play certain games at different times, like games that I didn't like before, I'll suddenly like, and vice versa. And I was just saying, Diablo 2 is one of those games, like Borderlands 2, Need for Speed Most Wanted, a lot of Mario games, Punch-Out. There's a ton of games where I come back to them over and over and over again. And Diablo 2 was one of those games. So anyway, I started playing this, and the laptop just died. Ah! Good luck to you, sir. Well, good luck to you and perseverance. Hopefully you're giving yourself a break in between. But yeah, I mean, hey, if nothing else, Macro, you give it as trite as it sounds, you give it 100%. And if you still, if you don't reach what you were going for, at least you tried your darndest. And so that way you can't have any regrets. You can't regret things not lining up, whether it's an opportunity, I was a horrible test taker myself. Like my okie dokie, sounds good. My grades came from participation, going to class, doing the homework, projects, did very well on those. Anything I could prepare for definitively, like if I'm doing a project, I can put the effort in and make a good end result. Whereas a test, I can study for 20 hours and results may vary. That's why I kind of gave up on studying myself personally, just because it was like sometimes I'd study and fail hard, sometimes I'd study and do well, and sometimes I wouldn't study and I'd do I do well, and then sometimes I'd obviously not do well. So I was like, you know what, if all things being equal, I'd just as soon save myself the time and take whatever I get. But anyway, so when it comes to this one, so yeah, the laptop died, which was incredibly frustrating. And of course, in Diablo 2, there's no autosave. You have to like save and quit. So you can't just save the game periodically and it will keep track of everything. It does autosave to a degree, but not. Well, no, it does on Resurrected. I don't think it did it for the original. I think you had to save and quit each time. So if you don't officially quit, it won't save everything you do. Hey, Lagmeister, what's up? What's going on, buddy? Good to see you, my friend. I never studied and did well on tests. Problem was I never did homework. See, Lagmeister, you, sir, you. I mean, you're a smart guy. I mean, we kind of knew that. But you got the good brains. Anybody who says, oh, anybody can be a mechanic, anybody can learn to fix cars, that's a smart person because, well, smart and ignorant, because you're smart enough that it comes easy to you, but ignorant enough to think that everybody can do it. It's just like singing. Not everybody can sing. I'm a perfect demonstrator of that. Anyway, Lagmeister, you're a smart fellow. But that always got me, like, because I knew people like you. I was like, dude, all you got to do is do the homework. Like, I do it on the bus. I used to do my homework on the bus. Like, my teacher got kind of pissed off because like every time the bus went over a bump, like my hand would jostle. So whether it was math or whatever I was writing, like it looked like crap. But you could read it. You could tell I did the work. It's like, dude, it's a 30-minute bus ride. Just do the homework on the way there. You don't even have to. You can phone it in. You didn't, like, half the time you weren't even graded for homework. You were just graded on doing it and showing your work. You kill me, Lagmeister. You kill me. People like me, man. I guess that's either way. Like, I would put forth the effort for homework and everything, and not worry too much about the test scores. Hey, just living the dream, J Money. You can work on cars. Looking back on it, I should have been doing my homework on the bus. See, exactly. Well, we live and learn kind of deal. But I mean, that was the thing. I didn't want to lose my playtime when I got home. But my mom was a stay-at-home mom. When I got home, and it wasn't even she had to tell me. It was just understood. You do your homework. Period. Like, no matter what, your homework is done before you can go out and play. And on those fall days, we only had especially like elementary school-ish, middle school. I think we were getting around between 2:30 and 3 was our we got out, and then you had your half-hour bus ride home. You only had about an hour and a half of daylight. If you didn't do the homework on the bus, you weren't going out and playing football. And that was not an acceptable terms for me. So yeah, I was forced to do that. Ugnip, good evening, sir. Dude, I didn't get to ask you too much last time because things were really crazy in terms of how much chat there was going on. How do you like your new place, man? Like, obviously, I know it's not beset with the problems you had of your old place with the broken plumbing and everything, but is it more than satisfactory? Is it okay? Have you settled in completely? How is that going? But I mean, Lagmeister, here's the thing. I can work on cars. You're absolutely right. Like, I'm physically capable of it. And yes, I can learn, but you know how things click? Like, the same thing. I can technically do math. I had to spend, her name was Miss Huber, and she was a great gal, bless her heart. And I mean that literally. She was a wonderful teacher. I can still hear her saying Pythagorean theorem. She had a light Southern accent. Just a delightful old lady. Anyway, I had to stay after for like 4 weeks in a row. Every single day, I would go back to her for 30, 45 minutes to go over what we just went over in class that day to make sure I got it. And I was still eking by with a B. That's with me doing my darndest to make sure I had that down right. And I think I only got that B because it was like, okay, you're putting in the effort, but I mean, I think most of my tests were season B's. Anyway, my point is, yes, I technically can work on cars, but there are some folks for which the mechanics, the stuff, it clicks. It's like people who can play music from hearing notes. Like there's just something in the mind where just things make sense. And I'm not one of those people necessarily. I'm one of those people I can burn the outside of a steak and leave the inside raw on like a stove. Like, it should be one of the easiest things in the world. I can cook on a George Foreman, but if I actually have to interact with it on any level and have any kind of, I can burn anything. I burn macaroni and cheese, in fact. Now, to be fair, that's just so that the cheese consistency and everything is right. Now, it burns to the bottom of the pan, so I don't taste the burn, but I have not been able to make Kraft macaroni and cheese without it burning some of it burning to the bottom of the pan. But that's just, that's just occupational hazard. So you are correct, Lagmeister. Anybody can. Oh, what is it? No, Ratatouille. Anybody can cook. Doesn't mean that everybody should cook. So I'm one of those people. If anything can go wrong, like I was excited. I changed the handle on my toilet. Like, it was not as easy as you would think. I had to look into it. I had to buy the piece and everything. I changed the handle on my toilet. It was at my old house. Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore. But that was like a woohoo moment. I replaced a ceiling fan in the Colorado house. I got in there. It was this old rickety white thing for like a children's room. I replaced it with a nice, wooden and pewter kind of looking thing. Looked really cool. Got the electric wired and the everything done right on the first try. Because once I got it assembled, I was like, you know what? If this thing doesn't work, this is going to be like 2 hours to take it apart and try to figure out what I did wrong. Thank God it worked and went out fine. So but those things I celebrate because they're not typical. They're not the norm for me. A new place is very good. All expenses that needed to be done are done. Okay. If you spend enough time on anything, you will master it. Yeah. Well, let me ask you, Lagmeister, then, do you think anybody could write a symphony? And this is not a challenge. That's not rhetorical. I'm genuinely curious. Do you think if you worked hard enough, you could write a symphony that would be in the realm of like Bach or Beethoven, or I mean, we'll just call it serviceable, where you could listen to it and go, it sounds pretty good. It doesn't have to be the best, but okay. Do you think somebody could spend enough time in a lifetime, reasonably, while doing other jobs, to learn how to write a symphony? Now, I'm not equating those two exactly. My point being, I think a lot of times when it comes to art and the arts, performance arts and everything, we're very quick to say, well, that's talent. Like you're just like, this person is just so talented. She's got such an amazing voice. But when it comes to less glamorous things or more nuts and bolts type things, we're a little less keen or a little less able to perceive them as talent or as an innate ability. It's just like, look, I mean, anybody can figure it out. I mean, to a degree, I think you have, similar with acting. Now I'm thinking of the empowerment video. While it's possible, people are born with natural talent that cannot be matched. The empowerment video. I feel like I made a lot of friends making that video. Oh, boy, howdy. The funny thing is, my mom actually went and watched it. She said, "Son, you look like you're some of those you got angry in certain parts." And I was like, well, I wasn't like legitimately angry as much as I was about as angry during that video as I get about pineapple on pizza. Like, I'm not like, but there are some things that have just become, you hear them enough times and they can become irksome just by repetition. But yeah, there was no animus there. So, that's, but yeah, it's so, and I say that, Lagmeister, not only just as a way of thinking about stuff, but just to pat yourself on the back, because that's the thing, because we think about it that way, people don't recognize that they actually have talent in something, and unfortunately, it may not be talent that you get paid a lot of money to do, but it doesn't mean that it isn't a talent, and if it comes naturally to you, it does seem like, and that's where it comes down to, like true humility, or a lot of times pride comes in when we compare ourselves to other people. So like if I let's just say I had an amazing singing voice and I sing and and people are like, oh my gosh, you have such and I'm just like, it's just my song. And then I go out and people say, oh, you have an amazing voice. I'm like, I didn't do anything to get it. I just sing the way I want to sing. And then I hear other people sing and go, oh gosh, okay, yeah, I guess I am a pretty good singer. But the pride comes in when you start comparing yourself to other people instead of just going, this is just who I am and this is how well I do things. And you can try to get better, you can practice to get better. But yeah, I mean, but I would say, Lagmeister, to your point, and exactly as you say, you can have, there's like, I guess there's a large window. It's same with everything. Like you have your A-list actors, and I don't think most of the actors we've got in Hollywood are necessarily the best, but you have people for whom acting is innate. It's relatively simple, and it comes very naturally to them, and you don't have to really do a lot of directing or whatever to get what you need out of them. They just kind of know how to do it. They know how to be natural. They have a knack for, and then you have theater actors, you have stage actors and film actors. Film actors also, you have a little bit of that inclination, understanding kind of in general where the camera's at, what look, there's a whole big thing to it. So you've got that. I'm going to say 5 to 10% of the population is probably capable of that level. And then you've got this huge chunk, I would say about 75 to 80% of people that if you give them, as you were saying, enough time, enough direction, because you can, especially when you're doing stuff for camera, you can direct the crap out of it. You can do, especially with digital stuff, you can do 55,000 takes. Not that many, but you can do a crap ton of takes. You can micro it down. Just give me the one line. Just give me one line like this, and we'll take it one line at a time, because you can cut from different shots. But you can work with somebody to get the performance. I think, honestly, as much as I think Mark Hamill is a great voice actor, I've seen enough of the outtakes from, like, not outtakes, but just shots that weren't used from, like, Jedi and some of the other Star Wars. Now, again, he was young back then, so maybe he's gotten better in his old age, or, as he got older. But in those, anyway, I looked at, and some of those takes were just god-awful. It's like, he got some direction. In between takes, he got some serious direction. So, and he was an actor before that. I'm not saying he's a bad actor. I'm just saying it's rare that you see in the outtakes or see cut scenes, deleted scenes where you're going, ooh, I'm glad that did not make it. Not because it added too much length to the movie, but because it actually was a really bad way to go through that. We all have bad takes. We all make mistakes. But anyway, so you've got that 80% of people that can be directed. They have some way to do it. And then you have 10% of the people that can't. Like, these are the people that as soon as they know they're being watched, as soon as they know a camera's on, they're like, they become the most unnatural, weird, I don't know what it is. It's a mental thing, I guess. But it's just like, they're like, oh no. We had a guy, Matt Banville. I love you, Matt. If you happen to be watching this, he's a great fella, very nice, very good at hockey. Apparently, I never saw him play, but apparently he's very, very good at hockey. But when it came to theater, he was horrible. He was in our theater class, and he would literally talk. He would get up there and like, "Hey," he's supposed to be angry, right? "Hey, you know what?" And he got this like slight smile on his face. "I don't think what you're doing is okay, so I'm gonna show you what for, okay?" Like, again, in hockey, like he would body check people's brains out, but he could not pull off the most. Anger is, I think, the easiest thing to pull off because it's the biggest, one of the biggest emotions, the least vulnerable emotion. It's you don't really have to conjure up anything. Like, if I were to start crying right now, I'd have to really, try to get in the mood, or try to pipe in some sad music and try to get really start thinking about the lines, and kind of have to take a step back and just really kind of focus to get myself in that place. And then you've got a little bit of that whole, okay, well, this is going to make me look bad. It's going to be emotional. But anger, you can turn on anger in a heartbeat. So somebody you can. Anger should be the easiest thing to do. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. Let's catch back up with that chat. There's no reason for me to fall behind. Let's see. So you say all expenses that needed to be done are done. So I guess that means that everything. Like, did you have to do that, or you moved in and said, okay, here's the stuff that doesn't look good, that needs to be fixed. But it sounds like you're up and running, which is very good to hear. I'm very happy to hear that. And do you like the area? Have you made some friends there? Have you gone out? Have you explored any? Like, how are the new digs in general? Pineapple on pizza is delicious. Fight me, bruh. Hey, Silver, what's going on? As much as I love to have you here, man, when you say stuff like that, it just makes me think you've lost your way. Like, the Silver that I knew would not say such ridiculous things. He was a smart fellow. He had a bright future. I don't know what's happened, Silver. That's life has just torn into you as of late, my friend. But we got to get you some help, man. Maybe I'll have you out here to Texas or something and try to nurse you back to mental health, because that's just ridiculous, sir. J Money's so talented he can play with no hands. I can never achieve that. Now, Lagmeister, that is very true. That is very true. I like my ability to play this game. Well, and you notice it's one-handed. I'm able to just kind of handle all the stuff with one hand. You only see one hand. See, now I'm playing with the other hand. Yeah. So it's one-handed that I'm able to do all these shenanigans. Just don't ask me to do anything in particular, because for some reason that I will not be able to divulge to you, I cannot take any variation. I'm just going to play it the way I got to play it. I'm not going to hurry up. I'm not going to slow down. I'm not going to change my play style or anything. It's almost like it's on rails. That's true. People can get over stage fright, though. Oh, no, that's what I'm saying, though, Lagmeister. It's not necessarily stage fright. Stage fright is, yes, that's the thing, like being in front of people. I'm talking about just the camera. Like, you put the camera on people, and it's not, it's, so there's a difference between people who just kind of like you said, deer in a headlight. Yeah, you can get past that. You can get people over their fear of being in front of people. But then there are the people that will act. You say, action, and they're into it, but you can just tell that they're acting. You can see in their mind, their mind is just feeding them the line. They're like, and that is what I have to say about that. They put the emphasis on the wrong syllables. It's like they forget how to talk naturally. Now, some of that is because some scripts can be crap. Like, a lot of script, and I'm weaning myself off of this, and I'm trying to be mindful of this. Writers, there's a difference between the way you write and you talk. Now, I typically kind of write the way I talk. I just use a lot less ums and a lot less stuttering and everything. But I typically use the same vocabulary and the same way that I word things when I write. That's how I write. I just write whatever my inner voice is saying and goes out that way. But even still, sometimes that language seems very stilted. And a lot of times, I mean, if you like to, like, just stuff like Grey's Anatomy, stuff that you would think of as well written for, for in general, a lot of it's good as written words, but when you have to say them, it becomes a little awkward because we don't talk like that. You say a phrase and you're like, they wouldn't say, the crux of the matter is, it'd say, the problem we got, or the problem we have is this and this. You wouldn't say the crux of the problem. Unless you're writing a Poindexter, unless you're writing some nerdy character, you don't want to say the crux of the problem is. But in my mind, that's the first thing that I would say. To me, that's the natural way to say that, to lead into that. The crux of the problem is that people write the way they write instead of writing the way you wanted them to speak. So, admittedly, some people just sound bad. The lines sound unnatural because they're not. But we're talking like Broadway plays. We're talking Shakespeare. We're talking Sam Shepard. We're talking a bunch of like very well written, like Moliere. We know these lines can be said well, and the people just, it's like if they know they're performing, they feel like they have to perform it, and so they can't say it naturally. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's a little bit different. But and look, and I can say this as somebody who, as I said before, not everybody can sing. I took a semester of voice lessons, an entire accredited thing of voice lessons, and I just to be able to sing Amazing Grace on pitch. That was it. My final exam was to be able to sing Amazing Grace and hit the right notes for most of it. And I kind of did it. So while you can learn, the question is how fast, how long it will take. So I would be in that lower 10%. If we were talking about, top 10, 80, and then 10, I am the lower 10% of singers where it would take a miracle to get me to be able to sing worth a darn. I just am naturally not there. But anyway, about the Empower video, I really wanted to watch so I wouldn't be the only streamed fan, but it was like 3 hours and you're talking to the corner of the screen with no editing. Yeah, Macro, yeah. Or cutting, so I couldn't watch even 1 second. Totally fine, Macro. Like for me, for those kinds of videos are more for a catharsis for me. Like the video that I'm working on now is going to be a bunch of cuts. It is going to be, images and visuals and everything. That video was literally just kind of just getting it off my chest, wanting to speak about something that I've been hearing a lot about. And so it's like, obviously it's a video, so, it'd be nice for people to want to watch it, but I understand that it was not in any way pared down or parsed to make it digestible. So unless it's like background stuff, or unless you're just really engaged with it somehow, I don't expect. So I appreciate you making the effort, but no, I when I make them, I'm not expecting anybody to watch them. So, Lagmeister, watch it. I think Denise, at least gave it a shot. And the Good Egg, I can't remember, is Liza. I think she watched some of it or all of it. Like some people will, but most people, they'll jump in, they'll watch it for about 30 seconds, realize that it's just a guy flapping his gums. Now, to be fair, over the course of that 3.5 hour discourse, I did actually bring up, some other screens and some other stuff, but nothing that was particularly engaging. Again, it's kind of like background noise. But anyway, so appreciate that. Been a lot and look around. Not really met anyone, but that's pretty okay. Yeah. Hey, I've been living here for 8 months, and I know. Well, I met about 4 of our neighbors, I guess, just kind of randomly. But so yeah, I was just venturing to see if that was something that you'd done. But can you go for walks, Ugnip? That's another thing. As much as I like this area, there's really no nature walks. There's no trees. It's just you're walking on public walks, mostly by the road. Actually, all the time by the road. So it's not really you never feel like you're just kind of out there. You're always, there's always people around. But that's one good thing about Texas. In another probably month or two, if I want to have nobody around, I'll just go for a walk at noon, because nobody in Texas is outside anywhere near the summertime unless they absolutely have to. So if you want to feel like you are alone in the world, be in Texas in the summertime in the middle of the afternoon. You will not see a single soul. You'll even see people in cars most often. Ooh. It does not have autopilot, Macro. This was all work that was done beforehand, because I remembered your complaint. Now, granted, you didn't like Curse of Monkey Island anyway, that style of gameplay. This is a game that a lot of people do like. Not everybody, but a lot of people do. And I thought, It's a game that I had an itch to play for a while now. So I was like, you know what? I'll play it, and then if I just have it going, that way, if you want to watch the game, you can just watch the game, and I don't have to be dividing my time between chat and the game for the game to be moving forward. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. You get actual. I mean, this is my gameplay, and you will probably never see this. I haven't seen anybody else do this. I asked people to do this. I've seen other channels that play Diablo 2. In Resurrected, this particular version of it, the usual layout for this game, if you haven't seen it, it's much, much bigger. Like, the character's usually very, very small. You see a lot more of the screen. But they have this zoom in feature, and I was like, I want to look at the graphics. Like, they went to the effort to make these graphics look good. So I'm playing the zoomed in the entire time, which makes it a lot harder, but that's why I chose a barbarian for this, because he's a melee character, and it makes more sense. Like, it'd be more ridiculous and much more difficult to try to play like a spellcaster who needs to keep their distance and play this style. So anyway, that's the fresh take that's on this. It's normal. It's on normal difficulty because I just got this version. So anyway, but that's classic speech is what's happening. Wait, what? What would help is a delicious pizza with pineapple and ham. Oh gosh. Seriously, what's going on? I'm glad I could blow your mind, Macro. I'm glad I could blow your mind. I shouldn't have said anything. Just been like, what are you talking about, man? I'm just working it as I go here. Like, it's just one of those games, you know. When you get good, man, you just got to get good. But yeah, Silver, you're piling on. Clearly, Silver, you're on some mind-altering substances. I hope you're home safe. You're not going to be driving. You're not going to be going out. I hope you're not talking to anybody. I hope you're not, you have a date or anything later, because you're saying crazy things right now. Classic speech. Classic incarnate speech is what's happening. Right? Exactly. Yes, I've outsourced my play. I got other people. I'm a Diablo 2 expert. I got to say, I'm one of the best top 10 players in the world, but didn't actually play any of it. I mean, I don't know how much of that is true for Elon, but this is actually, this is legitimately in fact, I could show you, I've got, 3 other, I have played, because I just enjoy the game, so, and it does make it kind of easy to just kind of chill and enjoy the game, but know that you're not just playing it for no reason. Or you're not just playing it for your own thing. It actually is providing a nice backdrop. And I love the music, especially at this part of it. This Act 1 and Act 5 for me have the best music in Diablo 2, personally. So yeah. I didn't know you lined up uploaded gameplay. Yeah. There was no verification there. Lagmeister, I can play guitar and drums. I've accepted the fact that I can't sing. Do I sing even though I'm horrible? Yes. Oh, absolutely, Lagmeister. And the same way. I will belt out some songs, especially in the car or anytime where I'm alone. If I'm around people I know better, just because I don't want to hurt them. But yeah, man, I'll still sing. But that's awesome. And which is interesting though. It's not. It is peculiar because usually when people are musically inclined, for some reason, singing is just at least is typically lumped in with that skill set. But that said, having done theater for a long time, I mean, I've Shakespeare theater, all that kind of stuff, fantastic. Musicals, obviously, I suck. Most actors, and I mean, I would say almost all the ones that are like on Broadway and stuff, even if they're not in a musical, they are capable of singing and to a degree even dancing. That's kind of like a packaged skill set. Whereas I just got one piece of that. I got a little bit of the performing part of it, the acting part, but none of the singing or dancing. Like, absolutely nothing. I can dance, but my body's like, why are we doing this? This is the dumbest thing in the world. And I'm like, I can't argue with you, body. Like, I think good dances look amazing, but my body does not understand what the hell is going on. It's like, why am I, this is not economical. This doesn't even make sense. And when you do it, you look like an idiot. But I did dinner theater. I've done some dancing, but it's one of those things where I just have to work my butt off to get to a basic level of like being able to pass it off where it looks okay. But if it's choreographed, I can do it because you learn the move and you learn it until it's down pat, and then you learn how to do it with a smile, and then you polish. And after, I don't know how many, 116 performances or something, I got pretty good at those particular dance numbers. I could probably even still do some of them. No, I can only remember like 2 or 3 moves from like 6 different musical numbers, so that doesn't help. Anyway, But yeah, that's interesting though, Lagmeister. Yeah, but hey, guitar and drums, I can't play either one of those either. And I've tried. I gave drums a good shot. Guitar, I haven't tried too much. Because you can find people that are serviceable that can technically play a song or do whatever. But to be able to play guitar and drums and yeah, you got a good mind on you, Lagmeister. You remind me a lot of my dad. My dad was very I say was not. He's not dead, but he just doesn't really do anything anymore. He could play multiple instruments, couldn't sing, but was very mechanically inclined. He built the deck in our backyard just by himself. He built the fence. He built a bathroom. He carved out half of my closet and and my parents' closet to put in a half bath. Oh no, it was a full bath. It had a toilet but it was a stall, a stall shower. Anyway. It reminds me very much of him, Lagmeister. Just kind of all around can do everything, and also has a nice artistic bent, and you can beat Terrible Tunnel or Tragic Tunnel, whatever the crappy Battletoads tunnel thing is called. Beware. No kidding. What, Ugnip? Really? There's a lot of different walks. Oh, nice. Okay, good deal, Ugnip. Good. Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Because there's not it's walking is not hard. Honestly, I went for a walk 2 days ago. I almost got shin splints. How sad is that? That's how bad of shape I'm in right now. You can get shin splints from pushing yourself too hard, too fast, typically with running. So if you've been jogging for a while and then you decide, okay, I'm going to either pick up my speed or do it for longer, you can develop shin splints. I was starting to feel that burn in the shinal area. That's not a word, but I'm going to use it anyway. Getting burn in the shinal area just by walking, not even power walking, just by walking. That is how bad out of shape I am. And then me and my brother-in-law went out and threw the football for 40 minutes. And of course, last night, tossing and turning, because every time I'd move, my shoulder, anything that was used to throw the football, which were all muscles that I haven't used in 3,000 years, were hurting like hell. So yeah, way out of shape. But all that to say, it does help if you have an idyllic walk that you can go on. It just makes it a natural thing. Hey, I want to go for a walk, and I'm also going to get in shape. So I do envy you, but I'm happy to hear it for your sake. Is an impersonating account? Yeah, Western style RPGs scratch the correct itch in my brains. Okay, that's an interesting way of phrasing it. Yeah, sure. Well, this would be called. This is officially called an AARPG. I believe it's AARPG. Maybe it's just a single A, but it's action RPG or action something RPG. I don't know. But it's very simplistic. The loot, it's a hack and slash loot based. Dopamine rush. Ooh, hey, cool new item. Level up. They're very addictive. RPGs are very addictive. Can be. For the right person. Anything can be addictive for the right person. But I'm one of those people. I find myself less interested in games where I can't level up because it doesn't really feel like, it feels like, why did I spend all that time playing the game if nothing changed? If I'm still the same character. So a game where you can farm or you can grind or you can just play it and notice and have more options available, get better. Oh yeah, and yeah, there's some pretty close moments in this, folks. Don't get me wrong. The people that are good at Diablo 2, you watch them play and you're like, it's not a yawn because a lot of times they'll have a challenge or something that makes it more interesting. But when you're a certain level of good in this game, it's where's the suspense? There's a lot of close calls in this playthrough. Just to let you know, because I'm not very good at it. But yes. He actually has played a lot himself, but he did pay someone to power level some, which I can understand, but I don't know. For me, it's the product of your labor, but each person is different. Some people say, hey, I really enjoy this game, but you know what? I'm a very busy person. I want to have access to stuff. I've got a lot of money and not a lot of time. So what do? You pay somebody for their time, and then you kind of get what you want. So I get it, but for me, I wouldn't want somebody to level up a character and then give it to me. I'd want, yeah. I want to be I put in the quote unquote, I put in the digital sweat and blood to get my character where he's at right now. But, you know, who knows? If I had essentially a limitless income, maybe I would pay somebody to do it. If not, maybe just for them. Be like, hey, man, you want a job? Full-time job. Pay you 60, 70 grand a year just to play these games for me. But I don't know. That wouldn't work for me. I mean, anyway. Chat, consider becoming a member so J Money can follow his dreams. Every member allow J Money to buy one frozen burrito. This is true, Lagmeister. This is true. Yes, each membership will net me a frozen burrito. And if I get, let's see, I'd probably eat 6 of those a day. So 180 a month. So yeah, just if only for the cup price of half of a Starbucks cup of coffee, if 200 people subscribed, I could eat like dysfunctional royalty with a frozen burrito, two frozen burritos for each meal a day. Pudding is liquid? Pudding is liquid. What do you mean, Silver? What is this enigmatic phrase? Pudding is liquid. What did I miss? Did I miss somebody saying pudding is liquid? But pudding sounds really good, actually. I do like me some pudding. Tapioca pudding. Oh, tapioca pudding is so good. Tapioca, chocolate, vanilla's good too. Those are pretty much really all the flavors, right? There's not a whole lot of other flavor. Custard, I guess, is a flavor or a consistency. Yeah, that's a problem with some of the gang actually watched a lot of the video, which is what makes me feel bad for not watching it. Oh, well, I don't know if they watched a lot of it, Macro. They definitely watched portions of it. I mean, but I wouldn't put, I mean, hey, if somebody's got the wherewithal to watch 3.5 hours of that, they have the patience of a saint. Because yeah, it's just, and the way I talk typically tends to be a little faster, especially if I'm focused on something and I'm just kind of going at it. But then I go on tangents. And I'm still talking fast, but then I'm going off in another direction before you even realize that I switched directions. And then sometimes I can't quite find my way back. And then even when I'm doing that, sometimes while I'm talking, my brain has a bunch of information, but it hasn't been filtered through on how to express it just yet. And so there's a lot of stammering and stuttering and pauses. So it's not a smooth experience, which is why I'm more like on a video that I'm actually like spending time on, I write out the script and either memorize it, use a teleprompter, or like in this case, because it's going to be all visuals, all images and movies and stuff like that, it's going to be, it'll be just a voiceover and then images to match. So the editing is going to be a pain in the butt, but the actual performing and recording of it won't be. And then I can tailor it down. Whereas going through and editing a 3.5 hour video that goes on so many tangents and try to edit it down to make it more concise, it's just like, like I said, a lot of it was just, let me just put this out there, get it off my chest, because my chest is heavy, not from muscle, probably from lack of muscle. 10-minute speech on how pudding is solid. Oh, I see. Wait. Well, it is solid, isn't it? Or is it? Isn't there some in between? I mean, it's not a gas, obviously. But I don't think it's a liquid, is it? I mean, isn't it kind of... This is a trick thing, isn't it? So if you're trying to trip me up. It's somewhere in between, right? Because it's not... Because the difference between a solid and a liquid, right? Isn't that just how close everything is bonded together? If it's very, very tight, then it's a solid. And if there's something holding them together, it's a very solid. And if the molecules are further apart, then it's a liquid. And so isn't pudding just kind of like it's in between? It's not as, they're not as far apart as this is what happens when a communication major tries to talk about things other than talking. Diablo 2 is such a great game. Not gonna lie, I was hoping it was the original. I didn't know Res existed. Yeah, so here's the problem, like, so that's what I was at the beginning I was talking about. I had the original. And you can actually switch. You can actually switch the graphics back to the original. I can't remember which button it is. I don't do it here. But I started playing it. I got the itch. I knew I had it from my ancient laptop. I started playing it. I got like halfway through it, and I was getting the runes and all that kind of stuff. Really just, like just was so into it. I was scratching that itch. It felt so darn good. and then the computer crashed. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I restart it. I did lose a little bit of information, but not too much, nothing bad. And I'm playing like 2 hours later, cuts out again. And it's not a power issue. It's just an old freaking laptop. Cuts out again. And I'm like, okay. This happened 5 times. I allowed this to happen 5 times. And I think the 5th time I lost a rune that is very, like, if anybody knows Diablo 2, you know rune words are kind of a big deal. And some runes are much harder to come by. Now, I never got like one of the big ones like Bear or Ja. But I got a rune that for where I was at in the game was very hard to find. And the game crapped out before I could save it. And I lost it. And I was like, screw this. I just can't do it. But the itch was still there. The itch was still there. And I was like, I can't live with the itch. It's like, I hate to be crass, but it's like the video game version of Blue Balls. Like, it's fine if you don't start at all. You're like, okay, maybe you're enticed. You're like, maybe. And they're like, no, you know what? No, I'm not even going to go there. You're fine. But if you go, okay, yeah, I'll indulge this itch a little bit. I'll go into this a little bit, and you're kind of right in the middle of things, and then it just stops. You're like, oh gosh, no. So I was in a bad way. I had Diablo 2 blue balls, and there's already one ball there. It's just the other one became blue too. And so I caved, and I was like, screw it, I'll get the new one. Because it does, for the most part, there are some changes they made. I still look, the Amazon sounds like she's in her late teens, like mid-20s, but she looks like she's 45. They kind of aged everybody up, which is dumb, because they're like, well, we wanted to make it look like, gritty and they're battle hardened. And I'm like, yeah, but you also want them to be like at their physical prime, which is probably between 20 and 30 years old. Like, you start getting over 30, and unless you're a freak, like, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but what's his name? Tom Brady. Tom Brady is one of the few athletes, and I think maybe even LeBron James. I think he's getting up there in age, and he's still playing at a high level. But unless you're like one of those guys, you're capped out. You're not getting into your 40s with a high level. And this is much more grueling. If you're going around hunting demons, it takes a heck of a lot more to do that than it does to throw a pigskin. As much as I love football, and I think it is a very physically demanding sport, basketball as well, it's nothing like running around with a bunch of axes or a staff or whatever and killing evil things. So the idea that they aged them up to make it more realistic is actually stupid, because chances are if you want them to actually be at their peak, they would have to be younger anyway. But not all of them look. I think the sorceress still looks good. Like the voice matches and everything. But yeah, the Amazon, you look at her, it's like, no, that's a much older gal. But they didn't change because the voice. They kept all the voice lines the same. So she still sounds like she's 20 when she talks. She's like, and there's Diablo, and then you see this like grizzled, like ancient woman with like, leathery skin. It's not really leathery, but just she looks well worn. We'll put it that way. You're like, nah. But I don't particularly care about that too much. But other than little things like that, overall the game just looks freaking amazing. And it was a great way to, like even Charcy. I don't know what she was supposed to look like, but even she has kind of a little bit like of a. But maybe it's the bangs. I'm not a big fan of bangs. Not bangs that like come down. Like, I want to see your eyebrows. Eyebrows are part of the expression. I want to see the eyebrows. So I think maybe it's just the bangs are throwing me off. Anyway, let's see. All that to say, that's why it's not the original Lagmeister, because the laptop that I had was so old that I couldn't record and play it at the same time. It would crash out. So I couldn't even play the game and put it up here. So like I said, I was in a bad way. I was like, screw it. I'm in the middle of scratching the itch. I'm going to finish scratching the itch. So I got it and was like, okay, well, cool. Let me, yeah. But at first, for a minute, I thought you meant did you mean the original? Sorry, I just realized this now. Well, no, you said Diablo 2 is such a great game. When you said not going to lie, like the original Diablo, that's harder. That's a harder one for me to get into. I played it once. I beat it once. I don't think I could play it again. I did not enjoy that experience very much. Even back when I played it 20 years ago, it wasn't. Again, I appreciate it getting us to Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 for getting us Diablo 2 Res, but I didn't. That was rough. You can't walk. You can't run in that game. and it's a lot more repetitive, a lot less environmental stuff. The music is still good. Tristram music is absolutely amazing. Dungeon music to me is, I don't even remember if there is music. It may just be sound design. I wish electric guitars were more commonly sold and accepted where I live. I would probably have started practicing since 9 years old. No kidding, Macro. Is it a societal faux pas to have electric guitars? Like you're saying, commonly sold. Is that considered? Is that a societal thing? Is it a predominant, like a religious thing? Because I know, like, for a long time Christianity was like electric guitar is the devil's music. Like it was just too loud. That's not music. Like you couldn't do that. So I know there are, well, at least in that case, there is a religion that for a long time was very standoffish when it came to electric guitars, and probably even just contemporary music in general. It's like, if it ain't a hymn, it don't belong in a church. That's kind of the philosophy. Now, the first church I went to was that way. It was a Methodist church. And then the next church I went to was non-denominational, and that was just anything goes. So there was rock music. There was the full like it looked like a concert, really, when you walked in there. So, but so I don't know if that's the reason or not. But it's unfortunate, yeah. If you're somewhere where that's like if somebody shows especially at 9, like a kid showing a heavy interest in anything, you really want to be able to support that if you can, because it's a lot of kids go through college and they don't even know what they want to do with their lives. So if you've got a kid that's showing a desire for something, or an aspiration, or an aptitude for something, you want to try to cultivate that. So it sucks if that was something that you would have been at for 8 years now, and it just wasn't available to you. Everything is a balance, good at this, bad. Exactly, Lagmeister. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Which is why I think it's so tragic that a lot of times we see somebody who's good at something, and we assume, like, and I'm not going into specifics at all, but just the idea of people, like, it's like, this person or this idea was endorsed by this actor or this singer. And I'm like, look, more than likely, if they're really good, we're seeing what they're good at. We're seeing what they know the most about, what they're most knowledgeable about, and that's their singing and acting. It's absolutely fine for them to have an opinion and to express that opinion, but in terms of the weight I'm going to give it, I'm not going to be like, well, this famous actor endorsed this idea or this bill or this person, therefore that must be a good idea. It's like, I mean, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but the idea that because some people are good in some things, that it kind of gives us that, I don't know if it's a bias or it's I mean, they do exist. Like there's a certain height, like people at a certain height or a certain height range are generally perceived to be more honest. Doesn't mean that it's right. It just means that we just have a way. You look at somebody and they're like, if they're way too tall, you go, they're way too short, not so much. But if you're right in a certain range, people, same thing. If you're a good-looking person, by obviously everything is subjective, but if you can look at the person and go, yeah, they're an appealing person, or symmetrical faces like Denzel Washington, symmetrical face. Not a lot of people have that, but like absolutely, if you split the face in half, it looks identical pretty much on both sides. That is very pleasing to people. People will gravitate towards or appreciate people with symmetrical features more so than asymmetrical, and so on and so forth. And so all that to say, but it's interesting that certain people, we go, well, they're good at this, therefore I care about who they voted for or who they are in favor of. And it's like, I mean, it's great if you're like, hey, cool, me and this famous person agree on this particular concept, but really, what difference is it? But yeah, absolutely, like my it's really, life is a game of Street Fighter. If you look at Street Fighter, just a fighting game in general, if you got a fast character that can throw like 3,000 punches a second, they're not going to be hitting with a lot of power. If they can hit with a lot of power, they're probably slower. They move slower, or their moveset is more complicated. Zangief can take off half to 3/4 of your health on a single super suplex move thing, but you've got like 4 circle, 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 quarter circle, BA, quarter circle. If you can do all that, you deserve to be able to take away 3/4 of somebody's life. Or you can just spam the A button and do a basic combo. You got to do like 3,000 of those. I don't know why 3,000 is a number now. You got to do a crap ton of those. So yeah, everything is a balance. That's all I'm saying. I agree 100%. Everything is a balance act. And yeah, and it just, I mean, and a lot of it is just natural. Like if you got a lot of bulk, you got a lot of strength, but you may not have a lot of flexibility You can have some flexibility, especially for your size, but in general, you're going to be missing out. You're not going to be as fast. Like Vin Diesel. I remember when I watched Fast and the Furious, this is back in my college days, the first one that came out. It was so funny too, because my friend drove us there. We were in his Dodge Neon. And it was a manual transmission. So this guy, we get out of Fast and Furious, and he's trying to do he's doing the shift in, and he just can't help it. Like it kind of gets into you a little bit. You're just watching this cool thing. You're seeing the shift in and this and that, and he's trying to do all this stuff in a still playing, by the way, in a Dodge Neon. But anyway, we see that, and you see Vin Diesel, right? He looks like a badass. When he's standing there, he's muscly, walks over, he's like, hey man, stop messing with my sister, or whatever. And he's doing his stuff, and you're like, whoa, cool. And then you see him run. Like when he's running from the cops, you're like, oh dear. Oh my, this man is not meant to run. He is meant to fight. Like fight or flight, I think that's more determined by how naturally, and I'm not saying that because I'm a graceful runner. I've never actually watched myself run. I don't know if I would be a goofy runner too. But I mean, he runs in a manner that makes you think he's not very fast, and that running is not necessarily something he spends a lot of time doing. And again, that's no slight. That's just a natural thing. Like you can tweak, but you can only do so much. But you go from looking at this guy going, oh man, what a badass. And then you see him run, you're like, oh, what a bad ass. I don't know exactly how to phrase that, but yeah, so everything is a balance. Exactly right. 44-year-old, 85-kilogram man pows some moves in the theater next door. I don't know what that's in reference to. I am 44. Let me see. What is? Oh no! Wait. Oh yeah, that's fine. You can't do it. 85. 2 pounds. Oh, I wish that would be my ideal weight, Macro. If you were referring to me, that would be my ideal weight. Yes, that is not what I weigh. Unfortunately, I got that by about 35 pounds if I'm lucky. Yeah. Your dad sounds like a smart man. That's interesting. I could also install a bathroom if needed. I was fortunate to learn a lot of skills. Always say jack of all. Exactly, Lagmeister. Yeah, no, and that's absolutely right. And that would describe my dad as well. I'm like a lesser version of that. I do have a large smattering of stuff. Like I actually did a tally. I've had over 16 jobs, like the things that I got paid to do, and I got decent at all of them. Or, good at them where, I held the job for a while. I got promoted or, was acknowledged for my skills or what have you. But I got either bored with it or with the company or whatever it was, and I moved on to something else. And that's part of my quandary right now where I'm at in life is I'm going, all right, unless I want to try to become a plumber or an electrician right now, I don't know what I'm going to, what do I do for a living? Because I've tried this stuff and nothing that I've done have I liked enough to go back. Driving a truck, I did like. And it could have still worked out if I didn't get promoted, but it just feels bad to pass up a promotion and going from contracts, where you're where you got to take out your own taxes and do all that mess versus like a W-2. So it's like, it just from a financial standpoint and a professional standpoint, it made sense to take the promotion, but it meant I enjoyed the job a heck of a lot less. And it made me realize, especially if it's going to be overnight, to quote Danny Glover, I'm getting too old to do this kind of thing anymore. I believe that was the quote. But yeah, so to a lesser degree, I think a jack of all trades, like a genuine one, is like what you're talking about, like where you actually could do multiple trades, where I can do variations in different trades, but not to that degree. Like you can work on vehicles. Like you said, you installed your own bathroom, or you could install your own bathroom, and I don't doubt that you could. You can play music. You can do all these things. Those are very different, like widely differing skills. My skill set is less varied, but it's still the kind of same thing. Master of none. I'm still a bit disappointed there's no Dark Souls here. Ugnip, I thought about it. I can't remember. Do we establish, is Elden Ring, is that something you can play on Steam? Because I did look at it. Look, it's not my jam necessarily, but I do know people like to watch other people suffer. Elden Ring is on Steam. Wow, for $38, looks like. Yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, so in theory I could do it. But let me enjoy playing some games first, Ugnip, before I just go full on like raging again. But at least, look, from what I can understand, it's not a control issue. I'm looking at you, Battletoads. Like, you know, I've watched people play many times, and they can say, oh, here's where I messed up. I can't do that with Battletoads. I still can't tell you in that tunnel what button I did or didn't press to make it do that. You've only got 2 buttons and really 4 directional buttons. And I tried every combination of them, and I couldn't get them to reliably do what I wanted them to do each time. So a lot of my frustration with especially with the earlier Nintendo games is just that they didn't. I mean, Ninja Gaiden, for crying the heck out loud, some of the worst control nonsense ever. Knockbacks. You know, you got to do what you got to do to make an 8-bit game challenging, but it doesn't mean that, you know, it's a ton of fun. Now, if you got good at it while you were a kid, that's a whole other tangent. Let's keep it. I'm already getting behind on this. But that's to say, Ugnip, it doesn't mean that Dark Souls won't be on here, but it is a little bit of a hit because as much as I don't mind this aesthetic in like Diablo 2, you know, the Elden Ring is definitely, I mean, there's some really great, I mean, they got, you know, arms coming out of their groins and 16 eyes on their butt cheeks, and you're seeing their butt cheeks, but then their butt cheek is also their mouth. Like, those are the kind of monsters you get in the Elden series and the Souls games. Like, like, now, hey, I love the bad guys they have that, like, are actually, like, guys in armor, right? It's like these different armored suits and everything, like these giant swords, and they do cool stuff, and even some gargoyles. But so many of their monsters are just, like, give a kid a chunk of Play-Doh, take what he gives you, make it demonic, and then render it out. That's kind of it's got to be the process. It is some of the most disturbing visuals I have ever seen. Not even, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, some of them are scary, or, you know, that they have that fright factor to them, but it's not even so much of that, it's just a gross out factor. Like, dude, why is the appendage coming out from there, and why is it doing that? So anyway, I would have to take a aesthetic hit personally to play an Elden Ring game. But hey, you know what, if that's what puts the frozen burritos in the microwave, then maybe one of the Souls games. But it would have to be like Elden Ring, just because the older ones, like, already, I mean, like, part of the reason why I'm, you know, put Diablo 2 up here is because the graphics are an improvement, whereas, like, the earlier Souls games, they're starting to look pretty rough. Question is, did he need to power level to progress, or did he do it to make everything easier than normal for himself? Well, and that's the question. I mean, Macro, and I would argue that when it comes to a video game, you never need to do anything, unless you're saying maybe is he incapable of doing it? Meaning, does like I didn't do it on this run, obviously, because like I said, it's just starting. But I have beaten the game on normal. I finally beat it on hell difficulty, which is, so you have normal, nightmare, and hell. Hell is the hardest one. I finally did a playthrough, and I beat it on hell difficulty. So I know I'm capable of beating the game, but if I wanted to play with a different character, maybe I don't know for sure, you know, exactly what the build would be, but I know I'm capable of beating the game. I know what it takes. So yeah, maybe that's your point. Like, is it that Elon hit a wall and he simply could not progress any further and he needed help? Or is it just, look, I could do this because it's just farm. I mean, usually that's the thing. Usually it's a matter of farming and or grinding. So it's not skill, it's more of just, do you have the patience to do it? And I don't mind, you know, you put on some music, or you put on some, you know, another YouTuber or another video or something, and so you got that playing and going, and you just go through. I just did for this playthrough, not for this episode, but for this playthrough, I did I spent like an hour and a half grinding to get runes and some XP, and it was just a way to wind down after some heavy editing. So yeah, I think he's capable of doing. Yeah, I would agree. I don't. A lot of these games. So I guess maybe almost an exception to what we were saying. Sorry, I had to catch up here. But you could see when he played in top tier that he did not know everything he was supposed to be aware of. Right, yeah, that was what people were calling him out on. I don't know all about it, Ugnip, but I do remember that was what it was. He was saying I think the problem was that he was speaking from a position of experience without having the experience. So he had the levels that he needed to show that he had gotten there, but because he didn't necessarily do it himself, he didn't have the expertise, but he was providing expertise, or he was providing an opinion on there. Look, if I had somebody else beat Diablo health level for me because I wanted the character to be level 85 or 90 and I didn't want to have to do it myself, I wouldn't say, if you want to beat Diablo 2 hell, you got to make sure your build has these elements in there. And the guy who actually beat is like, no, actually, that would be the worst build ever. So yeah, I think it was more of just overextending and perhaps not understanding that, there's enough nuance in the game that, it is, you can't just be like, well, this is obviously the way it goes. It's like, no, that's not always how it goes because of how the game is concocted. J-Money can haste before the video. I made it. Wait, what? J-Money cast haste before the video. I made it an hour and 15 into it. Wait. Oh, gotcha. Hey, that's impressive. That's halfway. Lagmeister, that's halfway. That is impressive. You could just double speed it, or time and a half. Then it's only down to what? I don't know. I'm crappy with that. It was like 2 hours. Come on, who can't sit? That's a good movie. You could easily sit through that. Granted, I would venture to guess at the rate of speech I was doing, you probably wouldn't be able to understand any of it, but... Yeah, exactly. Yep, one of the highest ranking players. Damn, bro, he's not only rich, he's an OG gamer. Now he's playing Path of Exile 2. Oh, no kidding! See, there goes Lagmeister again, flexing on that. A colloid is neither liquid or solid. Okay. So that is what it is. So then... it was... Hey, Eliza, what's going on? Good to see you. Sorry. Oh, that's why I'm trying to catch up. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, my gosh. Let me get through this because people are coming in here. I didn't realize how far behind I got. But hello. Hopefully you're still here. Half the time when I see this, when I see the hello message, by the time I get to the end, it's already... They're like, I had to go. Bad hard drive, that's common on laptops. Yeah, that's probably what it was like, Meister. Again, for the age that it was, and I'd never replaced it. So yeah, it was probably just a failing hard drive. Well, I find it okay. Oh, Path of Exile 2? Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I saw some rapid fire crossbowing going on. It looked pretty good. There's a guy named the Loot Goblin. He's a streamer out of Switzerland, I believe, or Sweden. Really cool guy. He does really cool challenge runs for Diablo 2. He played 6 hours of Path of Exile 2. It looked pretty good, but I know it's not out yet. But hello, Eliza. Good to see you. Yeah, I tell you what. Hopefully I don't give you an itch that you can't satisfy because that is the worst thing. So hopefully you've got a way to play it if you're getting a hankering for it. I think you can actually do co-op in this, can't you? Can you do co-op? You can do like online play, right? All my characters are offline, but I think you can. I think you can do that. I played Diablo when it arrived, and I loved it. Nice. Oh, you're talking about the original Ugnip, the very first one?
I am overburdened.
But yeah, I imagine playing Diablo when it first came out. It was like Star Wars. When Star Wars first came out, very different from if somebody watched it now. But like Diablo, if you played that when it first came out, man, that must have been a mind-blowing experience. It was just like, everything was brand new. And then Diablo 2? Diablo 2 was such an improvement on Diablo 1, though. A lot of times, it's like you get a sequel, and it's like, okay, the graphics are a little bit better. They added a few features, maybe changed a little bit of maybe the presentation. But Diablo 2 just went crazy on improving on the original. Diablo 1 is good. Diablo 2 is one of my favorites, yep. Never played Diablo 1, but 2 is a favorite for sure. Awesome. Yep, same here. I wouldn't bother playing it, to be honest. Dodge Neon, that's disgusting. Lagmeister, to be fair, this guy, my roommate, was a freaking really cool dude. He actually, this was so horrible though. So he came from a very poor family, like but he actually lived. The reason why he went to the university I went to is because he actually lived nearby. So he, I can't remember if he got some kind of community grant or something, but it helped out that he actually lived nearby. He did get on school housing, but anyway, he took out a loan to pay for school. He got himself a computer and to help pay for college. Right, his dad. Like I think it was our second semester freshman year, his dad bums $2,500 to pay his back his electric bill that's been overdue for like 10 months or something like that. So anyway, all that to say, that roommate was a guy, like the Dodge Neon, he got it because it was a cheap car. It was an affordable car that he could make payments on and not break the bank. He was very, very good with money. Happy to say right now, he's happily married, wife, 2 kids, nice house out in Virginia. And I believe he's now sergeant or something like that in the police department. But he was a beat cop for a while, then he was a detective, and I think he's now in like one of the specialized divisions. Anyway, did a lot for himself, but he did it himself. He went in. So yeah, Dodge Neon is not something I would choose to drive. But back then they weren't all that bad. I think that was still when they were having the commercials that would say like hi, and it just had like the hi. Anyway, they were kind of they were in back then, kind of, sort of, not like cool cars, but just not bad cars. Until they figured out that they weren't really good cars. But anyway, that's a lot of bulk to run like a normal person. It is true, Eliza. If you're talking about the Barbarian, yeah. He's. Oh no, are you talking about? Shoot, so this is why I need to be on top of things. Are you talking about? I'm guessing you might be talking about Vin Diesel. I'll find out in a minute. I immigrated from Australia to the U.S. 3 years ago and still need to use converters for pounds for. No kidding, Eliza. An Australian. What brought you to America? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm not even going to pretend to do the accent. I can do it sometimes, but it probably would be embarrassing. So I'm going to stop. But well, welcome. 3 years ago, family, husband. I'm just trying to think of the top thing. Job, husband, family. I can't think of too many other reasons that I've heard of people come from other countries to the U.S. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Glad you're here. But yeah, I do think one generation in America needs to take the hit and just learn the metric system. Like for older folks like me, you can't really expect me to learn it. I got to make the cutoff there. But at some point, I think it just makes sense, and the metric system makes sense. Tens, hundreds, thousands, like it's very, very simple. Whereas like a mile is like 1.6 something meters, and it's not 1.6 1,600 and some feet. Like we're using body parts. It's like it feels like we're like Old Testament. Like, okay, well, it was 4 hand breadths from whatever. It's like, and when was a foot ever? I mean, we know it's standardized now, but it's like it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. So yeah, it's that's one of those things where I'm just like, can we just bite the bullet and just change? Maybe there's some economic reason or some other reason why we don't do it, but I just think it just makes more sense. It's much better. Let's get away from fractions. Let's just go decimals. So, but which would suck though for you, Eliza, because if you happened to, like, let's say you learned in the next 2 years and you were able to adjust, and now suddenly you're very fluent in the imperial, I think that's what it's called, the imperial system or whatever it is. And then like there's this 2 years from now, there's like this big thing where it's like, all right, we're going to go metric with everything. You're like, for crying the heck out loud. But yeah, if you're talking about Vin Diesel, Eliza, I agree that he does. And that's what I'm saying. But it's that give and take. Like, you can be built like Vin Diesel, but you can't run like Usain Bolt. And same thing, Usain Bolt is not going to be able to, does not have the formidable presence that Vin Diesel does, but, he can run. And so it's like, hey, we're each suited to purpose. Unless you're like me, and it's like, well, I'm not necessarily a really great runner, and I'm also not particularly physically formidable. So fight or flight, it's kind of a toss of the coin, because it just depends which one is going to be better. I'm not locked into either one, but I'm also not going to be particularly good at either one. Depressed Crayon Eater, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Oh wait, is this Todd? Is that you, Todd? I think it's you, right, Todd? Or no, wait. Yeah, Todd, right? Todd Bringer? No. Yes. Dang it, did I get it right? I remember, and I was like, that's a crazy name, but then I was like, no. I think it's you, Todd. Well, I know who you are. I just can't remember the name. Todd, yes, Todd Bringer, I got it. I didn't see that. I didn't look down, Todd. I didn't do that. I remembered it from last time. It took me a second. I was like, I know I've seen Depressed Crayon Eater before, and I know last time I didn't recognize it. It's actually somebody that I know, and I know his name. And then I made the mistake of going, but your in-game name is different. You're like, nope, it was Todd Bringer in the game. And I'm like, oh, dang it. Elden Ring is Steam as well, and yes, we'd like to see you suffer. Okay, Ugnip, well, If you die, it's your own fault. If you die indeed. There you go. But wait for a discount. It's often on discount. Butt cheek mouth sounds impractical. Or Eliza, is it incredibly economical? Because I mean, let's face it, what goes in your mouth typically comes out the other end. So it's just streamlining the process. It just kind of skips the middleman. It's just in one orifice and out the other in the blink of an eye. Speaking of which, the eye is also on the butt, so you're able to see it all going down. It's really messed up. Butt cheek mouth sounds impractical. Yeah, like back when I was addicted to WoW, the grinding was my life. Oh, wow. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that there. Yeah, no, I think WoW might be one of the most, like, you talk about people sinking time into. Let me ask you, Elijah, if you don't feel embarrassed, how many hours do you have a counter somewhere? Any way to verify how many hours did you end up putting into WoW? Because that was the thing that was very consuming for a lot of people. And it would have been for me too. Honestly, I hate to say this, and I sound like a whatever, but like it was the graphics. Like it was like Warcraft 3 graphics. And we were already kind of past that, and I was like, I never liked the polygon age. Like Nintendo 64, I know a lot of people love N64, a lot of people love PlayStation. It's totally fine. For me, I was like, just give me better sprites. This polygon crap is not. Now, granted, we needed that to get to the next generation. Like the GameCube started looking really good, and obviously PlayStation 2. Then you started getting better. The polygons they started looking prettier. But World of Warcraft was still kind of in that ugly polygon phase, and that was my main barrier of entry. But I knew, the few people that I knew that played that game, dead to the world. If they weren't working, they were working their characters. I would be curious how many hours you logged in before. You said was addicted, when you were addicted. So I'm guessing you've emerged from that. Well, since he clearly had the skill to play the game, I'm guessing you would have been able to play it normally, no problemo, which is why I'm wondering why he power leveled in the first place. Yeah. I don't know, Macro. Maybe like, so for me, like in Diablo 2, and those of you play this, you know, like when you level up, you get access to more skills, and so maybe, and if it's the same with that other game, you go, okay, I want to be able to use this cool skill. Like I really want to play Frenzy, and I will get to it eventually, but not on this particular video or this part of the playthrough. But eventually you get to Frenzy, which is just really cool, where like you hit, and the more times you hit, the faster you go, and you're just going all over the place. It's really fun and cool. But that's like level 24 or 22 or something. And so it's like, I want to do the cool things, but it's going to take me like 10 levels to get there. So maybe he just wanted to do the cool things and didn't want to have to grind to get there. He just wanted to be able to do it, which I can understand. You can kind of get bored with if you have a goal in mind. Like if you're task oriented and you're like, I want to get this thing, it can make the game grind more than it normally would. Yeah, you saw me. Yes, I did. But I can't remember. You're the Good Egg? Was that it? It was Good with an E. I remember that, but I couldn't remember your official title. Try running Tesla and Starlink and play hundreds of hours a month. Oh, jeez. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's I have a feeling something has to give. You know, if you're running multiple companies and you got other stuff going on, you know there's, again, however you feel about it, he is doing other things as well that are very demanding of his time. You know, so it would be hard to be like, Tesla took a hit, but you know what? I needed to level up last night. You know, it's one of those things. Path of Exile 2 will be free when out of early access. Yep. That's why I was thinking about it, to be honest. I have an ancient IBM laptop that refuses to die and a Dell that's pretty old, but very nice. I keep them for old games. Right, exactly. And that's how it was. Now, to be fair, this was a MacBook Air that I had. So again, it's utility outside of that, or it's utility for games was very rare. Like the fact that I was able to get Diablo 2 to run on it was a crazy surprise. But that to say that it was, didn't have a disk drive or anything like that. It was a great little system. And honestly, if I wanted to probably get it repaired or something, I could probably keep using it. But it's like I said, it's from 2007. So as long as they're running, I have a very hard time getting rid of electronics if they still do what they're supposed to do. Using my grandfather's phone line to connect with his 128. Jeez. Oh, yeah, phone lines. He went through the roof when his phone bill came. Oh, I can imagine. They'll learn from the VM extract and players will be the product. No doubt. Now, see, I never had to deal with that. Was there a separate plan for internet when that came out, or was it just lumped into the phone bill? I mean, it sounds like it was, but man, that would be brutal. My friend has Street 4 Dodge Neon with Stage 3 turbo and exhaust. That was a crazy car. Okay, you were talking about Vin Diesel. See, I'm catching up. I'm only 9 minutes back. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't. It's fair. I'm trying to think if there's anybody. Arnold. I don't even know that we ever see Arnold Schwarzenegger run, but I guarantee you it would not be a pretty sight. Yeah, it's brawn over. I don't even know what you call it. And who knows? You know what? It could be one of those things. We could be seeing it in reverse. Maybe these people are just smart enough. They're like, because we all had to run. Especially in the U.S. we had PE or physical education. So, and that's from like elementary school up through high school, where it was like a mandatory period or time of day where you had to do a physical activity. So maybe guys like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Vin Diesel, like they just couldn't run for squat. And, they got laughed at, you run like a goober or whatever. And he's like, screw this. I'm just going to get so big I don't have to run. So I could see that being a thing too, where it's like the cart before the horse, like, chicken or the egg. Do they not run well because they're bulky, or did they choose to be bulky because they can't run well? And so like, if you're going to pick on me, I'm going to punch you in the face. Nobody will laugh at me ever again. Sounds like a big American car. Oh, Ugnip, you could not be more wrong. Let's, shoot. I'm not going to screw up the game right now, but yeah, if you look up Dodge Neon, think of like Toyota Prius, but without the panache, I guess, without the style. It was a no bueno car. The marketing for it was nice. They had little round headlights, and it like they'd show it driving, and then it would just pull up and stop in front of the screen and say hi, just be like, and it would have this like little like look up Dodge Neon ad, and it's got this cool, just try to make it like this cool little buddy car, like the little car is your buddy, you drive around with your little buddy, and it says hello to you, but it doesn't really say hi. It didn't like emote. It just was like whoa. So anyway, I won the green card. I won the green card lottery, so I came over. Oh, nice! I've never heard of that. That happened. I've heard of people going through hell to try to get a green card. But that's awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations. I mean, I know that there are definitely some more impressive lotteries, but obviously if you applied for the lottery, then that meant you wanted to make the move. So welcome and congratulations. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's great. Do you go back often? Do you still have family out down under that you visit on occasion? Do you watch Shadiversity? Because I know we talked about different channels. Shad out there in Australia, I watch his to get my his channel to get my weapons, my medieval weaponry and Australian accent fixed. Because it is a fun accent. As we've established before, I don't have an accent. So I'm very fascinated by people that do. Some accents. There's actually a comedian. I can't remember his name now. Do I have it pulled up somewhere? I don't think I do. He's a Scottish comedian, and he's funny when you can understand him. But it's like his accent is so crazy thick that closed captions don't even, the captions that YouTube does automatically can't even understand what he's saying half the time. But when you do understand what he's saying, it's hilarious. Like, I get it. But so that's to say there are some accents that are cool, but they're also, they make it hard to understand because the pronunciation of the words is so drastically different. But Australian I haven't found to be that way. I'm sure like terminology perhaps, but Australia I find to be pretty easy to follow. But it's just it's a lot of fun. So bad. I don't do Australian accents enough to try it. I apologize. Mea culpa. You Googled? Okay. Fortnite had purchasable cosmetics only, and look how much money it's making no matter what the game is. If its player base is large enough, it's going to make a fortune out of any game. Yeah, that's very true, Macro. And hey, I'm all for it. If it's just cosmetics that you're buying, with real money in addition to the game, which I don't know, is Fortnite free to play? I can't remember. I know there's a couple games that are very popular that were free to play, but then they make their money back on the cosmetics. I don't know if it's whether or not it's free or not. It's the how much you have to spend, or if you can spend money to make it easier. Like if I could, but I think you can do that in Diablo 2 now, can't you? You can actually sell items. I would happily use metric. It makes sense. It does, Eliza. And I think any because I think, if I'm not mistaken, so whether or not you drive on the right side of the road, and by that I don't mean the correct side, I mean literally the right side or the left side of the car, that varies in country to country. I think in Japan or Korea, they drive on the right. They drive on the right. The UK, I believe, drives on the right. Australia, I'm not sure about, but I think America is the only country that still uses this system. And look, I'm not necessarily hey, we all need to have our hands linked around the world, kumbaya and whatnot. But I think if nothing else, you just go, hey, they're doing it better over there, guys. It makes more sense. There's nothing. I can't think of and if any Americans out there can enlighten me, I wouldn't mind. But what is our benefit with sticking with this system other than it's just what we've known? But I don't think there's any advantage to it. Fractions suck, and conversions suck. If you're like, oh man, I need to get a liter worth of fuel, petro, I believe is what they call it in other countries. I need a liter worth of petro, and I only have a milliliter. How many more milliliters do I need? Well, okay, I'm gonna centiliters. Oh no, say. That can't be right. I know it's centimeters. What do you milliliters and screw it. See, this is why. Boo! Metric system sucks. But in theory, you know what I'm saying? Because it's in tens, hundreds, and thousands. You in theory, if you're not a complete moron like me, you don't have to worry about converting quarts to gallons or cups to quarts to gallons. You can just go, oh, I just need an extra number of this the next down. But inches, millimeters, centimeters, inches, and it's just I don't know what the advantage. I don't know why we're keeping it around. If there's a better system that works just fine, we need to roll with that. Maybe it would just be at hell. Everybody's used to paying, $2.30. I think around here it's $2.60 a gallon for gas. But I think y'all sell it in liters everywhere else in the world, which is half a gallon or less than a gallon. So it'd be if we were to sell it by the liter, then it would be, it'd be half price. You're cool, it's only $1.30. But it's no, you need two of those to fill a gallon. I don't know. It's a crazy world. It's just a crazy world. But yeah, so I have no problem with cosmetics. I don't think that the latest Assassin's Creed game was the first to do it, but I know that one does have items behind a paywall that, they're not just cosmetic. They actually have a survey function. The only way you get them now, if you allow people to grind, if you can grind for something, but you just have to grind a long time, like Tessel. Hey, you guys remember Tessel? Anybody here remember Elder Scrolls Legends? The Elder Scrolls Legends card game came out a while ago. It recently became defunct. If anybody's ever played that game here, I don't know if anybody has, but if you have, you remember you could, if you wanted to farm, and Baldric, if you're here, I know this hurts your brain, but you could farm, or you could farm gems and trade and do whatever you got to do. You could premium your entire collection doing that. It would take you 25 years, I think, realistically, but you could do it. So anything that they charge, but then they had these alternate arts that you could only get through purchases, and not only that, but one-time only purchase. You had 30 days to spend $5 to get the cool, the Nord Firebrand alternate art and the raiding party alternate art. If you didn't buy it then, you didn't get it. Now, later on, they eventually did allow you to get the Nord Firebrand, but you could not get the alternate art of the raiding party. So anyway, but that said, there was not a single card that you could not obtain just by the sweat of your brow and the defiance of your spirit. So as long as the game provides it, they're saying, hey, if you want to pay for it, you can get it earlier in the game. But as long as you can get it in the game through hard work, I don't mind. It's when you start saying, hey, you can only get this game playing defining feature by paying extra money. I'm like, why? I used to have a 78 Z28 Camaro. Oh, what happened to it, Lagmeister? What happened to it? What, tell me. So it sucks because I don't want to hear that it got wrecked because that's sad, but I don't want to hear that you sold it outright because that's also sad. So there's really no good answer. Maybe don't answer. I don't want to know unless you have it. But okay, you said Ugnip, I said to have a 19. So maybe said is another way of saying I still have a 1978 Camaro. Oh, dang it, you corrected it. Oh, well. Exactly. What did you do? I did agree to your statement. Sold it because I picked up a street bike. Man, I regret it. Oh, wow. Lagmeister, come on. This is basic maths. I understand we're on this ridiculous measuring system over here. True. Butt cheek mouth would be efficient. Not pleasant, but efficient. Exactly. Eliza, it's, you can't have it both ways. It can't be both pleasant and efficient. It's that's that sweet spot. I can't remember what they call it. I think it's the... I can't remember the actual name. It's like the iron triangle or something of I don't know if it's business, but like you can have it fast. No, here we go. Hang on. You've got speed, quality, and price. You can only pick one of those. It's like a fundamental principle. So if you want it fast and cheap, the quality is going to suck. If you want high quality and fast, it's going to cost you a crap ton. If you want... I don't know what the other option is. If you want it fast and cheap, then the quality sucks. So yeah, it's like you can get 2 out of the 3, but trying to get all 3, it just doesn't work. There's they're contradicting things. So if you want the expediency of being able to process without a whole digestive tract, then you're going to pay for it by having a very unpleasant taste in your mouth and in your eyes. But you know what? I like to believe that the Elden Ring monsters do not eat, sleep, or do anything else of the sort. They simply wait for you to show up, and then you kill them, put them out of their misery, and you're a hero. They thank you, and every orifice thanks you as well. But so yeah, Lag Mushroom, we got. It's not hard. 4 wheels are more than 2. You don't sell 4 wheels to buy 2. You can have 4 wheels and then get 2, and then you have 6 wheels. Or in the metric system, a flugelness. You have a flugel or a half a gross or something ridiculous like that. Yeah, you have 6 wheels. Wait, I did 7. 6 wheels. You see, math does not come naturally to all of us, Lagmeister. In fact, for some of us, it's antithetical to our beings. Do you still have the street bike? I got it right. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Todd. I did. But I do appreciate you following up just to give me that heads up so I didn't have to ask if I didn't remember. But I will remember, Depressed Crayon Eater, that it is you. Haha. I've seen Camaros in movies only. Very cool cars. Yeah. I mean, I got to admit, I grew up on Knight Rider, or Knight Rider, if you will. I grew up on Knight Rider. So my older car, now granted 78's predetermines that, but I think it was a 1984 Trans Am was Knight Rider. Yeah, you can't, the headlights flip up. Now the woo thing, the little laser on the front, that obviously that's an add-on, that's an aftermarket deal, as is the little TV screen and the dash and everything. But the flip up lights, I mean, Camaro is really just, at least in the 80s, the Camaro was just a slightly less cool and sexy version of the Trans Am. Let's just face that. Both GM, I believe. No. Yeah, Pontiac was GM. And I think... And Chevy. No, okay, Chevy versus GM. Anyway. Different manufacturers, but very similar in look. And they got even more similar, like the 90s, like the 93, 94, 95, right around there, Firebirds and Trans Ams, or Trans Ams and Camaros, very, 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 very similar in style. Cooler spoilers on the Firebirds, the Trans Ams, and still the flippy lights. Flippy lights. I mean, that just why would you buy a car without flippy lights if you could have a car with flippy lights? Unless it's a DeLorean. That's the exception. DeLoreans don't have flippy lights, but they're cool. They suck. They're slow. They're not practical in pretty much any way. You can't even go through a drive-through with one of them. But seagull doors, that beats flippy lights. I'm a very simple man. I like flippies and I like floppies. It's kind of the way that goes. There was a problem with the title. I never got my name. It was a 1982 custom CB900 and was garaged its whole life at 2 years old and had 1,000 miles. Oh no! That Camaro was a real good-looking car. Never mind that you sold it. Why would someone sell a car and buy it? There you go. See, Macro gets it. But he's on the metric system, so that's probably why. I played every day from 2007 to 2009, so many hours. I had to give it up. It was taking over my life. Yeah, Eliza, that's the story for many WoW players. Well, either way, it's either I don't know. The few people that I knew, I don't want to say they grew up. I think they got. I hate to say it because it sounds horrible. Like, I think one of them got married, and just pretty much killed it. But yeah, it seemed like I think most people either just scaled it back naturally or they just dropped it because they just said, you know what, it's just too. But kudos to you. I mean, it was, from what I could tell, it was legit addicting. It's not, we think about drugs being addicting, alcohol, that kind of stuff. I think what World of Warcraft offered was addicting. And to be honest with you, if we ever had, and I know a lot of people don't like this anime, but Sword Art Online, if y'all have ever seen that, I recommend the first season. Watching it a second time, I'm not as keen on it as I was the first time. It is very much, it's based on young adult novels, so it is very much younger. But the premise, the idea of, for the most part, young kids and teenagers ending up in life and death situations in a fantasy world, it's kind of a cool premise. I don't know that they executed it the best, but they had some really cool stuff. But in that, you have a system where World of Warcraft, but you actually immerse yourself in it. So you plug in and it reroutes all of your impulses, all of your reflexes and everything into the system. So you can actually, you can just lay still and everything is being routed in there. So you're actually interacting with the world. And the only thing you obviously can't do, they have food there, but you can taste it, but you can't actually get sustenance from it. So when everybody gets locked into the game, they had to be taken to their bodies had to be taken to hospitals, and they had to be fed intravenously, through IVs and stuff, to keep them alive. But I will say though, the idea of a World of Warcraft type thing where it's an immersive world where you can level up and get cool weapons and pets and all this kind of stuff, and actually have a very real experience of that kind of fantasy, that would get me. I would find it very. I think they did that for Ready Player One as well. I think that was a premise of that. The real life is so grungy and dirty and nasty that people escape into this fantasy where they can do cool stuff and just be in a nice place. It's oh man, I live in a hellhole, so I'm just going to go to a game that allows me to walk through a meadow, or I can go where Ugnip lives and have a bunch of walking paths. It's that bad. But all I can say is I can see it very easily being something that would just draw you in because of the appeal. Fantasy is a very appealing setting for a lot of folks, myself included. Yeah, I have two really cool trucks right now. Okay, there. Yeah, that's right. One of them's a Chevy. It's not a Silverado, is it? Maybe it's a Silverado. I just remember you saying it's old, but it runs like a champ. It's a Hemi, I think. Maybe that's Dodge. I remember you got a truck. You actually did some work on it. Did you finally get it repainted? I know you were repainting it at one point a couple months ago. I hope one day I can buy another second-gen Camaro, but they are hard to come by nowadays. Yeah. And it's hard, too, just because, it's just from especially the older ones that are steel, heavy stuff. The gas mileage on them is just no bueno. So it's kind of it's a rough thing for me. I don't even ride my motorcycle right now. And my family was asking about it. They're like, well, you haven't ridden it. You had a couple nice days. I was like, yeah, but where I'm at in Texas, there are no windy roads. There are no, we don't even have, in Indiana, we had roundabouts. So even if you couldn't find any turns or curves, you could find a roundabout. In fact, right near the house, about 5-minute ride, there were like 12 of them in a row. So yeah, you're going mostly straight, but it was a nice area, nice residential area, green grass. That sounds stupid to say, but actually well manicured lawns and nice estates and everything. But you just had all these roundabouts. So you're going straight, but you could just get in those roundabouts and whip around and keep going. So you could have the thrill of cornering without really cornering. And I just worked on getting my speed up, like being able to go into it faster, take the turn heavier, and then come out okay. I think it got up to about 35, was about as fast as I could maintain speed, and then going out I could get it up to 40, 45, but that was the speed limit, so it didn't behoove me to go much faster than that anyway. But that's to say, we don't have any of that here. So it's like I'd have to ride an hour, 2 hours, which on a standard bike is not a fun ride. I have to ride 2 hours to get to a place like the beach or something where I could ride. It would be kind of nice, but even then it's not going to be windy. And to my point though, you're paying for the gas, which isn't super expensive. I mean, they're pretty fuel efficient, but it is still a cost. And then the tires are expensive. On motorcycles, they're like, well, mine were like almost twice as much as like my car tires are, because they just got a lot more design in them and a lot more technology. But it's like the wear and tear, the mileage, you got to do the oil changes and everything. It's like if I'm going to do that, it needs to be a good ride. It needs to be something fun. The temperature needs to be right. It needs to be a good road. And I just don't have those around here anymore. So it kind of sucks, but that's kind of the deal. Eliza of the Egg of Good. Yes, that's it. Eliza of the Egg of Good. I think Eliza, there's two ofs, and that's what was throwing me off. Because usually you don't have, so I'm trying to think, Eliza of the, you could say Eliza of the Good Egg. But that's not that misses kind of the fun of it. So yeah, we'll just have to go Eliza the Egg of Good. And just understand that the full title is going to be a little bit of a mouthful. I popped in for about 6 months in 2013, but yeah, not worth it. Well, and that's good. That means you kicked it. You either kicked the addiction or they were no longer making it compelling. Like, because are they still doing expansions for it? Like, can you jump into the game and stuff? I think I've read somewhere they were talking about like old Warcraft. Like, I guess Warcraft got to a certain point. I don't even know, but they got to a certain point, and then I know that they released a version where you could go back and do it all over again or something. I don't know. It was a big thing. I mean, I loved Warcraft 3. I got into Warcraft 3. I love the lore and everything. I did have some beef. I don't like the culling of whatever it's Stratholme, I think it's called, or whatever. I hated that mission, and like, oh my gosh, so many arguments that I've seen, but it's like, it just gets under my skin, because it's like, Arthas didn't do the wrong thing. He did the right thing. It didn't feel good, but he did the right thing. And yet, Jaina's like, I can't do this, Arthas. And he's like, you're crossing a terrible threshold, Arthas. It's like, I'm saving the men that I have, which are few and far between now, because we've got this plague going on. We know for a fact plagued people turn into demons or turn into zombies. We know this is going to happen. If we wait for it to happen, then my guys are going to get killed trying to fight this. We're going to lose chunks of our army for it, and these people are going to have to endure the horrible transformation of going from human beings to zombification, to zombied demons that are turning on their own people and friends, family, and on my soldiers. So knowing that that's what's going to happen, we need to preemptively get in front of this and wipe it out. There's no question. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know how the game is played. We know what's going to happen. It makes no sense to wait for it to happen and have to fight our way through it and put those people through the misery. And that was so appalling that Jaina's like, no, I can't be with you anymore. And Arthur's like, oh, you suck, Arthas. And it's like, you bailed on the guy. Like, and the one time, like, when things were really getting dicey, when he was having to make some tough decisions, he made a tough call. And I think it was the right one. And yet, that's when his friends were like, peace out. Wait, I just can't get behind this. And here's all they could say. All Uther could say was, there must be another way. It's like, I'm sorry, this isn't comic book world, man. You can't just say there must be another way and suddenly, there's another way. It doesn't work that way. Superheroes can do that. They can summon that. One of the biggest superpowers comic book heroes have is that they can magically summon a third option that allows them to avoid any hard decision. So all they have to say is go look around and go, what's going to happen? Am I going to save these 100 people, or do I save these 5 over here? Well, the readers know these 5 over here. These are other heroes, so I should save them, but there's, the needs of the many, right? Oh no, there must be another way. Oh, bam, now some other hero comes in. I can save those 5. Well, you go save those 100. Yay, teamwork makes the dream work. Screw you, that's not how real life works. Anyway, let me get back to something that nobody wanted to talk about. The bike did. The Camaros were still somewhat common at the time. Now I rarely see them. I regret selling it. Yeah, man. I am sorry to hear that. Do I have Skyrim on this rig? I do, Macro. I do. I downloaded it. I actually downloaded it. Yeah, I think. Well, you might have even been there. Well, that was a problem. I was going to play. We did. That was the week we did Hangman. Because I was going to play it, but then I didn't have it downloaded on here. I had it on Steam, but I hadn't downloaded onto this computer yet. So we had to wait like an hour or two for it to download. And by that time, we were playing a game, and everybody's involved. We were all having a good time. So I can do Skyrim on there. If need be. You're not feeling Diablo? Arnold's worst what run? What did I say? I don't remember what I said. I feel like a lot of people have accents, but they hide them with more standard one to appear more professional, to not be made fun of. Yeah, Shad's great. Nice! I love his rants. I haven't gone back yet, but I will in a couple of years. Okay, nice! Nice! Good deal. But yeah, Shad is a lot of fun. Yeah, he gets very worked up. It's you can see there's just like a switch where he says something, and then the next sentence is just, he's like 0 to 60. Like, I'll ramp into my tangents. I give it a line or two to kind of work myself into it, and then kind of go full bore. Shad just is like, and that's the thing, they're not even like that, and he just gets very animated. Yeah, very fun guy, but that's cool. So you've been away for 3 years and going back in 2. Have they come to visit you at all, or you've just been communicating online? I mean, that's a big thing. Jumping continents, not even continents. Like, Australia is one of the, like, well, I mean, I guess there's a lot of countries, but like, even we got a bunch of y'all in Europe and in that area. We got a 5 or 6 hour time difference. Australia, you guys are backwards. I mean, I don't mean like development. I just mean like you're entering your fall right now, if I'm not mistaken. Like, winter is our winter is your summer, our summer is your winter, and like our times like so. I know my point being, I think it's like you got like that, New Zealand. I guess China would be that way, maybe Antarctica. I don't know. My geography sucks completely, but like there's some places I think that are harder than others because you're on different days instead of like it's a 2 or 3 hour difference. Like time zones here in the U.S. Then you got some instances like a lot of folks here. I mean, you guys, it's like 10 o'clock, almost 11 o'clock at night for a lot of you guys, and so it's like it's a lot harder to. If anything, I should probably push this back a little bit more, considering most folks at this point. I mean, Silver, you're if you're still here, you're one. Lagmeister, I guess you're also. But a lot of folks, and Eliza, I think you're an hour behind me. So mountain time, I guess. But yeah, I think it's just more difficult. So trying to keep in touch with family and everything when everything is just upside downy. Yeah, upside downy. Anyone here wants Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy for Steam? Oh, don't do it, Ugnip. I'm looking ahead. Okay, I don't see it, which is good. I was just waiting for. Oh, I forgot the name. Ugnip, remind me. What is? No, it's not Beehive. What is it called? I can't remember it. But Ugnip, I'm sure I'll see it in a second. You will remind me. Anybody here want to play Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy for Steam? You can, if you just buy a pack from that site that you mentioned, and I for some reason can't remember. It means you're not hawking enough, Ugnip, because I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, Macro, and to your point about the accents, like there are certain accents that you can't be made fun of. Like nobody makes fun of a British accent. Like there are some like Cockney British accents that sound a little more rugged, I guess, is a nice way of saying it. Where it's like, hey, what would you gonna do there? I don't know. I can't do it. But there's some where you're like, okay, maybe that's not quite. But typically the British accent, I would say Australia, Irish, like those have positive connotations. Kind of like we were saying, we have biases that we don't even think about when it comes to height and looks and everything. Accents, same thing. You hear somebody talking like this, you probably think they're dumber than a box of rock. You know what I'm saying? Just don't really know. But I could be a complete genius. I could shift me some stuffs in the car and do the things over there and what have and what not. And I'm talking like this the whole time. But I'm a freaking genius. You just don't know. And I wouldn't even say genius because that wouldn't even be my vocabulary if I'm talking like this. I'll be saying I'm one of them smartins. Smartins. There you go. Smartins. Remember the smartins. I'm one of the smartins, but that's neither here nor there. It's just something I'm doing. I'm changing my accent. I don't know why I'm doing that, but so you'd hear that and you think, okay, probably not a whole lot going there, but can be absolutely brilliant. Your accent does not determine your intelligence. Same thing. I have heard, and I'm not going to go too far with this, but I've heard many people with very nice accents saying very, very, very stupid things. So that's why I try to no accent, so you have no anticipation of what I'm going to say, whether it's going to be smart or stupid. You're just going, it's kind of is he going to run and look stupid, or is he going to stay there and also look stupid? We don't know. Is he going to say something smart or stupid? Just you gotta stay on your toes. Working on cars, it's a pain when you have a vehicle put together with metric and standard bolts and also torque. I can imagine. So what is that? That's the import parts, and then because all your stuff is like American or Western, right? Like, make sure you're not like working on like Hondas and stuff like that. All your cars all your vehicles, right, are more like American or like the UK kind of stuff. But centiliters, thanks, man. Exactly. Take that to the bank. Y'all are learning some stuff from me here. Yes, Australia drives on the left, and I've managed to adjust to the right. A couple of Americans have said that y'all just do everything the British don't. Yeah, that's kind of... Or, well, yeah, I memean, look, the British came first. The United Kingdom was here before America, so we can't say America... the Brits are doing the opposite of us. We're somehow doing that. Although I gotta believe that there's so many things, like if there's a different what is it, controversy. Like I've never heard anybody say controversy differently, but controversy. Like it's almost like out of spite. It's like we're just gonna say it differently. But I know in theory that's how it was said over there first, and so we're actually being contrarian by pronouncing it differently. But it's like aluminum. Very easy to say. Aluminum. Aluminum. 4 syllables. But if you go to the UK, it's aluminium. Aluminium. 5 syllables. That's a whole other syllable. Why pronounce it that way? And then there's just stuff like trolleys. Like, look, anybody who watched Mr. Rogers knows a trolley. Hello, trolley. It's just it's like one car of a train. That's all it is. But in the UK, a trolley is a shopping cart. Shopping cart. I don't know how. It's a cart that you use for shopping. I think it's very explicit. Tells you exactly what it is. But in the UK, they call it a trolley. Well, I don't know. It's weird. But yes, it is. Everything just seems to be the opposite for spite. Which, you know what? Let's be fair. Rebellious. Not settlement. Colony. Rebellious colony. I could understand them go. When they sat down to make the laws over here, they're like. And how crazy? So my question is, did George Washington have a British accent? When did the colonies lose that British accent? Like how? Like they didn't talk like this. Like when did we get to this point? When did Louisiana start talking like? Well, that's country. And you know what I'm saying? Like when did the accent change? Because initially, as a British colony, everybody would have been speaking British for the most part. And we had some French come in, and obviously different countries later on. But like at that point, it was still British, so I would imagine most people were still speaking with a British accent. But so it's like if they're sitting down there, well, we need to distinguish ourselves from those heinous blokes over there in the homeland. So what are we going to do? All right, well, we got to change a bunch of things. All right, well, they drive their carriage on the left side. Well, I say we should drive it on the right. Haha, yes, that'll show. Oh no, sorry, the other way around. What else? Well, there's this new metal called aluminium. Well, that sounds ridiculous. Let's call it something else. Aluminum. Ah, yes, that'll show 'em. And they call the back of the car a boot. Why is that? I don't know. That sounds stupid. Let's call it something smart, like a trunk. Yes, a trunk. Actually, you know what? No. Now that I'm thinking about it, it actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know why the crap in the UK, and I don't know, maybe they call this in Australia too, because you guys, I think, are a little more close to your British brethren than we are now. But like a boot, I have no. Why do they call the back of the car where you put stuff? They call it a boot. You can understand why we call it a trunk, because if you take Stagecoach and you look at the back of the Stagecoach, they had like the straps and everything where you would put trunks. That's your storage space. It was typically in the back of the coach. So as the coach evolves into a car, the area where you put your stuff, it's like a trunk. It's like a built-in. I'm sure the initial ones were trunk. You literally put a trunk there and you strapped it down, like you did with a carriage, or a carriage car thing. And then, and then at some point it's like, well, why don't we just build it into the thing? And so it, instead of a trunk, like a chest trunk, it became just the trunk of the car. So it makes sense. Why they call it a boot, I don't know. I can't even think of a possible reason why. Anyway. Decameters, decimeters. Ah, there we go. That was it. See, you got to get the guy who works on cars and has to use this stuff for daily living. That's how you go to. You see, this is why I thought it might be good to split gameplay in this, because I there's no way I could be. I'm still behind, and I'm not even playing the gosh darn game right now. So, past me took the hit so that present me could try to keep up and still have the game going on. It's insane, actually. Come visit other countries and let us teach you. Nanograms. Is that a thing? Really? Nanograms? I know, I guess, nanometers, nanograms. That seems very tiny. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting there. I thought I was. I wish you guys could see the chat thing, because it shows this much room that I have to scroll down. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting there. I'm almost there. I'm almost caught up. And then as soon as I actually scroll down, it's like, nope, it's 75 pages and you're not even close. Epic pilgrimage and I am down. Nice, there we go. Schedule it. I would, oh man, that sounds like a lot of fun. My bad, I forgot micrometer and nanometer. Yeah, me too. I just forgot it. Steam is stream. Thanks for the offer anyway. Can't believe no one learned Australians or British how to drive. These poor Elden Ring monsters longing for the... you gotta believe it. I mean, they're just so freaking ugly. I mean, their self-esteem has to just be completely down the toilet. Like, it's like, I live in pretty much a literal hellhole, like hellscape. Everything sucks, and I'm still the ugliest freaking thing. I mean, now granted, if they ever got together, they'd be like, they could do an hierarchy and be like, no, you're truly the ugliest. But as soon as they kill off that monster, or that monster dies, then the next ugliest becomes the ugliest. And I mean, the Elden Ring man, gal, whoever the Elden Ring person is doing the Lord's work, taking out the ugly bastardized one. I mean, look at these guys are pretty ugly too, but they're ugly in a way that makes sense. They're symmetrical. They've got 2 arms, 2 legs, and a tail between, and a head with horns. Like, they're ugly and they're hideous, but they make sense. The Elden Ring monsters, they just don't make no sense. They really just look like a haphazard, kind of like model bashing. You know, that's how they created the models for like Star Wars and probably Star Trek and stuff back before I think they still do it now. Like, if you're making a practical, you buy a bunch of model sets, like cars, airplanes, and that kind of stuff, and you mash them together to get, it's kind of like an advanced form of Legos with a bunch of glue. And that's how you get the actual design, and then you can recreate it, mass produce it later. Well, not mass produce, but you can recreate it, using other methods later on. And so that's what the Elden Ring looks like. It looks like it's just kind of a mashup. There's like, let's just get a bunch of creature model kits and just stick them together blindfolded, and there's most of your bosses for Elden Rings. I seen a funny one. I charge $100 per hour, 150 hours if you watch me work, 250 if you tell me how to do it, 400 hours if you worked on it before I got here. Wait, what's? I charge $100 an hour, 150 an hour if you watch me work, 250 an hour if you tell me how to do it, and $400 an hour if you worked on it before I got here. Oh, okay, I get. Sorry, it took me a second. Yeah. Trying to. That is a good one. Yep. That's true. You typically, when people try to fix it themselves, kind of to our point, Lagmeister, if you don't have a knack for that kind of stuff, trying to fix it yourself, i.e. what I do a lot of the times, ends up in a disaster where it's like, they're like, okay, this could have been a $2 repair, but since you decided you were going to super glue this piece to this piece, thinking you were solving, like I was going to do, one of the keys popped off of of a current laptop that I have. Like the actual key thing popped off, and it's somehow, for some reason, this particular key decided the little clasps holding it on, they broke. These little tiny little clasps. The thing is pretty much level with the surface of the laptop, so I don't know how it happened, but they popped off. And I tried buying. I bought new keys because they were cheap. And I was like, whatever. But the key wasn't the problem. It's the actual plastic piece that is built into and under the keyboard itself that is where the piece is missing. So I would have to take it apart, pry that piece out, put another piece in there, and all of it being very delicate work where you can snap any part of it at any given moment. So I was like, maybe if I just super glue the key onto the top. And because I can't really use it, and it's the E key. You don't realize how often you use an E key until you have to type, where every time you type with it, it sticks to the bottom of your finger and you pull it off the keyboard and you have to put it back on. It's a mess, folks. However bad you think your life is, however trying and challenging you think it is, trust me, you don't have to mess with a dysfunctional E key. I am deserving of all sympathy and compassion, for I am trying to type on a keyboard with a dysfunctional E key. But anyway, I thought about just super gluing the E key just to the little button thing. But I'm like, I have a feeling that if I do that, for whatever reason, if I take it in to get fixed at some point, they're going to be like, we have to like, I don't know how this would happen because they're individual keys, but like, we have to replace the entire top half of your computer because you super glued the key to it. But anyway, let's see. Trans Am and Camaro are basically the same car with minor differences. Right, yeah, okay, that was my... There you go, gull wing doors, that's what they're called. Yes. More cars need gull wings. They're not practical in any stretch of the imagination, but dang it, they're freaking awesome, and they just make you feel glamorous. Eliza, okay. Oh, man, 25 minutes ago. All right, Eliza, I'm sorry. I did not keep up. Once again, I didn't keep up with anybody. Well, I'm getting there, folks. I'm trying to... It's the stupid tangents. It's a self-control problem is what it is. Or a discipline problem. I just need to stick to what is being said, not answer everything, and move systematically and not go off on tangents that have nothing to do with what people are saying, because then I don't get to see anything. Or I don't get to actually discuss anything in live with you guys. I end up responding to things that you say 3 hours ago. But we all know this. It was really, I honestly thought I was going to probably call it after about an hour, and look, this is not a pressure thing or whatever, but it's like the first time that I think we got like 5 minutes in the stream and I was just by myself, at least as far as I could tell, just kind of talking to myself, which is fine. I mean, like, I don't expect, but it had been like you at least have 2 or 3 people when you're on, so I didn't see anybody. I was like, maybe folks found some better things to do on a Friday, it can happen. So like, yeah, maybe I'll just have this going and talk for a few minutes and then, call it. But then, so I got in my mind, I was like, all right, it's just going to be a slower chat day. And now, 2 hours in, I'm going, oh, or no, it's 2 hours. Yeah, it's 2 hours in. 2 hours in, I'm going, oh no, it's actually a very fast chat day. So have I played No Man's Sky? I have not, Ugnip. I think I've heard of it. I don't think I've played it though. No Man's Sky. Let me see. Because there are a couple games that I've played. No, I have not played that. It looks interesting. A game about exploration and survival in an infinite procedurally generated galaxy. Interesting. 3.5 hours in length. Oh, 31.5. There we go. Okay, I was like, whoa. If you're a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you're likely to spend around 151 hours to obtain 100% completion. Nice. Have you played it, Ugnip? Or have you just heard of it? But I have not. Like I said, I'd heard of it, but I didn't hear. I'm looking now. I'm seeing some stuff. It's so hard these days though to get like a. Like there are so many polarizing or polar reviews. And like, there's just some places I just don't go for reviews anymore because it's like, look, you may write amazing reviews, but if I go to you for a review and you highly recommend something that I just am like, what the heck is this? I'm going to do that 2 or 3 times before I just decide, you know what? Maybe you have great tastes, but for me personally, our tastes differ too much for your reviews to mean anything. And usually it's with those reviews, the other side is true as well. If they're down on a game, I'll play it and be like, this is a lot of fun. I don't know why they're down on it. So there are some sources that I've just written off because we just don't have enough in common in terms of what we're looking for in games or what we think is interesting. But it can be kind of hard too if you just to peruse. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, like, look, okay, so Steam gives it. Oh no, wait, okay, that's not bad. So Steam gives it a 9 out of 10. PlayStation is a 3.9 out of 5, so effectively a 4 out of 5. And GOG gives it almost a 3.5 out of 5. So I thought that was a 3.5 out of 10. I was like, okay, yeah, that doesn't work. But so overall, it looks like on at least 3 different review sites, none of which I inherently go to, could be a good game. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Open world exploration, but that looks like it could be another World of Warcraft thing where it sucks you in. Yes, I finally got it painted. I'm so happy with it. Nice. It's an old Ram 3500 diesel. Yep. Okay. Yep. I also have an old Grand Cherokee, both fully loaded. Nice. Good deal, Agmeister. Good deal. Are you going to do a video on the Ram? Maybe show the paint job or something like that, or show a repair on it or something? Are you ever going to feature the Ram to show us the magnificence? Yeah, like my show. That's the problem, man. It's like the whole joy of a motorcycle for me anyway are the turns. Is you want the riding experience, and it's and that's why I like when people like they get the 3-wheeled. Look, I don't think it's like, oh, you're not a man or anything. It's just like you're missing out on like 90% of what the motorcycle gives you. I mean, if you want the full I'm exposed to the elements thing, I guess we'll call it a tri-bike, or I'll just call it a tricycle because technically it's 3 wheels and it's a motorcycle. The tricycle, it does give you full exposure to the elements, but if you're at GAT like me, which is all gear all the time, you're still not really that exposed because road rash is a really ugly thing and it doesn't take much. At least on a motorcycle, it doesn't necessarily take much to low end and just rip your whole, rip the skin off your body. So like even on the motorcycle, I'm not exposed to everything. I've got a full helmet and everything. But like the whole thing is, it's a different driving experience. If you're on a tricycle, it's like, okay, you're in a car with less comfort, and the turning is very much like a car, but you're using handlebars instead of a steering wheel. So I'm not down on it. Everybody, the experiences, you choose your experience that you want. I just, like, to me, it just is like a really ugly middle ground. It's like you don't have the comfort of a car, but you also don't have the nimbleness or the maneuverability of a motorcycle. Like, so much of it is leaning into those turns. And I mean, if it's a manual at least, which I'm guessing tricycles are still mostly manual, just like motorcycles are, then at least you have that connection with it's responding to your beck and call. It's like, you want to shift down, you can do all the cool stuff. I don't know. Anyway, bro, those were more what I suspected you would. Those were more what I expected you would have, right? In Norway, there is none too few of those cars at all. Oh, no doubt. I mean, like, now, granted, I'm only basing this on what I've seen in the Bourne series, Bourne Identity, Bourne Legacy, and everything. All the cars over there look like some variation of a Mini. The Fiats or whatever. It's like they all look like very tiny, like, I don't know, like, obviously not glorified go-karts, because, I mean, that would be the smart cars, which were just like lawnmowers with a cab on it. yeah, it all looks like a lot of small. Even the trucks over there look kind of small. Like the pickup trucks and everything, it's like a tiny car with a little bit of a bed on it. Which, I mean, that's what a truck is. But anyway. Well, at least no one driving around normally. Right, yeah, there you go. But yeah, I mean, what was it? Top Gear? Top Gear's well, not in Norway, but I guess in like the UK. You know, they got some styling cars there anyway, but
I can't carry anymore.
a lot of the Dodges are illegal. No kidding, illegal. Goodness gracious. My truck is an easy pull. My truck can easily pull a trailer and I can throw 3 tons on the bed. I rarely pull trailers with it. Most of the time I start with it. And every time I start it, we lose 1 natural rainforest. Camaros are illegal? And that's why they're illegal, yep. I own a 50cc scooter. Bet you didn't see that coming. Actually, if chat wills it, I would prefer you switch to Skyrim. Well, Macro, I can do that next week. Because as I said, but I would have to play in advance. Because otherwise, either I'm playing and I'm not really paying much attention to chat. At least the way I do it now. If you guys, and you guys can let me know, would you prefer me to continue doing chat this way, where it's like I'm addressing as many comments as possible, and maybe I don't need to do as many tangents, but it's a little more interactive with that? Because I've seen other people, typically what streamers do, they play the game, they focus on that, they'll look over at chat, they'll scroll a little bit, they'll see somebody say something, and they'll address it while they continue playing. But they don't go through each one individually. And typically because chat is scrolling up pretty quick if you have a lot more people. So if y'all can let me know, would you rather this be more of a gaming with chat stream, like a normal stream, where it's going to be a little less interaction, it's going to be more selective, just randomly like, okay, I'm going to respond to this, but there's more gameplay and it's live gameplay, so you can all be saying, hey, try this or do this or whatever? Or would you rather something like this where there's gameplay there, but I can be engaged with chat more? But so Macro, I can do that. There you go. Macro knows it. Oh my gosh, Ugnip, you have infiltrated Macro's brain. Macro remembers Humble Bumble. Oh my gosh. I'm both excited and saddened by this. The fact that you remember what it is. I mean, granted, he says it enough, I should remember it, but that's funny. That is funny. But yeah, so for this stream, this is kind of locked in, just because if I were to start playing Skyrim now, it would be a different dynamic, unless y'all want to do that, and I will try to catch up so I can. A lot of us are losers that sleep until 4 p.m. Hey, Underhill, what's going on? Good to see you. Well, you know, that typically means that you're up until a good bit at night. So you know, it's just a different functioning window. That's all. But welcome, sir. Good to see you. I did not do it today. No, I know. I was waiting for that follow up, Ugnip, and it just never happened. Lada? Of course we do. It's time to fire up your computer, open a chat with your friends, and set off on some amazing Oh, geez. All right, let me just do it as a salesman. It's time to fire up your computer, open a chat with your friends, and set off on some amazing CRPG adventures. Our latest bundle offers amazing titles that will spark your love for RPGs with their throwback-inspired gameplay elements and experiences. Humble Bundle link below. Join us. It's awesome and humble and bundled. Now check out this Humble Bundle. Can't believe our host forgot the name. You know, there's a lot going on in his brain. It's very complicated upstairs here, and unfortunately, Humble Bundle. Like I always think of a bumblebee when I hear that, so that's why I was thinking beehive. So you can understand how I was both aided and thwarted by the way I related to it. Because usually you're supposed to think of shortcuts to help you remember something, so I kind of did. So I'm like, Humble Bundle sounds like Humble Bumble, a Humble Bumblebee. So Bumblebee. But then, if I forget what the association was, all I'm thinking is Bumblebee. It's not Bumblebee, though. What Bumblebee? That's a beehive? Nectar? What the heck? So yeah, I shot myself in the foot with that one. Ugnip, I don't know if I told you, in America, we drink a liter of corn syrup when we wake up, we fire our pew-pews in the air, and then jump on our own pickup trucks and do donuts. While eating donuts, Lagmeister, that's the true American way. We eat donuts while we're doing donuts, and nobody gonna tell us that ain't the right thing to do. Oh, wow. There we go. 2 Chrysler products, go figure. Usually in the air, but if someone steps on our lawn, we shoot them in the air and hopefully they come down where we want them to. That's the only thing I do wonder about that. You know, it's like, you see people shoot, especially if you're shooting it like not at a severe angle, like it doesn't evaporate. The bullet doesn't just disappear. Like what happens to the bullet? Because it's going to go way up high. Now, maybe not high enough for, I don't know, terminal velocity or whatever it's called, where it can actually gain enough speed to come back down and hurt you, but like it goes somewhere. That's always the thing that mystifies me. It's like, if you shoot it off in the air, unless you're like out in the forest, even if you're in the forest, I mean, it's still going to come down somewhere, but like how far and high does a bullet go before it finally comes back down? Like you just have this, you walk outside and like, oh, there's a bullet lodged in my sidewalk. But I mean, that can't be it, because I don't know. I guess people don't do it as much as you think they do, but how many guns do you have in your pocket when entering the grocery store? I mean, standard issue is at least 2. You got to have a small one on your hip. Usually you got either a shotgun or some heavier ordnance slung over your shoulder, and then you use one hand for the cart and load. But you got always, your head's on a swivel. You're always looking to, you got to whip that thing out. And everyone is wrong. It's alum inum. Alum inum? Aluminum? Alum inum. Alum inum. Well, that's still 4 syllables, so it doesn't really, it's not a conservation of syllables, but alum inum. I mean, really, it comes down to, as long as if I know what you're trying to say, I'm not going to nitpick it. But I mean, like Jaguar, like the Atari Jaguar, like Jaguar is how I've always heard it pronounced. However, our friends in the UK call it a Jaguar, which, I mean, it works spelling wise. But if I'm not mistaken, they also, like, if you're talking about the brand, the car brand, I will respectfully call it a Jaguar because it's a British company. I don't know if it still is or not, but at least it was for a while. So, and it's a British company, and they even though it's like McDonald's. To me, it's like it transcends the language barrier. So you could call it a Jaguar, but because it's a British company, I would call it a Jaguar. But but like the animal, call it a Jaguar, because Jaguar to me sounds a lot better. Cool. It sounds cooler than Jaguar. I'm just gonna say that. But
I am overburdened.
That's right, Lagmeister. We are our own country, dag the nabbit. Yep, middle of a desert. Been to Las Vegas twice. Don't sleep on sidewalks in Nevada. Have you ever eaten so much that you feel like lying down for a minute? Don't think about doing that in Reno, Nevada. Just might land you in jail. According to the law, you can't sit. Really? I'm so sick of Vegas. Just stay away from the north side of the city. If you only went to the areas on the Strip, you haven't seen how bad it really is. Don't get me wrong. There are nice areas.
Good morning.
Blanket, chair, stool, or any object placed on a public sidewalk in the downtown Reno regional area. Is that a real law? Ugh, Reno, bleh. We don't like homeless people. Love Diablo 2. Hey, Carlos, good to see you, my friend. Takes me back to high school. What's up, guys? What is going on, man? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, I didn't get... Lagmeister let me know that... well, first of all, how's the job going? Let's see. I'm 18 minutes behind. So hopefully you're still here, Carlos. But how is the new job? Sounds like you've got a new schedule in place, and Wednesday is pretty much the sweet spot for you, or maybe the only days you can play. I'd seen you and Lagmeister had partnered up with some stuff, but I was letting him mention to him, maybe we can try to do another collaborative thing, like maybe when you guys finish the game that you're on now or whatever. If you want to, if there's a lot more 2-player games than 3, so if you want to keep going with that, that's fine. But this week I had, and I still have, my goodness gracious, so love it. I got a new client. She's fantastic, a lot of fun to work with. I'm enjoying the process, but it's a learning process. It's the first time she's doing it, and so there's just a lot of ups and downs, fluctuations. So I like right now the days, especially evenings, are just completely up in the air in terms of availability. I have carved this day out. I've told everybody pretty much, hey, from 3 o'clock Central Time to 7 or so, not available. After that, if need be, sure. Before that, absolutely. But in that window, not available. But I try not to do that too much with, business type stuff, because I don't want to limit the efficacy. Anyway, but yeah, Wednesday was a late night. Tuesday, Wednesday, we're late. Thursday seemed like we were done, and then I got a notice today saying Monday evening we need a video need to do a video call because apparently maybe the whole thing needs to change. So it's fine. I'm getting paid for the work either way, but like once we get it locked down, then I have a little more normalcy. I know if the video is this long, this is how long the edits are going to take, how much, time I can expect to have to put in for this, and, just kind of get to work on it and say, okay, I can knock it out in a day or 2 days or whatever. Right now it's just up in the air. So anyway, I couldn't do it this week, but just curious how things are going for you. They basically criminalize homelessness in much of the nation. I won't return to Las Vegas. Been there enough. Really, Ugnip? How many times have you been to Vegas? I would not have, for whatever reason, I would not have expected or thought that you came out to Vegas. I've been there, I think, twice myself. Atlantic City, I just read a book. I did a little more in Vegas the first time, but I mostly I like the atmosphere on, like, one side of the strip is nice, like it's opulent, the Bellagio and the MGM and all that kind of stuff. They got the fountains and it looks gorgeous and you feel like you're on top of the world. But then there's the other side, the kind of like 1980s, 70s nasty side, the Flamingo, where it's just, you feels dirty. Just walking inside, like, ew, I don't know why. I feel like an ashtray. But it's like, I don't gamble, so there's really not a lot for me to do there. It's like, it was nice to visit once. I think I went twice because we had a Super Bowl party out there, and it was like just hanging out with friends in the general area, and that was fun. But we rented a house off the strip, and then I think 2 or 3 times we went on the strip, and I went once because what am I going to do the rest of the time? So anyway. But yeah, man, Diablo 2. I actually played Diablo 2 and Warcraft 3. I graduated. I was out of college, so it was 2003. I want to say it was when I got the battle chests and I actually played these. 2002, 2003. So yeah, I was post college, so I got into it a little bit late. Probably don't appreciate it as much as you would if I got it when it first came out, but. Been there 100 times and hate it. Why do you keep going back? Law in Alabama. It's illegal to wear fake mustache in church that causes laughter. Look, I'm not gonna lie. So my friend, when he was on the police force, and he was like, there are some ridiculous laws that are still technically on the books that are not enforced, but just they're so old. Like, yeah, these old books. But like, there was one law. I can't remember what city it was for. It was like somewhere in Virginia, but it was like, you can, now we don't have full context for it, like what exactly they were allowing and disallowing with this, but it still sounds really messed up. It was like, a man can beat his wife on the steps of the Capitol building between the hours of 4 and 9, provided the switch or the stick used is less than the diameter of your finger, of like the index finger or something. So it's like hyper specific, but it's also like just picturing somebody just dragging. Well, so it's like, okay, was it people were rampantly beating their wives with their fists. And so they're like, okay, let's try to pare that back a little bit. We're going to relegate it to the steps of the courthouse. And then people were doing that all day. And they're like, okay, we need to make another rule. Okay, you can only do it between the times of 4 and 9. I think it was like 2 and 5 or something. So you can only do it during prime time hours, so it's not, it's, so you leave time to ease into the day and the night. And then it was while they're beating with baseball bats. So, okay, well, now it has to be something very small and relatively harmless. But like, you just wonder where the heck do these laws come from? But I mean, technically that was still on the book somewhere. So it's just funny. There's a lot of laws, and I would not be surprised to find there are a lot of laws that are technically still there. But yeah, I mean, guarantee you, if somebody did that, they're not going to be like, well, the law says, like, no, there have been laws since then. We just didn't have a chance to say, okay, all these laws from like 200 years ago are crap. But exactly, yeah, Lagmaster, there you go. Ridiculous laws that aren't enforced. Yep. I liked Venetian. It was nice. I used to renovate. Oh, no, of course you did, Lagmeister, of course. Renovating hotel rooms. The Venetian. I've never been in the Venetian, so I can't say, but I believe if you say it was nice. Well, you got to remember, too, like some of these, I mean, I'm not saying universally, but like there isn't really it's like no loitering. And I think that's worldwide. Like you can't, a lot of shops and stuff, they don't want you just hanging around in front. It's not necessarily you're up to no good, but typically it's like, don't you have anything better to be doing, a better place to be doing it? If you just want to hang out, you can go inside, you can hang out in the cafe, you can go to the biblioteca. Why are you just sitting around for a place of business? And especially then you get, it does create an environment and opportunities for, those up to no good. You don't want your customers to be harassed or anything like that. So you understand, like, there's no reason for you to be hanging out here. So it's kind of that same thing where it's like, okay, don't necessarily think it's the worst thing if somebody wants to just kind of lay down, but like in a park, but like to just be in a city on a sidewalk laying down. One, I mean, you are making yourself very available for all kinds of shady shenanigans and criminal activities and whatnot. But it's like, are you sick? Like, do you not have a place to go? Because it's like homeless shelter. What, like, just laying around is not. And we've seen. I mean, you look at California. Lots of places in California where, homeless have kind of set up camp. So I think there's some rules or some laws that seem ridiculous. Some that maybe are too stringent. But we don't also like. You never know. Like, a lot of times laws are a response to something. It's usually a law is a blanket response to something that maybe doesn't need a blanket response. Maybe it needs to be addressed in a certain situation or circumstance. But if you see a law like that, and if it's a recent one, it could be because they had a problem where people were, it was like you just had so many people laying. Because you can't really make exceptions. You can't be like, okay, look, there's only 2 people laying on the sidewalk. It's not that bad. We're fine. Because then the third person lays down, you go, okay, you got to get up. Well, what about those 2 guys? Well, it wasn't really crowded, but now it's crowded because you're laying there and people are having to walk around you and into the street, and that's not safe for them. So we need you to get up. It's like you can't, whereas in theory you could allow a certain amount or what have you if you're trying to avoid a traffic problem, sidewalk traffic. But if you had a time where there were just people splayed out all over the sidewalk, and it's like, okay, this is a public walkway. It's there so that people don't walk in the street. But if they're having to walk in the street, then we got a problem. Then you got to say, well, we just can't have people laying down because there's really no need for it. This isn't a place to lie down. It is a sidewalk or it's a street or whatever. So I don't know. But yeah, there are some ridiculous laws. There are some outdated laws. There are current laws that, yeah, there's quite a gambit. But there's some stuff. Played it multiple times.
I am overburdened.
NMS. Oh, No Man's Sky. Oh, really? So, because it sounds like it says like it's an expanding game, like it just kind of a procedurally generated galaxy. So, is it I guess because Diablo 2 is procedural, right? Well, I know it is actually. When you go through a playthrough, every time you reset, like right now, if I were to on this playthrough, if I were to, well, let's say I got to Nightmare. If I went back to normal and then I went back into Nightmare, the maps would reset. So my progress would be saved, but the locations of everything would be different. So is it like that, where it just, every time you play it, things are in a different place and characters are in a different place, so it's kind of like a new experience, but the same vibe is there, and it has a definitive beginning and ending? Because initially it just sounded like it would be open world, like World of Warcraft, where you just keep going and going, but it sounds like you don't need to reply to every comment. Okay, Underhelp, that's so I'm trying to do that, trying to skip around a little bit. But I can do that more. Here for the company, doing other stuff at the same time. There we go. Yep, that's what I don't mind either way. You don't need to respond to every comment. Oh,
Put that to good use.
Frostbite Digital. Hello, Frostbite. I've never heard that phrase about Diablos. That's pretty clever. I like that. And I like the fact that it was paired with howdy. Howdy, Diablos. Como está? No me gusta Diablos. No, me gusta Diablos. Just no me gusta Diablo. Diablo blows. Actually, he's not that bad. Aside from his lightning attack, he's really not all that rough. Duriel is my bane. He is every single playthrough, pretty much, Duriel has been the pain in the butt. Because it's such a small little arena. And I don't use tanks. Like a lot of people will use the mercenaries as tanks. And so Duriel will attack them, and they just keep feeding him potions while shooting him with ranged attacks. As you can see, I get dirty. I get in there, and I don't have her yet. Oh no, I do. Yeah, I've got my mercenary. I got Fiona there, Fiona the Archer. Love her. She's awesome, but she's not a tank. Like she's she plays from a distance, and so I'm the one that has to get in there and Duriel, and he's brutal. If you don't know Skyrim, you should play from the start. Wait. I think it's best to blend in every style of interaction. Also, if you don't have a save, just import a level 30 save from internet and play, better than playing from the start. Well, I do know Skyrim, but I find it very disorienting to jump into Skyrim cold. So the reason I've never beaten it is because every single time that I step back from playing it, I don't just go back in and start playing again. I typically have to start from the beginning because I'm like, I don't... Like there's a feel. You get used to your weapons. You get used to kind of what you have a process in mind. And for me, a lot of it is just like I do like there's a what do you call it? A mod where I think it's called New Life or New Start or something, where you can choose like what profession you want to be. Like I'm a thief or I'm a shipwrecked or something, and it will put you on some random point on the map with like the bare minimum stuff, and you've got to kind of build your way up there. It doesn't start the way the vanilla game does, and I like that because it makes the starting experience different every time, and it's typically a lot harder because you're like, you got a loincloth and a knife. No, you don't even have a knife. I remember I had a punch. They put me in freaking Solheim, I think it is. No, it's Solheim. What is that place called? Solheim, Solstein. Like where I think it's where Marak is, where you end up finding Marak or something. Anyway, it put me on the beach there with I was wearing a loincloth. That was it. And so I remember having to like punch a guy and run. Like I had to kite the guy, and like I died like 25 times. But eventually I was able to kill the guy, get his knife, and then I used the knife to kill and got a sword. And so you just kind of, you have to build up, and I like that. I like starting from nothing and building it up. And so when I come into the middle of the game, even if I'm the one who got me there, it still feels kind of weird. It's like I'm stepping back into an old life that I don't even remember all that well. Well, I got to get some work done. I'll be lurking. All right, Lagmeister. Excellent. Thanks for stopping by, man. And who knows what crazy shenanigans you'll be up to next. Jack of all trades. We'll just leave it at that, because you can say that. You don't have to say the master of none part. I put that part in particular because I'm not particularly amazing at anything. But Lagmeister sounds like you're limited only by imagination. Shoot something for me. Of course. Shooting in the air is criminal negligence at a minimum. I would imagine so, Frostbite. I would imagine so. But because it's... Yeah. So, I mean, I can't imagine it's done. Like I said, because you don't go around and you see like bullets just laying on the street or lodged somewhere. So if anybody does, I'm guessing they're doing it way the heck out in the middle of nowhere. But it still doesn't make much sense. And I mean, I got a was it a Marlin 336C, I think is what it's called. It's a lever action rifle, and I took it to the range, and the first thing I realized is you got to be a freaking millionaire to to shoot your gun. Now to be fair, it was shortly after COVID, and there was like a shortage, I guess, or something. So you couldn't actually buy the bullets from like I got lucky and found 2 boxes at Walmart, but you had to buy them secondhand, and it was like $3 a bullet, man. I was like, good gravy. So yeah, I went and shot for like an hour and blew through like $200. Like, I don't know how people do this. Like, I know 9mm is cheaper, but it's still every bullet costs, and it's not like 10 cents. You know, you're shooting a dollar bill every time you pull the trigger, 50 cents or something. It can get very expensive. So the last thing I'm going to do is just shoot it up in the air for no reason. That's just shooting money away. Both those words are using OO for you the wrong way, or you for OO. Talk about aluminum or aluminium. I mean, the English language makes no sense, Underhill. There's no ifs, ands about it. There are so many exceptions to the rules that they might not even like. Calling them rules is a gross misunderstanding of it. It's like you just have to learn each individual thing. So I don't know. It's like a crapshoot on how do you pronounce a lot of stuff. I will gift you chained together. Wait. I will gift you chained together. Oh yeah. Oh right. That's what you were playing with Carlos, right? You guys were playing that? I am curious. I'll tell you what, Lagmeister, let me take a look at your stream, your guys' stream, and just see if it looks like something I'd want to play, and I'll let you know. I mean, I appreciate that. You don't got to do that for me, man. But I appreciate the thought. But yeah, I definitely want to at least check it out and see what it's what it's all about. I watched a couple of Aussies crush that game yesterday. Oh, no kidding! Was it all in one shot, Underhill? You guys, were you able to knock it out in one gaming session? Is it kind of is it one of those like it shines brilliantly but briefly? I was in Las Vegas on pizza business. Wait, really? So was work both related? I was there. Wait, really? Pizza business? Ugnip, what is that a euphemism for something? Pizza business? Like is that a phrase that I just don't know what the, let me see. What does pizza business mean? I mean, if this is mafia stuff, I guess. That might be. Pizza business refers to any commercial venture that involves the creation, sale, and or delivery of pizzas. So it seems deceptively simple, but Ugnip, if I'm not mistaken, you have a really somebody who worked with pizzas for a living in some capacity thinks pineapple on pizza makes it. I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm guessing that they canned you. I'm guessing they got ready Ugnip, because as soon as they're like, this is our best guy, he knows all about pizzas, you're like, yeah, I can't wait to put pineapple on it. And they're like, he doesn't speak for the company or anybody really? Sorry, we're gonna have to let you go. And you got stranded in Vegas, and there's this whole comedy of you trying to get back to Norway. New job has been amazing. I am on a 5-2, 5-3. Okay. So my days is off move, but I will be off 3 days next week, Wednesday through Friday. Okay, cool deal. Okay, all right. So, so Friday probably not as ideal, but Wednesday or Thursday then. You can do it with 3 people. And if anyone wants to join, you can have 4. Oh, awesome. Okay. So man, maybe we go for that. Wednesday or Thursday, try chain together. It was fun last time. Besides you falling all the time, especially on that spinning beam. 4 would be cool. Okay, maybe we I'll try to reach out to wow, it's been a long time. For retro game's sake. Is it for retro's sake? For retro's sake. Maybe I'll reach out to him as well. See if we can get all 4 of us on there. Yeah, banishing the homeless to the wilderness isn't the answer either. We have 3 massive fires out here because of land squatters. Are you doing these streams weekly and not, for example, twice a week because of constraints, or because you want to? Because I would definitely love for more streams to come. I appreciate that, Macro. I really do. I right now, because everything. So, if like I feel like I'm on the precipice. Depending on how things move forward, I might have enough freelance to just not have to worry about a full-time job. Well, it's a put it this way: I might have enough freelance put together to be a full-time job. And if that's the case, I can dictate my own hours. I decide when I start, when I stop, and all that good stuff. So if I want to stream in the afternoon and then work in the morning and evenings, I can do that. Right now, though, that's not locked down. So it's still in flux. And what I don't want to do is start doing what I did before, where I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to stream these days and then have to go in and remove the streams from the lineup because something happened and things have changed. So I would like to get back to more frequent streaming, but right now I just did this because it was like, it seems like, people still want to hang out on Fridays. I mean, if everybody was like, yeah, I'd rather do something else, then I probably wouldn't do it. Like it's fun. It's fun for me. I enjoy doing it. But that was the primary impetus for doing it on Fridays again. And then I would enjoy getting back into gaming, and doing that more regularly. I don't want to do that because I tried to do that before, and then I got sick 1 week or week and a half or something. And it was miserable, and I had to cancel, possible streams and collaborations. And I was like, okay, I can do it next week. And then I got the new client or something. Like things just keep coming up that have me pulling back. And I try to make it so that I don't commit to something unless I know I can do it. And I just hit a stream or a string of like 3 times where I had to back out on, I mean, they weren't like commitments like, hey guys, we're going in, ironclad, we're all committing our time, but it was like, tentative gaming sessions or streams, and I had to cancel them or back out. I was like, I'd rather not schedule something unless I know for a fact that I can do it, and I'm just a little gun shy at the moment. So, and I'm just trying to get the balance right so I don't go in too heavy. And it's just like anything. I go 0 to 60. In some cases that's good. In a lot of cases it's not great because, like with running, if you haven't been running like me, I'm the kind of guy, I'll go out there, I'll jog, quarter of a mile one day, and then decide, okay, I want to lose weight faster, so I'm going to jog 2 miles. Well, typically I can't make that jump, but like I'll jog a mile. Anybody if you haven't been jogging in a long time, you do a quarter of a mile, you probably feel a little something. It's not really a big deal. It's not a big distance. You do a mile, you're going to feel it. You might end up giving yourself shin splints or something, at least at my age. And then you're not jogging for another month because you screwed your legs up. And that's kind of what I end up doing. I'm like, oh yeah, I totally want to do this. And I'll go in and I'll be like, let me do it 3 days a week. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, this is too much. So I'm trying to ease back into it. And right now, I had to cancel one of the Fridays. I think it was 2 weeks ago or something. So I'm just trying to make sure that I can actually commit to things before I go back in. So yeah, right now it's because of constraints, and part of it is the constraints of not having consistency. And that's part of it. Billions of planets, everything is randomized, including what is on every planet. There's a quest line though, so there is an end. I've never gotten. Oh wait, did you say you beat it though, Egnip? How can you beat it if you didn't get to the end of the quest line? Did you just say you played it a lot? Oh, maybe you said you played it a lot. Maybe that's what you said. Wow, billions of planets, everything is randomized. Like, honestly, yeah, I'm curious about that now, because that was something that, like, when you play, what was it? Didn't Star Wars do that? There was a Star Wars game, we're talking like 15 years ago, I think, that was kind of like, it was planet-based thing where you had multiple planets. I'm just wailing on Griswold here. Take that, Griswold. You don't get to say anything. You don't get to do anything. I'm freezing you. I'm bashing the crap out of you. You're going down, sir. Very slowly. You're cursed, which sucks. But you're also dead. Bam! Sit down, Griswold. Griswold's a great guy. He's got it. I don't know if he was voiced by the guy who does Scrooge McDuck, but he definitely has a thick Scottish accent in the first game. You got to do it now! Go over here! Yeah, it's a very fun character. But sadly, he's been turned into an evil zombie by, what's her face? Andariel, I think her name is. Yeah. Anyway, but I appreciate that, Macro. I'm glad to know there's at least to a degree, a demand for it or a want for it. So that is encouraging, and so I will shift that into, hey, let's try to make this a possibility kind of thing. You should be able to zoom on the Diablo 2 screen out some if you prefer. Yes, Underhill. Yeah, I wanted, once I saw how good the graphics looked, I was like, and like, it's a different feel than the original. So this is actually zoomed in. I zoom in at the start. So you see the opening and then we zoom in because I don't see, like I've seen people zoom in on occasion when they play through, but they typically keep it the big overhead, you know, where it's like probably twice. This is probably this is probably 2 or 3 times or 2.5 times the original size. And so for a melee character, it's not the end of the world, but it's a new way to experience the game because it had always been that very distant perspective. So my goal was to play an entire playthrough with this more zoomed in style. It makes it a little more challenging too, because the game is set up to be easy, you know, to be played where you can see everything that's kind of coming in. You can see creatures coming to you before they get there. Here it's like a surprise. You're just going, oh my gosh, here's a creature right in front of me now, and I got to work with it. Again, I think it works for melee build, but it would be very difficult with a spellcaster. But yeah, this is that zoomed in. Like you say there, I play a lot, then I take a long break and need to go back. Also, they have a huge free patches now for 7 years. You're talking for the No Man's Sky, Ugnip, or Skyrim? Solstheim, that's it. Hey, there you go, Macro. So, Macro, you're familiar with... Oh, crap. Hang on a second, folks. Sorry. This is... I'm not going to stop the stream, but this is... the clients that I have, it's... No? Okay, good. I just got it looked like I got 7 emails on an email address that I only use for work, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be rough. Hopefully it's not like a I need this right now thing, but it wasn't. We're all good. This game was a super disaster when it came, but 7 years of updates does something. For No Man's Sky? Yeah, most practice shooting is 9mm 22. Right, yeah. Which makes sense. I think my uncle had a 22 I shot once. I tried to go a little bit bigger just because like 22 I just remember didn't really have any kick. And it's not that I want kick, but most guns have it, so I'd rather get used to adjusting to it than just have this kind of like pew pew. But for practice shooting, I mean, now I've shifted over. I shoot composite bows. So, well, not bows. I have a composite bow, and I enjoy that. It seems a little more, I don't know, gamely or whatever. But it's you know, it can be more sustainable. You retrieve your arrows. That they cost $10 a piece, but you're typically not losing them or breaking them on any given day. So it's renewable, and it's the same target practice type thing that I do enjoy. 556 rounds are like 150 each, so I got an adapter that makes the AR shoot 22. Oh, nice. Well, that's another way to do it. Chain together is 4 or 5 hours. Okay, that's a good single stream game there, if you're crushing it. Didn't you know Las Vegas is running the world's largest pizza convention this year? I did not know that, Ugnip. Although I guess, well, wait, why is it not in? I know Italian pizza is different than American pizza, because America they just adapted as. I've made literally hundreds of thousands of off pizzas. I didn't know that to be. I didn't know either. Yeah. I would, it's like I said, I know they're different, but I would still assume it would be in Italy, not in freaking Las Vegas. But in theory, I suppose, you know, everybody has their big convention in Vegas. If nothing else, it's an excuse for people to go there. I think that's what it is. After working with the corporate thing, is like, yeah, like even the most stalwart and you know, noble-hearted corporatites, you know, try to, you know, they'll be like, you know, trying to go to classes or go to conventions that are in, you know, Miami or, you know, like they want to go nice places, which is weird because typically a lot of these things you don't have, like the few conferences that I was at least doing the video work for, you don't have time to do anything. Like you see the airport, you see the inside of a rental car, you see the inside of the hotel, but we usually stayed in the hotel where the convention was taking place. And you know, you're there from 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning till 5 or 6, and you're grabbing dinner in a local restaurant, and you're hitting the bed because you got to be up again the next day. So I don't know, but I guess maybe some conferences are more easy going. But I just got a curiosity. 2 questions for you, Frostbite. One, what were you, like you said, you made hundreds of thousands of pizzas. Is that for a business, or you just mean like just for your own deal? And 2, where do you fall on the spectrum? Well, it's not even a spectrum, really. The what is it? Pineapple on pizza or pineapple not on pizza? Where do you fall on? There's one right answer. It's not an opinion thing. It's a fact. I'm just curious if you line up factually, or if, like Ugnip, you live in some fantasy world where it makes sense to think a certain way. So we were there to look at beautiful girls giving away pizza slices and demonstrating new pizza ovens. Oh, okay. So was it more that the ovens then, or like what do you do at a pizza convention? Is it new pizza creating technology, or is it new pizza toppings or construction, or all the above? Knowing is half the battle. Haven't made a pizza that wasn't for my family since I left the industry, and I can think of dozens of places I'd rather go than Vegas.
I am overburdened.
Well, and that's good to hear. I've been trying to get back in shape. I started so slow. Hey, better that Underhill. I mean, it doesn't give you the results you want necessarily. I'm in the same boat. We talked about this. I mentioned earlier, I almost got shin splints just trying to walk the other day. I went out and threw the football with my brother-in-law, and I mean, I am feeling it bad. And that's how you know you're old, folks. The day that you do something where you should feel sore and you wake up the next morning and you're not sore, be warned. There's many on here who are my age or older, so you already know this truth. But it is a truth. The day that you get sore 2 days after, not for 2 days. I mean, you wake up the next morning and go, oh, yeah, I thought I'd be sore doing 75 burpees out of nowhere, but I feel pretty good. And you're like, wow, I'm even in better shape than I was when I was younger. That's crazy. And then the next morning, you can't get out of bed. You can't move. You're like, oh, what happened? What did I do? Did I sleep wrong? And then you think back, 48 hours ago, I did something that I don't normally do, that engaged muscles I don't think I know I had. And now, none of them work. That's when you know you're old. The metabolism going is your first bet. If some folks, unfortunately, don't have a great metabolism to start off with, it's not their fault. It's just the way it is. So you put on weight a little bit earlier, a little bit faster. But if you're a beanpole, the first sign that you are really approaching that age where you just are officially old is when your metabolism starts going part-time. Which for me, Denise was on here the other day saying you like 35 or so. And maybe it's an American thing, the American diet or whatever. I don't know. But it hit for me 27, 28 years old is when it became noticeable that my body was no longer doing what it had been doing for all this time. And yes, I didn't appreciate it as much as I probably should have. Maybe I complained about being really super skinny too much and didn't appreciate what I had until it was gone. But that was a first sign. And then after that was the waking up sore, but not the very next day. That if you wake up sore the next day, you're still young. You still got your whole life ahead of you. But if you wake up the next day and you're not sore, it's coming and it's going to hit you hard, and you are old. Well, that's great, Deckard Cain. Anybody notice he pretty much sounds exactly like the Bane from the new Batman? Batman. Regrettably, I could do nothing to prevent the disaster. Oh, gosh. Anyway. Still interesting to know. Haven't been to Vegas since my last Flair bartending competition in the 2010s. Dang, okay, so Frostbite is a bartending, pizza-making guy. Bartending competition in Vegas. That had to be a trip. How'd you do, by the way, Frostbite? Don't worry, I will see your answer within the next 20 minutes. That's kind of how it works on the channel at the moment anyway. International Pizza Expo. The International Pizza Expo 2026 is the world's largest pizza show that will be held from March. I don't know if you're copying and pasting, but this is the second one that sounds like an advertisement. International Pizza Expo. The International Pizza Expo 2026 is the world's largest pizza show that will be held from March 24th through 26th, 2026 at the Las Vegas Convention Center, USA. This will be the 40th year of it. Okay, that didn't sound right at all. Prepare for pineapple. Nope. I'm pretty sure it's been banned. It's been banned. Pineapple is... There's a tariffs on pineapple. Pineapples now cost 75,000% more. So darn the luck. Just no pineapple. Look, pineapple is fine, but people are going to be using it where it belongs. They're going to be forced to ration it. They'll be like, look, I've only got one pineapple. It's going to last me 3 weeks. I'm not going to waste it by putting it on a pizza that doesn't need it. I'm gonna chop it up and put it with, like, cottage cheese or any number of other places where pineapple is perfectly acceptable to go. That's where I'm gonna put it. I'm not gonna put it on a pizza that simply doesn't need it. Oh gosh. Ah! It's naked. Hang on a second. I did not think this through. I totally forgot that. Where are you? 1 second. Sorry. It didn't occur to me, hey, this is only 3 hours long, and I usually do like a 4-hour stream. So that was part 1, but part 2 is ready. And like I said, Macro, I can do Skyrim next. I'll have something queued up for next time. Although I do already have a bunch of Argyle, the average Argonian archer videos, but they weren't a big hit. So maybe people just hate Argonians. I don't know. Why is it taking this long? Oh, maybe it's longer than the other one. It doesn't matter. Like I said, we won't. Come on. Seriously, we're going from. Wow. It's a solid state drive. From the solid state drive onto the solid state drive, and it's 14. Wait, what did I copy over? How big was this? Sorry, I'm mystified now. Oh, it's 29 gigabytes. Okay, that's why. All right. Still, solid state drive, it should be moving faster than that, right? That's kind of weird. Yeah, hurry it up. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious me. Diablo 2 again. Yep. It's still not downloaded? What? Oh, yeah. How? Okay, there it goes. Sorry. Technical. This is embarrassing. All right. Now. A rare look behind the scenes at a dysfunctional. I don't care. I should have done 666, I guess, but there we go. Where did I go? Oh, wait. Where did I go? Oh my gosh, what the heck? Oh. Hey, here we go. Okay. No problem. I just lost, sorry. That's 5 minutes of your life you won't get back. I do apologize. The pineapple thing threw me off quite a bit. I have to work, so I'll see you guys later. If you're able to stream, shoot me a message on Discord. Will do, Carlos. Will do. Yeah, I should have a better idea Monday after I talk with the client and see what exactly we're going to need to do to know if I'm going to have an evening free. But I will. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll know. Yeah, so I'll reach out to you and Lagmeister by Tuesday noon. I'll just be like, hey, yeah, it looks pretty good for either day. We'll talk about it. We'll figure it out. Yes, Carlos, I thought I accepted it. I think I'm on your. Oh, right. So I'll just talk to you on your server. Gotcha. You winning it? Of course I'm winning, Io. Of course I'm winning. I'm always winning. I am a winner, after all. It's in my nature. Frostbite, my wife was a famous pastry chef. Oh, no kidding. when we met and I made the best pizza sauce she ever had. We came together for fantastic pizza and I had to stop serving the public. Hey! Dude, that's awesome, man. That's like, okay, so I don't know if you take offense to this or not, but like that's like almost just perfect K-drama, like romantic thing. Like they have several dramas that are like based around like food stuff where it's like he's an amazing chef and she's, I don't know, she's a lawyer or something, and somehow they come together because whatever. I mean, at least both of you were into food at that point. But that's awesome, man. That's kind of heartwarming. Like when people are brought together by profession. I don't know. I just like that's been kind of a I don't know about a long, but that would be like I'm not like I'm no longer at this point going, hey, romance. I'm just too old. I'm too old for that kind of thing. But if I had my druthers, as they say in the South, if I had my druthers, it would be meeting someone where we had a professional overlap, where we liked doing productive things together. Not just, see, a lot of people get together because they like to do reproductive things together, and sometimes that's about it. It's like, hey, I want to have kids with you. Okay, cool. Let's get married. And hey, no harm, no foul, but your chances of having enough in common, later on could be in question once the kids are out. But if you have a productive relationship, then it's one where it's like, okay, we have the same interests, and sometimes, if nothing else, we can appreciate each other's excellence. So that sounds awesome. Wife was a famous pastry chef when we met. I made the best pizza sauce she ever had. Came together for fantastic pizza, and I had to stop serving the public. And hey, that's what you got. I mean, that's what usually happens. I'm sorry we lost a great pizza and pizza maker, but I'm glad it brought you the love of your life. So that's awesome.
I can't carry anymore.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's an amazing story. But yes, Io, I'm winning. Stay, exactly, Underhill. Yes, stay a while and listen. Oh, Diablo. I sent you. Oh, yeah, Carlos. Yeah, I accepted the invite. So, yeah, I'll hit you up on the server. Pineapple is a topping put on pizza. Somehow you're saying I made thousands of pizzas for a business. Yes. That's like $50K a year over 5 years. So at least $250,000. My gosh. And here's the question. How many of those? Yes. Yes, Frostbite. Yes, I had to skip ahead. I had spoilers. Yes, Frostbite. You and me, sir, we are going to be very good friends. I knew it. I knew it as soon as you talked about, your how you met your wife. I just knew. I was like, this is another good egg. We had Eliza. Eliza, she's a good egg. Another good egg right here, folks. Take note here. And I had to skip ahead so that I could say this and not feel silly afterward, because it could cut both ways. This is a guy who made thousands of pizzas for a business, $50,000 a year over 5 years, so 250,000 pizzas. This is an expert, folks. This is someone who doesn't just sell the ovens and go to lofty conventions in Las Vegas. No, sir. No, this is someone who gets his hands dirty, is immersed in the pie-making business, the pizza pie-making business. His pizza sauce was so delicious that he won over a famous pastry chef. Just from the sauce alone. And he says, and I quote, because this is an expert opinion, this is expert advice, pineapple, Frostbite Digital, pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. Now he puts belong in quotation marks. So he's not hardcore per se. But he is admitting that its place is not on top of a pizza. However, if someone wants to pay me to ruin something, I can pretty much always be bought. I think he summed it up nicely. Everyone has a price, and there you go. Ruining a pizza. You've heard it here, folks. Maybe I'm going to screenshot this. Oh, my battery's dying. That's great. Keyboard battery. There we go. Print screen. If it's okay with you, Frostbite, I'm going to. I'm gonna, like, because right now I've got this that comes up. Actually, I don't know if I can do this. Yeah, here we go. Doggone it. My lack of preparation knows no bounds. There we go. Stop the pop, folks. Stop the pop. Tomato is a fruit. Pizza is a fruit-based dish. Meat is weird, not fruit. All I can say is there's a lot of things that don't make sense that look good on paper. What was it we were just talking about? I can't remember what it was. But there's a lot of things. Yeah, you'd go, look, hey, this makes sense. It looks good here. It therefore must be good here. But then when you actually see the execution, you go, oh gosh, no. What have we done? What have we conceived? And usually there's a way to turn away. Ovens, new pizza bags, how to transport them, keeping them warm, new recipes, wow. See, now that I would be interested in a convention. Obviously, I'm not a connoisseur per se. I mean, I'm an expert in that I know what belongs on a pizza and doesn't, and I have an expert witness here who has certainly mmade more pizzas than anybody here, I think, combined. Who can speak authoritatively on the topic. But I would be interested just to know, because you don't really know. Like, I was talking to somebody who's a train conductor or trained engineer, I guess. Somebody who rides. Wait a minute. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, sorry, folks. Hang on a second. I just realized. Oh, wait. No, you are hearing it. I'm not hearing it, which is unacceptable. I love Diablo music. But I was not. There we go. I'm glad you guys were hearing it. But yeah, I couldn't hear it. I was like, why is it so dead? I can't hear the nice music. Before I go, pineapple goes on pizza. Carlos, go to work, sir. Go to work. Work hard. And don't eat pineapple on your pizza. I may have to rethink this whole streaming together thing. I don't know. It could damage my reputation. But what was it? Engineer. It's like you don't realize how much you don't know about something or how much goes on in a career or in a certain area until you talk to somebody who does it for a living, and you're like, holy cow, I didn't realize there was that much involved. Now, obviously, I would imagine there's a lot involved in train, but then again, you're like, it's on the rails. Like, what do you got to do? And even you got airplanes that are on cruise control. If they can pretty much do everything but land, although they probably could do that as well. But like, how much do you actually have to do these days? So, but anyway, there's just so much involved, and it's the same thing here. Like, I would just be curious to see how much goes into it, because it's like an iceberg. You see, okay, here's the pizza. It's at the tip of the iceberg. And you're like, that's all I know. I get a warm pizza. But it's like, but what goes into that? What technology has been developed? Did Ugnip, was there? Because I'm pretty sure I'm getting pizzas that don't have the little baby table, the little white table with the 3 legs on it that was in the middle. I think that was to prevent the box from being crushed, I'm guessing. But I haven't seen those as much lately. I don't know if that was just considered to be a waste because they were able to make the boxes out of sturdier cardboard, or if it actually served another purpose or what. But I haven't seen many of those lately. I don't know if there was a new technology that came out, but it's that kind of thing. It's fascinating to know how much detail is, like, if you want to make a career. I mean, anything. Like, I remember I sold rugs for a while, and you get into all the different kinds of rugs, how they're put together, and I guess there's not a whole lot, but there's a lot more to rugs than I thought there was, to be honest. How many meals are sour that we mix with sweet stuff other than pineapple pizza? Well, to be fair, Macro, pineapples aren't necessarily sour. They're, what do you call that? Tart, I guess? Because they're sweet. They're sweet, but they got a little zestiness, a little zang to them, I guess. Oh, my sword takes 3 days. I can push and push for 3 days and then... Okay, it takes you 3 days. Wow. Well, hope to goodness, Underhill, I'm not in that boat, because I'm already feeling it from yesterday, and I didn't even do all that much. So, I mean, if it hits me tomorrow, I'm going to be in great deals of pain. Like, I'm not a Tylenol, ibuprofen guy. Like, I'm not against them. I just typically, it's like whatever it is, it'll go away, or it's not enough to really mess things up. But if it's stopping me from sleeping or it's making it very difficult, I'll, take a few ibuprofen. I didn't have to do that last night, but I might have to do it tonight. And I just hope it does not get worse tomorrow. Yikes. But that's the thing though. Like, yeah. So I pushed it yesterday, and I did do some push-ups as well. And I haven't done push-ups in forever. It's been like pretty much about a month before I stopped streaming. Everything just kind of was on the downside. Everything was kind of crapping out. My eating was getting ridiculous. My exercise was going down. I was just not in a good place leading up to the end of that phase of streaming. which it shouldn't have. It should have been the easiest thing in the world, but it went that way. And so I went from doing a few sets of 30 to nothing. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to do 10. So I did like 2 sets of 10 yesterday. And now I'm going, oh my gosh. Between that and throwing a 5-ounce football. 5 ounce? Is that a lot? I don't know. A football. Let's see. But yeah, but Macro, I can appreciate your point there. Like, aside from what are they called? Sour Patch Kids? Sour Patch Kids are a great mixture of sweet and sour. But that's not always the winning formula. I've been rotating workouts, so I don't know to do anything. Good for you, man. Good for you. And that's the problem. So you're already way further along than I am, because I don't even have workouts to rotate. I have walking and push-ups right now. That's all I've got. And I can't even do those properly. So I am starting off at a much deeper deficit. Or maybe not starting off, but I am still further in on my deficit than you are, my friend. So kudos. If you're in the process of rotating, you're in good shape. Literally. Sunday. What's happening Sunday? Did I miss it? Oh, well, here we go. There you go, Ugnip. Yeah. See, Ugnip is a convert now. He sees the light. If you pay me, I have zero qualms with your topping opinions. Have a cheeseless cauliflower pizza for all I care. Now, Frostbite, let's not go off the deep end here. I understand, there are some things that just defy logic and reason, but we shouldn't abandon all sense and decency just because some folks, want to watch the world burn with pineapple on top of their pizzas. Doesn't mean we got to go for cheeseless cauliflower abominations. Behold the endless expanse of the void. Are we talking? Oh, you're talking about the. Are you talking about the game, IO? Are you actually talking about the game? It's like when we did with Legends. Like I'd be reminded. Oh crap! Somebody's actually playing the game. That's why this doesn't feel bad. This feels like a victimless crime. Like nobody's gameplay is being ignored here, as I just focus on the discussion. But if you want to see some dynamite Diablo 2 play, this is where you go for it. Dynamite being a relative term. If you play the game at all, you're probably going, the heck. I don't like that particular angle because it looks like I'm wearing shorts. Because he's kind of got like the kilt thing going on. But that one particular angle, it looked like he's just wearing shorts, and it took me out of it. I was like, why is he wearing jersey shorts with old school armor? I don't understand. But yeah, Frostbite, I'm the same way. There are some games and movies that have come out, and people will be like, you couldn't pay me enough to watch these, and I'm like, let's be honest. I was like, I kind of agree, but honestly, if I got paid $10,000 an hour to play this game, I would do it. Otherwise, I'm not going to touch it. And I try to be realistic about it. Now, it's hard because if you're to say $5,000 to play a video game, honestly, really, if somebody were to say, hey, right now I've got $5,000, I will sell it to you if you play this game that you don't want to play for an hour. Am I going to say no to that? Probably not. $2,500? I mean, that's rent. I mean, that's pretty much a month's worth of bills for an hour. I'd do $2,500. You get under $1,000 though. Nah. So I didn't say I would only do it for $10,000, but it was more like that would be my druthers. Like I'm not going to ask you for $100,000 to play an hour of a video game. But if it's one of these games that I'm just like, oh my gosh, looks like an abomination. I'm just not gonna. My time is and my well-being are worth too much. So I understand that, Frostbite. Everybody has a price, but there's got to be a price. I'm not going to do it for free. So yes, I will butcher a pizza, as you say, but play Skyrim on stream, but switch from gamer mode to average streamer mode to read every chat mode. That way everyone is satisfied. Wait. Play Skyrim on stream, okay, but switch from gamer mode to average streamer mode to read every chat mode. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is there? Yeah, because I've seen people do that where like the chat will come up on screen. Is that just a Twitch thing though, or is that I'll have to look into that because I've seen that. I thought I saw it on YouTube streams as well, where the chat it'll pop up on the screen, so I can read it as I'm playing. That's okay. I'll look into that. I'll look into that. It's read every. I don't know. It's called read every chat mode. It might be. But average streamer mode. Or no, wait. I think I get what you're saying, but okay. So play it live, but mix it with intermingling of chat. I think I'm getting what you're saying. We had a lady that used to call into Domino's and get 3 pizza deals, and the third pizza she wanted nothing on it at all. I guess they just use it for breadsticks. Oh yeah, and maybe that's where, because I mean, you look at breadsticks now, and I do apologize for this. I did do a little bit of farming, so we run the Countess I think 3 or 4 times. And I said, no, that's not something I should be doing for actual gameplay. I need to do that off screen. So you will see a few Countess runs after this. I mean, if you're paying attention to the game, you will see a few of those runs, but then it will shift. Oh, I didn't convert this one. That's why. I was like, why was this thing 29 gigabytes? It's only. I can't even see the time code on it. It's only a few hours, so it should only be like 7 or 8 gigs, but I didn't remux it, as it were. But yeah, I feel like that's how we got breadsticks now. I mean, I know breadsticks have existed before, but like literally a lot of these places, when they offer you breadsticks or some variation, it's literally just the pizza that they cut into squares. So, it's like you could see them just going, oh, hey, you know what? Maybe like they realized there were enough people that liked it that way. God, at least ask for olive oil and salt and pepper Italian dressing, right? I mean, that is bare minimum. Maybe they're feeding the birds. Yeah, there you go. Maybe they're feeding the animals. Animals don't mind. It's okay. I'm just making stat blocks again. There we go. Hey, I'm happy to enable your creativity. Or not enable, but partner with your creativity, IO. It's good to know when I see those maps or those stat blocks or something that they were made by watching or while watching streams of this high quality and caliber. Actually, I got to imagine a Diablo 2 would be a pretty good, between the music and the just overall feel, it's pretty good for fantasy stuff. Which is the aggressive version of what I'd say to people like, okay, no problem. Would you like me to do X? My now ex-wife and I met as she was my accountant. Does that count? Well, kind of, yeah. Well, so, one, so it's not a classic thing necessarily. The only way it would work in the context of like a K-drama or kind of like what Frostbite was doing is if like it was a business thing, like you were an accountant for your company and your boss is like, we need more people or something, or you dropped the ball last time. Like maybe you, like typically you lead into a series where you just screwed it up. You've been an accountant, you're friends with the CEO, or you're good terms with the CEO, so he's not going to fire you, but you screwed the pooch, and now you're going to have to. He's like, now we're going to have to bring in somebody else to actually help you out, since clearly you can't do it by yourself, or something like that. So that you'd be set up as kind of an adversary to her initially. Like, so you'd be kind of mad professionally that, she's kind of watching over your shoulder, and she would be like, I got something to prove or whatever. She would have some motivation that make her abrasive. You'd have your motivation makes you abrasive, and you come together, and you'd have to work together because you're both trying to work to the same goal, you see, because it's a professional thing. And you would make a lot of accounting puns, like, I'm accounting on it or something, and she'd laugh, but begrudgingly, because she hates you for your humor because it's so darn funny, and it breaks down all our defenses. And then, it slowly works in, and it goes from there. So that's how I would want to go. If it's just your accountant, I mean, that's still pretty impressive to sit down with an accountant and for love to blossom. I mean, that's like a flower blossoming in the desert. To have love blossom during an accounting thing where arguably one of the least sexy things in the world. There's money involved already, which is no bueno. It's not really good to have money on the table when you're just starting out in a relationship. And more than likely, if she was your accountant, it meant she was probably telling you stuff you didn't necessarily want to hear. I mean, isn't that accountants usually, they're there to kind of keep you in check and be like, hey, you're out of money? I don't think many accountants are like, hey, spend more. Although I guess maybe there's some for tax breaks or whatever. Anyway, so it counts, but between all the hiccups that would be there because it's an accountant and the fact that unfortunately she is your ex, if you didn't mention that part, I might be able to work it in to and call it, and say yes. But when it's kind of a tragic end like that, you're going, well, maybe relationships born between accountants and their clients just aren't meant to be. Same thing it could probably be said about a lawyer. I don't know if anybody here has met their spouse, in a courtroom or because they got a lawyer. But I mean, then you got the whole tricky thing where it's like, well, it's the professional. So that's why I have a lot of respect for it, because that's a hard thing to juggle. I mean, well, it can be. I actually, I used to work for a company called Ball, which, if anybody remembers, Ball jars, they're the glass jars. They have Ball written on them in these like kind of cursive letters. They've been around forever. Mason jars is what they're commonly known as, but we call them Ball jars because it was a thing. Now you can find it. Let's see, do they have it on here? Yes, actually on here. In fact, okay, you can't see it, but right there is the Ball logo. So they used to just make glass jars. Then they expanded to plastics and cans, as you can see there, Coke and all these other ones. A lot of times you'll find the Ball logo on there. I worked at their home base, the corporate office. Then they had their research and development where they develop, like, they have those textured cans where you can feel them and they got like this 3D thing. The cans that, like the Coors cans, the ones that when they got cold, they changed color. I mean, they're gimmicky, but like that's where they developed a lot of these things. Anyway, I worked for the company, and the president, the head of the company, had a daughter. And I didn't realize this for a while. Now I was working security there. So I was working the front desk at POC. What was it called? I think it was a processing. Anyway, it was down the road from corporate. And we just switched positions. Sometimes you'd be in corporate. Sometimes you'd be working at POC and you'd have to do tours of the... Anyway, it's whatever. Bottom line was, his daughter worked at this other location. And so as a security guard, I was there at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'd greet people as they came in and say goodbye as they left. And she caught my eye. And I just kept it to, have a good evening and very basic stuff like that. But I was like, like I would work in and be like, hey, so, got any big plans going or something like that? Or make a comment about the weather. Just small things, unobtrusive things just to kind of, get to know her a little bit, just as, in passing, because she's literally walking by. Like, she never, came up to the desk and stopped by, but it would just be kind of in passing, how you doing? And sometimes, people that I do that with, they would stop and talk, and we'd kind of have a, conversation for a little while, but she never did stop, so I was like, didn't really seem like there was anything there, but I was like, you know what? I just out of curiosity, I'd like to ask her out, but it's in a professional environment. You go, okay, well, can be a lot of risks there, and, are they going to see it a certain way or take it a certain way, or, what do you do? So actually, as it turned out, we had a volleyball league, a little outdoor volleyball court on the actual complex, and it was a nice one too. It wasn't one with a stupid net sagging down and grass growing up through the sand. This was pristine, nice, thick sand, like a beach kind of thing. Big strong net, but net with a strong line. Like if you try to spike it and you hit the net, the ball's going to bounce off of it. Like if you hit it with your hand, like it was like a wall. Anyway, nice court. Anyway, so we had these leagues. And I happened to be on a team with the gal who was the executive assistant to the president. And I said, hey, and I explained to her, I said, I kind of want to ask this gal out, but from a corporate standpoint, but then also knowing that her dad is the president, I was like, could you get me an appointment with? So, long story short, I got about 5 minutes of his time. I went up on my day off. He's like, come on in. He said, I understand you have a question for me. I said, yes, sir. I said, I work security, at the front desk down there, and I would like to ask your daughter out, but I don't know if that would be, considered, something that, a company would not permit. Now, I did know from context, we had, I think, 8 couples in Ball that not only met there, but they also worked there currently. So I don't think they were in the same departments or anything, but I knew that it wasn't like forbidden to have professional, to have a professional relationship, develop there. But still, it's, I'm a lowly security guard. Like, is that okay, or would that be just whatever? And I said, so I just wanted to ask your permission as the president and also as a father to ask your daughter out. And he just kind of laughed, and he said, well, I appreciate you asking. He said, but she's definitely her own woman, and she can answer for herself. But go for it. And so I did. And it was the you would not believe how fast I got shot down. So she's on her way. And I said, and I addressed her by name. I'm not going to say her name here just for whatever reason. But I said, hey, would you be maybe interested in grabbing dinner Friday night? And she's like, no, not really. I was like, all right, well, have a great weekend. She said bye. And for the next 3 or 4 months, she came in and went out, and it was just, hey, good morning. And I stopped asking the questions because it was like, okay, I didn't want her to think I'm still trying to push the issue. So I kind of just backed off of that and just, gave her, smile and wave. Because like I said, you don't want to make it unnecessarily make it weird. Obviously there may be some awkwardness there, but it was just kind of all right, take care. And, I don't know how she felt about it. We never talked about it. I never asked. I didn't talk to the president again. I mean, I saw him every day. Or not every day, but when I work at corporate office, I'd, say hi to him when he came in. He was a really nice guy. I will say, though, well, I won't need to go any further than that. But yeah, so it didn't work out, but it wasn't like the end of the world. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, she's going to be creeped out by that. It was just very simple, very basic. It's just a question. If you're not interested, you're not interested, and it's done. There's no need to go further than it. But all of that to say, Ugnip, I have respect for being able to not only approach that. Now I would ask too, did she initiate it or did you? Because if she is your accountant, that whole client, whether you're the client or you're the clientee, sometimes words just don't click. You think English is my second language. Gosh, I'm trying to remember. Your client, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It can be a little weird. If you're working for somebody. Well, actually, I guess it can be weird either way. If you're the one doing the work for somebody, it can be weird, or it can be, I guess, seen as awkward. Or if you're the person doing the hiring, because then you might insinuate. But that, to me, that's just imbecile. If let's say I had a gal working on some, I don't know, some lower thirds or something for one of my videos, and I found her on what are those sites, the you something, not Ugna, but what are you the see, again, words not working, the contract sites, Fiverr, there we go, that's one of the ones. Let's say I found somebody on Fiverr, and I'm sending her work, and somehow she's like, oh yeah, if you want to see some of the other work I've done, check out my YouTube channel. And I go to her YouTube channel and I see the cool stuff she's done. I'm like, wow, that's really awesome. And then she's in one of her own videos. I'm like, whoa, she's really pretty too. And we're talking as we're going back and forth, and I'm realizing, hey, we seem to have a lot in common, and so on and so forth. And we do something like that. To say, well, since I'm the one who's paying her to do this, that there's an insinuation that if I say, hey, would you be interested in maybe talking, about something that's not work? Now, it'd still keep it professional, but just not talk about work. Let's, just have a conversation maybe about some projects that you're working on. But, would you like to talk as friends, or, whatever? I don't know how you'd present it. I haven't had to think about that. But, however you present it, the idea that it would be well, if I say no, you're not going to work with me anymore. It's it's just, to me, that's just, there are people that believe that. And maybe there are some people that would do that. But I'm like, those two are not connected at all. There's the professional side and saying, hey, would you like to explore anything beyond the professional side? And you say no, then we keep it professional, and that's it. I still appreciate the work. I still want to work with you. But the idea that, you can't even breach that question. I'm like, most people have the emotional maturity to go and just understand, well, no. And if honestly, if this guy is, or gal, whoever, if they're the kind of person that would fire me or not want to work with me because I don't want to date them or talk to them outside of work, if that's the kind of person they are, then probably better to nip it in the bud anyway. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing. But, yeah. So all that to say, I think it would be an interesting dynamic to see play out. So yeah, that was the longest possible answer I think I could have given. But here we go. Let's try to catch up to see how far behind I am now. People were weird about it in the Midwest. At a different place, we had a guy come in twice a week that wanted it burnt black, 5 oven runs. No kidding. Ugh. A well-done pizza. Well, look, you know what? If you're going to put pineapple on it, you might as well burn it to a crisp, right? Just, it all tastes the same when it's charcoal. Can I get an amen? Cheeseless cauliflower pizza sounds egregious. You know, okay, well, what is that phrase from Rick and Morty? I don't care about your booze because I've seen what makes you cheer. If you were not a hardcore pineapple on pizza guy, I would be like, yes, you're right, it does sound egregious. But I know what you cheer for. I know what you don't find egregious. And so therefore, on principle, I can say, you're right, but not for the reasons you say. Yeah, there we go. I was a manager for a pizza restaurant for 12 years as well. So I did sell some too. Oh, I see. Now we're having a battle of expertise. That's pretty funny because my wife is now an accountant. Oh my gosh, wait, what? What? No way! Frostbite, that's so crazy. I mean, I will say, honestly, that, Frostbite Digital doesn't sound like a pizza company. And you did say you had stopped. But wait, she was an award-winning pastry chef, and you worked in pizzas, and now she's an accountant, and you're a software developer. How does that pan out? How does that personal pan work out? You see what I did? Or never mind, that doesn't work. That is crazy cool, but also bizarre. Like, us meeting made both of us change our lives. But I mean, the flexibility, like that's another thing. I'm not trying to go get too excited about it, but that's really cool. Like, I don't know if you coming together is what forced that change, but the fact that you met. And it's not even an identity necessarily, but just your profession, kind of the driving force, at least financially, of your lives, was one thing. You meet, and that changes, and you're still together. So that's freaking awesome. And it's crazy that she's also an accountant, and Ugnip just. So apparently, there's a lot more accountants out there than I thought of, or that I considered. Meaning of Life found a meme concerning the meaning of life. I like pizza. I want to eat more of it. I can concur. Honestly, I don't know that I could ever eat too much pizza. I mean, from a pure health standpoint and from a size of my stomach, yes. But if neither of those were a factor, I could eat pizza in perpetuity. And I would enjoy every minute of it. We did talk about the pineapple hate previous. I think you still thought the curry, marinated banana, and... Wait, I don't remember curry, marinated banana, and beef discussion. Curry, bananas, and beef, probably fantastic and insane on the digestion. That I can understand, yes. I mean, good potassium, yes, it will clean you out if you were stopped up. But look, just because we can come up with worse things doesn't mean that things are better. That just means that there is a sub-level. But I've come to the conclusion... You establish a bottom of the barrel. I call it the BOTB, or the bot? I don't know, bot. We'll just call it bot. Bottom of the barrel. And once you reach that threshold, which in this case, I would say pineapple on pizza. Well, no, because sardine. Well, no. Pineapple on pizza is probably the most commonly used, but also divisive topping. Like some people like sardines, some people like bananas or whatever, but they're not really common. They're not commonly featured. Pineapple is like that threshold. So you can have things that are worse, but they're just worse in levels of but you're already at the bottom of the barrel. You can't go any lower than that. They're just like seepage from the depths of hell or something. I don't know. But once you hit that threshold, because it's the same thing with movies. You go, I rate this movie a 1 or a 0. This movie is horrible. No redeeming qualities whatsoever. Absolutely horrible. And you say, well, what about this movie? Well, that's just as bad, if not worse, but that means it's a negative. It doesn't mean that I have to bump the other one up to a 1 to accommodate the 0. I just say once you cross that threshold of garbage, then you're just dealing in negatives. So yeah. You can't win me over by naming a pizza that sounds even worse. Let's see. I would never believe. If you stream on Twitch, you can play whatever music you want. Oh, really? Interesting. Wait, what? All right, I'm clicking on the link. Oh, gosh. Oh, it just looks horrible. Oh, he rated a 3. What does he say here? Banana on pizza? Yes, here in Sweden, most pizzerias have some form of pizza that contains banana and curry. In most cases, there are several different varieties, and the one I make is in this recipe is usually called indie. However, many pizzerias have a slightly different definition of what pizza contains and what it can be somewhat confusing. I must admit that all forms of banana pizza have been far down on my list of possible pizzas to buy, but thought it was worth trying at home and see if it was even edible. I was surprised and actually thought it was good, but I can understand that just the thought of banana on a pizza can make many people react strongly negatively. Can cause people to have an adverse reaction. Strongly negative just sounds weird. Anyway, I can only recommend trying it. It's not as awful as it may seem at first. No, I'm pretty sure it is. I've done my best to give. Okay, well, and he goes on to different types. It looks absolutely disgusting. It looks. I'm not gonna do that to you guys. But if you click on that link, just know you're gonna get a visual that you probably don't want to see. That's not really true. If you're an affiliate, you shouldn't be playing copyright material. I would never be able to leave the bathroom again. So wait, I think Unreal was just saying they allow it, but not necessarily that it's allowed. Yeah, but at least you can play the music from the game. I never thought I'd hear Incarnate say the word zesty in an unironical statement. I have a wide smattering of words that I like to use. Zesty. Yeah, it just hasn't come up, I guess. But check that off on your bingo card. Auto content moderation on YouTube when it comes to... Oh, right. Basically, a way for companies like Blizzard to shut down the ability to stream their game or force you to do it without music. So wait, have Blizzard shut down Diablo streams because of the music? Like, I mean, I get it if you're... Well, I mean, I get it as much as I get anything where it's like, if you're just literally playing the music... But here's the crazy thing. I've seen so many videos that are doing, like, a Diablo 2 playthrough, and they're playing, like, Mario music underneath of it. Or Zelda music, like they're playing other Donkey Kong. They're playing other video game music, and even though it's a video game, it's not the right video game, but it's still allowed. Like YouTube hasn't flagged it, or it's still on there. And as far as I know, it's still monetized. I find that to be very bizarre. Like I get it. If you're playing a video game, like it's advertising. If I'm playing a video game, you should allow the music. And so far the only exception on YouTube that has been there is cards. And I think there were 2. Cards was one, but that was because Cards featured a music track that I think they got the specific rights for. And so the people that held the copyright for that song didn't approve it. And so I'm not going to play your music anymore. I mean, that's just how that works. You want to be like that about it. It's fine. Like, hey, it's your music, but people like there have been many times where I'll hear a song somewhere in some other media and go, "Oh, that's a nice song. Like, where can I find that?" So it's one thing to have your music exploited. It's another thing to have it as part of a presentation that you approved it of, but going, "Oh, I don't want you to have it on your stream." It's like, I mean, okay, but you're not. Somebody could hear that and be like, "Oh, that's a cool song," and then they go buy the copy or they go to Spotify for it. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's kind of weird, and to me it's super crazy that you can put like images and all other kinds of visual stuff on the screen. You can do like 7-second clips from stuff. We've done that on here a few times, as long as it's short and as long as it's recontextualized or whatever. But music, doesn't matter what you're using it for. A lot of times they can flag you for it anyway. But the other one was, there was one track in Battletoads. I was like, Battletoads, the composer was in-house. It was a rare composer. I think it was the same guy that did Donkey Kong. And the people that were suing for the rights or saying, calling copyright on it, I was like, they're not rare. That's not him. That's nobody affiliated with the project. I don't know why they're claiming the music, but it's not theirs. So I would appreciate like what you're saying, Underhill, with on Twitch, where you're not going to get dinged just for including the music in any way, shape, or form. I think Rumble's the same way. The fact that YouTube automatically, the same thing. We have the what do you call it? Not the copyright stuff. The fair use, not fair use, public domain. We were trying to watch a silent film that was public domain, and it got YouTube flagged. It was like, no, it's public domain, sir. Like, maybe region specific, because maybe there's some country that doesn't think that it's public domain, even though it has surpassed that threshold. But like it defaults to not letting you do it versus reviewing it and going, okay, yeah, no, this is a movie that anybody could watch. But their is just worse. All content goes through moderation filters actively. I guarantee. I work at Amazon and touched to Twitch. That's pretty. Oh, okay. But if like Activision Blizzard, who definitely do own the music to this game, decide to put it into the content moderation system, and you can't stream it. But that's also just like the state of legality at the moment. While you may be able to get away with it on platforms that don't catch it, it doesn't make it legal. If streaming the game is legal, then any reproduction of the included content on the stream, including the music, is legal. Like YouTube protecting you if they can from being sued isn't a bad thing. Yeah. Nobody's getting sued. Nobody's suing for streamers. I mean, because look, I mean, to be fair, there is, what is it? There's a, I mean, like, you got some guys with like millions of followers and viewers and streamers with like 50,000 views or whatever that are, you know, playing these games. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it's at. I do know, like, so for one of my clients, she's a lawyer, and I said, you know, she wanted to use some videos. I'm like, look, technically, like, I'm watching monetized channels that feature video, audio, clips, and, you know, things from all different places, comic books, websites, whatever. And I've even used some on some of my videos, or, you know, in part at least, and they don't flag it. But I think technically, if they wanted to come after you, I don't know if they could like sue you for money or monetary whatever stuff, unless you really made a crap ton off of it. But they could, in theory, say you need to blot it out, cut it out, or remove the video. Like, if they wanted to. That's my understanding. But then there's also there's fair use, the transformative aspect of it, where, yeah, if you're just playing a movie and you're just, like, that's your channel. But then I've seen YouTube channels that just have that. They're like, hey, here's a episode from a TV show. Here's a movie. Now, usually those come down pretty quick, but I don't know. It's weird. I try to do it as little as possible, but yeah, it's weird. Let's see. I don't delete. I've never deleted a comment. The only exception on some videos, if there's a comment that's like, it's obviously not it's a bot or something, or it's like, hey, big boy, or, you know, just some whatever thing, or it's hawking some kind of advertisement, I'll delete it, because it's not like an opinion that I don't agree with. It's trash. It's spam on the, you know, in the forum, and I think it just looks tacky. So I'll delete that. But I don't delete chat. I don't delete messages. I'm one of these people in general that just goes, hey, if I just want to hear what people have to say. Doesn't mean I'm going to like what everybody has to say, but, you know, as long as it's not something that, again, is violating a law or something, it's like, if you want to be a jerk, people are going to see that you're a jerk. I'm going to see you're a jerk and act accordingly. And if you know, it's like, I don't know, I'd rather know what somebody is thinking because they say it and they feel free to say it, than to edit or delete something that I don't agree with for whatever reason. That's just an overall thing. So just know that, like, I'll let you know if I'm going to, I don't think that I ever would, but I don't know. But I'm small potatoes. Like, you get people where, you know, if somebody goes to YouTube about it, that's I think my beef with it is, like, somebody can accuse you of something on YouTube and they'll automatically take action against you. And it's like, what's the rush here, buddy? If the video's been up for like 2 months or a week and this person's doing this thing, leave it up until you are able to definitively say one way or the other, yes, this is in fact, just don't take their word for it and take action on it. Like, that's and then make the person have to chase after you to try to get your mistake sorted out or get it sorted out. Because that's what they did with the now luckily, like I said, I'm not relying on this for income. But if I was, and I got those notices that said, hey, by the way, this person is claiming this video because it has this music in it, and it's like, that's not the person who holds the copyright for it. I can guarantee you that. But they're like, but we're not going to pay you for it because they have a claim on it. And then you have to go through the rigmarole. It's like, well, if you want to dispute this, it's like, no. You like, I don't know. It's just, I'm not expecting, because there's so much volume on YouTube. I don't expect them to be able to check on everything personally. But I think, like, these are not violations of, like, human right. Like, we're not talking, like, somebody's going to die because this is on YouTube right now. So I think it's, especially for channels that are monetized and are relying on income, I think it's better to say, okay, we've taken your complaint, we will investigate it with the content provider, whatever, expect this matter to be resolved or for there to be a resolution within 30 to 60 days. And I know that seems like a long time, but it's like, okay, like, they're not going to get some, it's not going to blow the world out because somebody's got a clip of your music, at a certain point or whatever. And there should be obvious stuff like, oh, are you actually hearing just somebody's entire song? But you can do that on YouTube as well. There are music videos out there. I have some videos on my channel that are just, it's music with a video. Now I don't think those could be monetized, and that's fine because I don't do it for money. But it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It sucks. But let's see. Twitch does not have these problems. People just get banned. The behavior of people on Twitch is like a golden Christ child compared to YouTube. Not being able to control content that's posted that includes your product doesn't make sense at all. The U.S. legal system would probably never allow for that. I thought it was the opposite. What if a giant neo-Nazi clan pops up in your game and posts crazy content? Not being able to legally request that removed from platforms is insane. Yeah, like if it comes up on screen, I guess.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, Ugnip. Sorry, I know I'm reading this 20 minutes late, as per my usual. But for posterity, I will say farewell to you, my friend. That is true. Like the VOD thing, which to my dismay, like I'll find a streamer that I like, but I can't necessarily check out the stream, so I want to watch the VOD, and it blows my mind that it's very limited. Like I think they have to go out of the way, whereas YouTube it's automatic. They do that automatically, so I appreciate that, but I don't know if that creates problems. With your video editing skills and desire to stream, you can do so much awesome stuff with OBS or Twitch integration. You might want to watch some Twitch streams like Forest of Wires. Forest of Wires, okay. Doesn't matter how old you are, what opinion you express, will always be someone who thinks they have a good enough reason to be condescending. Try not to worry about it too much. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of stuff on the nuts and bolts here, and the legalities and the yeah. Having a human eyes, I think it's a big deal. Like what gets me is just it's like YouTube, and the few times that it's happened to me, it's kind of like the like if you try to find somebody responsible, like at USPS, like there's a package loss or something, good luck. You know, if it doesn't naturally come up organically, like there's nobody that's going to go to bat for you, and there's no accountability. There's no way to say, well, I mean, and now it's getting a little bit better with tracking. You can say at least this is the last person that had it, but if they say they delivered it and it's not in your mailbox, like it's a crapshoot whether or not they, you know, it actually, it's like, well, what's going to come of it, you know, kind of thing. So, and it's the same thing with YouTube. Like I've got notices from YouTube that reference something and they don't tell me what it is in question. They're just like, now I will say when I got the notice about the cards, the music in there, it gave me a timestamp at least. And it's like, this is the material that is being claimed. And I'm like, I had like 25 people watching this stream. Like, I am a nobody. Who in the world? Well, now maybe that's automatic as well. Maybe they have bots that are out there just listening for a certain musical pattern. But it's like, who the heck is watching this and going, wait a minute, I own that music? It's like, what the heck? But I mean, hey, and it's fine if they own the music and they want to be like that. That's totally fine. It's their right to do whatever. Like I said, it kind of, it puts. Then you got to go, okay, either I have no music or I have to go find, free music to do. I don't know, but it's more like when you don't have a way to talk to a human being and sort through it and go, but this is who they say the copyright holder is, and that's not the copyright holder. Why is this person allowed to make this claim? Or where did that came? I don't know. I like to know how things work. I like to know what's going on behind it. By the way, when you see the little windows pop up, is because the Alt button, which is used to make all the item names appear, is right next to the Windows button. And so when you're in the heat of combat and you're cycling through stuff, sometimes my finger will hit the Windows button instead of the Alt button. And so instead of seeing items, I see my Windows menu. I know the struggle. Words don't click for me either while DMing. Oh, I know, Io. I know. Well, your brain likes to mush together two words. Usually, that's usually what it is for you. You're I guess something in your mind is saying, I only have 10 words, and this sentence is 11 words long, so I've got to combine the last 2 words so that I can get the sentence out. That's mainly what I see with you there, Io. So I but it's well documented. It is well documented. I'm obsessive about things that interest me. It's a double-edged sword. Oh yeah, yep. Well, and that Underhill, and then you get that part. What is it? I can't remember. Is it Dunning-Kruger or something? Where it's like you don't know enough to know what you don't know. Usually that's when people don't know anything. But not the dangerous, but the really shaky ground is if you do now obviously if you go super deep like you're saying, maybe not so much, but like me, I get interested in it and I'll go and I'll be like, I'll feel like I went to as deep as I could go with it or deep enough, and so then I feel like I know enough about it, and then I talk to somebody who's an expert and they're like, oh well yeah, except for this and this, and I'm like, oh, here I thought I had it down. I thought I knew everything. Like right now, I feel like I'm an expert on pizza. I've heard from Frostbite. I've heard from Ugnip. These are two, and then Underhill to a degree. You as well. I've heard from some experts, and so I feel like I know everything about pizza. But I guarantee you, somebody's gonna say something about pizza. I'll be like, I didn't get that at the secondhand knowledge from the Vegas convention, and somebody who's made 250,000 pizzas didn't say that either. But I thought I knew it all. Apparently, there's still more for me to know. I'm sitting here because of a Diablo 2 obsession I fostered 22 years ago. Well, happy to have you here, Frostbite. I'm sorry this is not a typical... I'm thrilled you stuck around, but I do apologize. I know this is not a typical Diablo 2 thing, as I'm not really talking about the game too much. But I have found, I mean, that's honestly why I played this myself, because I don't know if you watched, like I said, the Loot Goblin. There's another guy. I'm trying to remember his name now. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Zarfen, the Loot Goblin. And there's one other one who I have on my list here. Prophet Ezekiel. And they do like challenge runs where they come up with these crazy, ridiculous restrictions to play under, and it just makes it. But they actually do edits. It's not just like what I'm doing here, where it's just the gameplay. They play through it and they'll like pare it down, they'll speed it up, kind of like what Macro was hoping I would do with some other videos. So it's more streamlined. It'll be like an entire playthrough from normal through hell in like 2.5 hours. But they're doing commentary on it. They're explaining what happened, and it's really cool. They're really cool. But yeah, I return to playing when I cannot get enough content that I want to see. There's a lot of people that play the game, but there's no commentary with it. I'm like, I like to get the vibe that I'm hanging out with somebody while we're playing, like while they're playing, and just watching a playthrough. Like I've seen the gameplay enough times. I want to see like the angst and the, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Oh, cool, I just crafted this. Not just watch the game itself play out. So, this game was just the best thing. Indeed. I can't compare it to D3 or 4 because I haven't played those, but I haven't been compelled to. There's just, I don't know, there is something to be said for a game this old and this, in a manner of speaking, basic. Like there's just, it's not like there's expansions or DLCs. I mean, aside from getting some new rune words here and there, it doesn't seem like it's changed a whole lot. They still do like quality of life updates or small updates, but like it's not like a living game. And the fact that it gets this much love and this many people finding new ways to play it and try new things is it resonates with people on a fundamental level. And that's very well done. But I will check out Forest of Wires. I think I did. Didn't you recommend that to me before? I could have sworn we saw him before. He was playing that was a weird game. Forest of Wires. Oh, maybe not.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, interesting. You know, I actually did my very first Legend video that I did way back when I was still living in Virginia. I actually had a hood, and I think I can't remember. It was like a Skeletor voice or something like that. But I was actually a character playing the game, and I put that. It's on the channel somewhere, but I did it because I didn't have a video to put out that week because I just didn't have a chance to play. So I just put that up there, and it's kind of like that. It's interesting, kind of. I mean, it probably was exactly this. It looks much more involved, but
This monastery reeks with evil and corruption.
it does indeed, my barbarian friend. But okay, now Frostbite. I shouldn't have skipped ahead because now I understand more in context what you were saying. But yeah, I mean, and it also goes. I mean, you can watch somebody can post a video of two kittens playing around and falling down together and just having a good old time, and you'll find people that'll complain about it or downvote it. Like, you just realize there's always going to be a turd muffin somewhere. Where there are people, there will be turd muffins. Finding something to complain about, taking umbrage with something, it is what it is. Whether they're condescending or just silly, it's like obligatory. Also, how is this game maintaining a solid stationary 3D/isometric view with shaders and everything without field of view issues? I don't understand any of that. Hopefully, okay, here we go. It is just a fixed camera angle with the camera fixed to the player in a true 3D environment. D2R isn't pre-rendered like D2. Like Twitch, you can just post links in chat straight up. If you post terrible crap, you will be banned. Oh, there you go. And different channels can have their own rules. Yeah, somebody else had recommended or said I could do both. I don't know if that's still true or not. I've thought about it, but the issue that I found with the concern, well, I don't know about concern, but like if I were to tell everybody, hey, you need to come over to Switch, or Twitch, how many people would be willing to make that jump? Like I've found it can be hard to get people to change up something that they're used to, especially if it's like, well, I could just watch somebody else on YouTube. I don't have to go to Twitch. So in the idea of retaining it or making it easy for as many people to do it, even if it does limit what I can do with it. Like I said, at this point, I've shifted my focus to other things for income, so I do this as a hobby. But I mean, I do like any platform. I mean, like I said, Rumble is pretty good about that kind of stuff too. It just I'm not sure about the full functionality of it. But like anything that gives more freedom, I'm all about. Like I said, people have the freedom to say what they want, and then you just go, okay, well, if you're going to be like, I mean, honestly, it's not even necessarily like the overt like a profanity or vulgarity. It's just instigator. Like if somebody's in there and just like trying to start fights with everybody, it's like if every other comment you're seeing is somebody trying to be a jerk or just, you know, egging on an argument, it's like, all right, you know what? Because then people don't want to talk because it's getting mixed up with a bunch of arguments. It's like if you see in the comment section of a video, sometimes you'll see a comment with like 150, say 150 comments. I don't even bother with that because usually that means it's devolved into some kind of back and forth. You really want to see somewhere between 4 to 8, 10 maybe tops, because that it's enough like where people you got a few different perspectives in there, a few people agreeing, maybe disagreeing, but it probably remained cordial where it didn't devolve. But you get 150 comments, unless it's sometimes you get just 100 people saying, yeah, absolutely, bullseye, 100%, thumbs up, A-okay, like you get that kind of stuff. But most of the time it means that 2 people typically have just decided to go at it, and it's like, who wants to see that? But if it's in live chat, you really can't just ignore it because that's where you're posting your comments too. So yeah, the camera's got to be set really far from the player, fixated on the player, and then set to very low. The camera's Z-index to and from the player is variable. Yeah, I wish I could show you. Well, I think you saw, Macro, if you were watching, like it is zoomed out. Like the game itself is meant to be zoomed out to about a third of this size, or maybe 2/3 of this size, somewhere around there. I'm just playing it up close and personal because I've seen so many games with it, but I'm like, they went to the effort to make this look good when you're zoomed in. Like it doesn't look blurry, it doesn't look whatever. Like these are good graphics zoomed in, and I wanted to experience the game like that and also allow other people if they had a desire to. Because I actually asked somebody, I mentioned that I was like, hey, have you thought about doing a playthrough just completely zoomed in all the time? He's like, oh, that'd be really rough. And I'm sure going up through hell probably would be, but I might do it anyway. Who knows? But he's like, man, you'd have to be a real man's man to do that. And I just don't know if I've got the courage and the fortitude and the amazingness to do that. And anybody who would do that is like the coolest guy in the world. That's kind of what he said to me, pretty much. And I couldn't argue with him. And so here I am. Gentlemen, it was fun, but I got to go. I'm bored. Appreciate that. Going to eat biscuits and warm milk and do something else. Thank you. Love you too, Macro. Thanks so much for coming by, my friend. Enjoy your apparently you're not doing cornflakes, but warm milk and biscuits. That actually sounds pretty darn good, depending on the biscuits. But oh wait, can someone link me Discord? Oh, let's see. Are you still here, Macro?
Not here.
No. Oh wait. Sorry, Macro. Hit me up next time, and I will get you the link to the Discord. Or if you're still here, let me know. Otherwise, I will send you the link next time. Just remove the Windows key from my gaming keyboards. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean it does. I wish I could just link it to something else, but yeah, I might do that. It's just a nice keyboard, and I just don't want to. I don't mess with the keys. I like things to look nice. Like I've actually just started, like in the later playthrough, I just started looking right before I press, or no, I started putting my ring finger on the Alt button and the middle finger on C, because C is a shout or a taunt. So, or a buff. I don't know, one of those things. So that's how I got around it. But where's the line between Dunning-Kruger and imposter syndrome? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I'd have to give that a thought. I haven't considered that line. Do I even play D2? I have not, Frostbite. I mean, how do you, like, so honestly, I'm not in. Prophet Ezekiel is about to run a challenge run with the mod I'm about to release. Oh wait, you do mods. Oh, no kidding, Frostbite. So no, I hadn't. But it sounds like you'd be qualified to answer this question. Absolutely. How do you run mods? So I'm running it through. I mean, my understanding, you can really only run D2R through the Battle.net. How do you use the mod to launch the game, and that's how it gets channeled through? How do you? Because I've seen some pretty cool mods. Was it? Did you do the one for Ezekiel where it was like you play as like one of the little rat people, like little skeleton rat people? He did a mod for that. So no, I haven't tried any D2R mods because I didn't really know. Typically when I think of mods, I think of Skyrim mods, which for PC is kind of a pain in the butt. They're easy enough to implement on a console because they just give you a list. You say, I want this mod, and it puts the mod in. But on PC, you've got to do the list thing and this, and you got to do it in this order and blah, blah, blah. So if it's relatively simple, I would certainly be interested in looking into it, but I haven't done anything with that myself. But that's awesome. I'll be looking out for that video. But knowing what is possible and what you do not know comes before details. Comes before details. But knowing what is possible, what you do not know comes before details. It does? But that's what I'm saying. But I think you can, if I'm understanding you right though, but you can get a detail and you go, I didn't even know. Like if somebody were to say, I work, you're like, hey man, it must be great working at that job, but the hours are great. And he said, yeah, but I work at 3:00 in the morning. Well, that's a detail. But then I go, I didn't even know they were open overnight. So I don't know, maybe that's what you're talking about or something different, but I'm like, I think you can get details about stuff that you don't even know is possible. And then you go, oh crap. Well, if that detail exists, that means that this bigger fundamental principle exists. I don't know. I have to try to wrap my brain around it, but that's awesome, man. About the mods, the game was made with one goal in mind: to make an awesome game that people would buy once and tell everybody they knew about it. Yes, indeed. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure that's what gaming used to be in general. Now it's almost word of mouth is almost anathema. Anathema. It's almost detrimental. It's like they want people to pre-order and. Love the challenge run community. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like like you're saying, for somebody who's been a fan of the game for 22 years, the challenge community is how you keep the game fresh. And it really, so the only bummer is that like you can look at the video length and be like, oh, so it's not disappointing, but it's like the tension. Like I just watched Zarfin's video, or started to watch it, and like I saw the length and I'm like, I know he streams for like 4 hours at a time, or 4.5 hours. And so if the video is 4.5 hours long, and especially doing like a hardcore run where if you die once you're dead, if the video is 4.5 hours long, unless he died at the very last possible minute, he survived. And so when you see the challenge videos, the only bummer is like, in advance that it was, that they were able to do it. But what you don't know most of the time is how long it took. And that's when you find out when you watch the video. It's like this fight with Diablo took, 25 minutes, and it's just been sped up, and then he cuts to the end. So the surprise is just how challenging it was, but it's just amazing to me from what I've seen so far. It's like, I don't know that there's the only challenge I think that I've seen that hasn't been done is where it was started but not finished, is getting through the whole game with 1 health. Like you like 1 hit and you're dead on hardcore. Zarfan got, I think, halfway through Act 1. Before he got he just got sniped in a dungeon, and that was it. But like he wants to do that. It's kind of, I think that's his big thing. But that's just so ridiculous. I mean, that's like a perfect game, really. I mean, you can have things in there that buff your defense or whatever, but that would be a very, very tough one. Prophet Ezekiel, well, as you know, I'm sure you've watched his channel. He just did the one where he started off with 1. But then he was able to increase it with like charms and weapons that have, add this to health. So I think he ended up beating it with 141 health, which is still incredible. But it's not 1. It was not 1 hit, you're done, and it wasn't hardcore. But it's still just a lot of fun to watch, and he does great edits on his too. So that's cool, man. I'm glad you watched that, and I'm looking forward to it. Can you give us a preview? Like, or a hint as to what the mod is going to be, like how that's going to change the game, or what challenge he will be facing. I don't think the later entries have the same soul. Yeah, okay, and that's what you're building to Underhill. Yeah, and I agree with you. Oh, okay, gotcha. It may not be. Well, I'm looking at the thumbnails, like popular clips, but maybe those are just popular clips, or not actually the gameplay. But I can check them out and see what is up. They do some awesome integration stuff. IO says, I don't like Twitch. Watching on it, that is. Just another account subscription. Yeah. I really felt that way until this year, but the communities and features make it a way better place. Okay. Well, it certainly may be something worth trying out. And it would be ironic and tragic if, like, I hop on there and somehow it blows up. It's like, man, if I just been on Twitch this whole time. But I don't think that's the case. I think what I do, like, I'm neither amazing nor do I have a gimmick per se. So usually people will watch gaming videos because they like to see a challenge, a mastery, something unique and fresh, and something that they themselves haven't done or couldn't do, or just see people play at a very high level. And then, like, I mean, there were some channels where I've seen, now they don't do it live, but I've seen, like, you know, I got my non-gaming wife to play Elden Ring, you know, and, you know, she goes through, like, beats the first boss or something. I definitely recommend, like, watch some streams before trying to stream there. Well, I definitely have, because there was a guy named Matt Oblivion. He did the Elder Scrolls Legends, that card game that we'd all watch here. He actually did those. And so, yeah, you know, I've seen, like, I've gotten the gist of it. I've seen, I mean, there's a lot going on in those screens usually. You've got little banners, you know, things coming up when people subscribe. I guess you can customize it, have like a voiceover or voice line that comes up, and a little da-na-na-na thing that plays when people do that. And then a lot of them, they have the little cups that have the digital coins, I guess, fall in or whatever. When you chat for the first time in a Twitch chat on a channel, they can see a notification. They will almost always definitely respond to it. Oh, okay. Well, right, because isn't that them, like, yeah, that's, okay. Interesting. Well, to be fair, I do that too. It's just 45 minutes to an hour after they leave leave the message. Oh, gosh. See, I don't know. I could be crap on. It's a very welcoming community. Yeah, that was the other thing that I'm factoring into is, like, do I want to try that? Do I want to try Rumble? Like, do I want to try other platforms as well, knowing that I don't have a built-in audience for? I mean, my the gaming channel on Rumble has like 75 subscribers, which isn't a lot, but that's just for gaming. Whereas this channel is, I mean, I lose and get so many subscriptions because I do, like, different kinds of videos all the time, so I never know where the subscriptions are coming from, like why people are watching. And then, like, I'll post, you know, 2 videos in a row about a certain thing, and I lose like 5 subscribers because they weren't subscribed for those kind of videos, or subscribed for a video that I did a month ago, and they're waiting for another one of those videos to come out. That's why I was like, once I got down to just, I'm back to looking at it as a hobby. It took a lot of the stress off. Because it's like I'm not trying to figure. I mean, yeah, you want the channel to grow. You like to have an audience, but I don't need to. So there are launchers like D2RMM, but the mods are not confirmed to work together. My mod has its own launcher and has a lot of different options for changing the game. It's not a painful process. Well, dude, I would definitely be down with. I mean, obviously, you know, I got to imagine, like, so just out of curiosity, because I don't know anything about modding, for a game like that, like how in depth do you have to go? I mean, I'm guessing not all mods are the same. Because it looks like Zarfan looked like he wrote some very basic scripts just to get certain items in his inventory so that he could, like, he did, the way he went down to 0 or 1 health wasn't, it was like he equipped, like, he put something in his inventory, like, charms. He put like 10 charms in his inventory, and those charms were like a negative health thing. And so, like, that's how he did it. So I know you can do very basic coding to modify, but I'm guessing yours is, you know, it sounds like it's much more complicated. But like how far deep into it do you have to go to to get these alterations done? Is it a, can you write one line of code and just you have to figure out a way to launch it, or do you have to go in and it's a ripple effect where you're just having to make sure everything works, otherwise it crashes out? I mean, that'll all sound like pretty self-explanatory, but just curious. And how the heck do you go from making pizzas to making Diablo 2 mods? But I like the painless part. I want to start a channel when I get off grid. I have some crazy ideas using my electronics and software skills and integrate real things into the chat interaction. If you never modded D2, definitely have some fun with that. Yeah, I never have. Never even played a mod. But yeah, I remember at the very end of our conversation, of course, same thing as last time. Like we're right towards the end of the stream here. But you remember you talking about, there was another channel you said it was kind of similar to what you're doing, where it was in-game, but also stuff happening outside of the game. Now, and I thought initially it was you were going to stream and then have people tell you, like where I would say, hey man, use the barbarian, just skip over everything and just run the barbarian straight through to Andaria. Like don't fight anybody, just go. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. But you were going to do that in real life, where it's like, okay, go out and forage for some berries or hunt a fish, go fishing. Like, all right, here I go. I'm going fishing. But, I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be feasible to go that involved. But I do remember you mentioning a very dynamic hybrid of real world and in-game or in-computer type deal. But you were still fleshing it out. But then I pointed out, hey, people love to see, bold new things. And you know what? If it fails without, you getting hurt, all the better. Like, people do like to see the old crash and burn. That's why people watch a lot of the what do you call them? Not the challenge run necessarily, but like hardcore. Because hardcore, the stakes couldn't be any higher, really. Every mistake could result in a game over, and just all that progress gone, all the items gone. I don't know if I could do that because I'm a loot goblin myself. I do like collecting things. I mean, so when I first started playing it, I got it for the Switch, which is a fine thing, but you can't zoom in on the Switch. The graphics do not support that at all. It barely looks good if you put it on a big TV screen. It looks pretty fuzzy, even zoomed out. But like I think I set up, I think they call them mules, but like 10. I think I had 10 or 12. Like, one was for armor, one was for helms, one was for weapons, and it was just they were just there to store gear, because it's like, man, if I want to play, like, I hate going through, like, as a barbarian, going through and finding like these rare legendary drops for sorcerers or assassins and just being like, all right, I'm just going to sell them because I have no use for them. It's like, why don't I just store them away, and then if I ever want to run with the sorcerer, then I have this really cool rare item for her that I can use. But modding mostly isn't that complex if you ever worked with Jason? Jason?
I can't carry.
Zarfin is really just using like a hero editor, not true mods like Prophet. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, and yeah, and I guess my point was, like, it wasn't so much modding, but like it was using, like, all he had to do, he just said, yeah, I just did some code for this and this, and it gave me this result. So it wasn't, like he wasn't presenting it like a mod. It was just, there are ways to use very basic cheats to give you the result you want without it being a true modding experience. But he pretty much just said, because since he didn't know how to do it himself, and he didn't know anybody that could do it, he just, he did what he could, and it got the result. It got there. It just wasn't pretty necessarily. But I haven't worked with JS. I haven't. The only mods I have experience with in my entire life, like, I see Mario mods and stuff all the time, and they look cool, but I'm like, I don't know how accessible they are. For me, it's like, put it on a cart, dang it. Like, I grew up with the old Nintendo 8-bit. Like, what was it? I didn't buy it, but I did find there's a site that actually sells Super Nintendo carts that have like the Mega Man X mod where you can play as Zero instead of X. But it's got the 3D chip in it, and it costs like $70. And I did buy one of their games. I bought actually Rockman X 2 from them. So it's it's the Rockman version, not the American version. And it plays great. Beat the game with it. Fantastic. So I know it's a good product. But like that's the kind of mod. It's like as long as it's low, if I put it in and it just launches that way, I'm good to go. But if I've got to do, I mean, and I can figure it out. It's just that's just a barrier of entry kind of.
I can't carry anymore.
Especially when you get into stuff like with the Skyrim, where it's like, well, if you don't put it in the right order, it can crash. If you do this and this wrong, it could crash. And it's not going to crash necessarily every time you launch it. It might crash 10 minutes in, 20 minutes in. You may be about to beat the game, and it crashes because you did something way back at the very beginning that it didn't like, and you didn't know about it.
Yes.
And now you're screwed. So I've had a very... And again, I'm such a basic gamer in general. Like, I don't have expertise on any particular game. So usually the base game is kind of challenging enough for me as a rule. Trying to beat the freaking ancients with a Trapsin, I think they call it. Trapsin on hell. Trying to beat the ancients. That was like a 2-hour deal. Unfortunately, I didn't get video of it because it was on the Switch. And like I said, it didn't look particularly good. But yeah, that was a freaking debacle. But aside from that, I usually move through okay. I had an idea to make a back end in Python and hook it up to a chicken feeder and have the chicken cam on the screen and chat can use bits to feed. Oh, nice. I didn't know. I was like, I don't know what a back end in Python. So it sounds like a digital thing used to enable a physical thing and have a whole tracker and game around feeding the chickens regularly. That's pretty darn cool. And hey, yeah, especially if you automate it and you don't actually have to do it yourself. Like people can just do that and get the satisfaction of it. That's actually pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. I know there's a lot of people, especially if you can get some cute animals on there. I don't know. Like I think people would be cool with the chickens, but like if you can get like dogs, like I watch one guy, he does just like commentary on like stuff that's happening in the world. But he's got a dog in the background, a cat in the background, and like half the people are just there because of the dog. Like, oh, your dog is so cute, I could watch him all day long. Hey, can you put the cat on screen? Hey, it's like, goodness gracious. Like, it's cool. I mean, hey, you don't want to do that. I'm just saying, if you can find cute critters to involve, where people can feed a cat or a dog or something, that could even go crazier. My mod is a sandbox mod. There's tons of different options and a class skill builder. Because any class can take any skill. Oh, and it saves all the options you choose. Interesting. As part of your mod build, so you can share it with others and have others try your challenge, run, or meme build. Interesting. So then, Frostbite, you don't have to have an enigma in order to teleport if you're not a sorceress. Is that what you're saying? You can actually snag the teleport as any class.
I can't carry anymore.
You could be an archer barbarian. Functionally, I mean, you technically can be. That's something I wouldn't mind trying myself, actually. It's not even a mod, but just taking a character that is decidedly not designed for a specific game type and trying to do without it. But I mean, I just feel like that's just... Like, modding would be a funner experience because it's... Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know what I'm doing there. I'm just... That's weird. Oh, I'm trying to look at... I usually... So, this is for you guys. This is a sacrifice I made. When I play Diablo 2 just on my own, I have the map... the mini map on top of it's overlaid on the center of the screen so that I can easily track where I'm at and navigate. And after a while, I don't even see it there anymore. It's just kind of like the zeros and ones in the Matrix. But I was like, but I want to give people the cleanest experience possible. I'm not going to forgo the map altogether because otherwise I'm just wandering around like an idiot for hours and hours on end because I have a horrible sense of direction. But I put it, try to take it out of the main thing. But that's a sacrifice. I'm not used to. I'm zoomed in, which is hard. Even if it's not, I'm going to say it's hard. And I got the map tucked away in the top right corner. I can barely see it, and I got to squint really hard, and it's difficult. But that's what I do to bring the best quality gaming experience to my streams. Well, you're absolutely right. I could just start by doing it myself. I overthink too much. Well, no, no, I was saying that's cool that you didn't have to do it yourself, Underhill, but. Admittedly, yeah, starting out, go simple, and then you can even be like, hey guys, if I can get enough whatever, I can buy a mechanism or do whatever and have it be automated, so it automatically responds to your money. It just automatically feeds. But yeah, for starting out, if you just want to make it simple, it's almost like, it would almost be like playing. Whoa. It's almost like the anti-sim Sims, where it's like a simulator, but it's real. Instead of it being like, hey, play a video game to represent, instead of in the real world, play a video game to impact reality. Oh. Yeah, deep thoughts. Yeah, exactly. Throw teleport on any class, take enchant on your WW Varb, whatever. Lightning Fury Paladin is really broken. Well, to be fair, from what I understand, I've never played as a Paladin. Well, I played as a Paladin once, but I didn't know about builds or anything, so I just stuck whatever on him, and he did fine. But Lightning Fury Paladin is pretty broken, but there are mob density and other difficulty ramping options for that. I know, right, Underhill? Wow. It's a crazy world we live in that such a statement can be uttered. And it is true. So, Frostbite, just out of curiosity, for that mod in particular, is it just as simple as... Well, there's nothing simple about it, but is it going, okay, are there walls, artificial walls that separate the different classes that make them inaccessible to others? You just have to digitally take down those walls? Do you have to build bridges in order to... I'm just thinking visually, because I'm a visual person. Are you having to take away things to allow for those things to set in? Are you building things to allow them to interact, or are you having to actually create something altogether, like build an actual skill tree that has all the skills in it, essentially, for each character? All right, gonna watch a movie. Don't know what happened. Wait, Io, how dare you, sir? What? You don't even know what you're gonna watch, and you're gonna bail? What in the world? I see how it is. You use me. You use me so that you can do your map building and your stat building, and then when you're done with your work, now when I want to have fun, I'm going to go watch a movie. I don't even know what movie. I don't even want to watch a movie, but I just don't want to watch this anymore. What a poo-poo head. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. Have a great man. Have a great man. Have a great night, my friend. Enjoy whatever you decide to watch. Hopefully it will be amazing. Sometimes it can just be the journey of finding something that strikes your fancy. So hopefully you will find it soon, and have a great weekend. And I will talk to you soon, my friend. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm curious about, Frostbite, when it comes to those types of things. But yeah, what I was gonna say is apparently Paladin is like one of the most broken. What is it? Hammerdine or Hammerdin? I guess it would be Hammerdin. It's like one of the most broken classes in the game ever. But that's the kind of stuff I'm curious about from a. And I guess Underhill, you would, because it sounds like you're into this stuff too. Is that when you mod stuff, are you having to create, actually create something that either doesn't exist or exists in different pieces, or do you simply have to shortcut, remove obstacles, or create ways around obstacles to get there? Are all the skills essentially accessible and they're just nerfed by certain code that make them unplayable? Is at that point, are you just really using the avatars as skins? I guess they all have base stats, right? The barbarian probably has a higher. I haven't gone to this deep game deep enough, but I'm guessing barbarian starts off with certain stats and strength, and all the stats are locked in, and they're probably different for the Amazon and all the different classes. So you're essentially taking that plus the basic physical form and combining it, but I'm guessing it's more complicated than that as well. It depends on the degree of configuration possible in the engine with something like a JSON. I love how you guys throw JSON around. Am I even saying it right? I've never seen that combination of letters ever in my entire life, and now both of you have used it in a sentence as if I should know what the heck you're talking about. That'd be like, oh yeah, the phylactigal. Don't you guys know, as a video editor, I phylactigal all my footage? You guys didn't know that? No, yeah, I phylactigal. Don't you phylactigal? There's nothing worse than using, big words in the non-literal sense in a way that makes the person who's reading it think that they're supposed to know what that is. It's not like you're saying Nintendo. Everybody knows what Nintendo is. Right now, arguably one of the most despised gaming platforms in the world. Which I found peculiar. Not really peculiar. And the crazy thing is, like, oh my gosh, the amount of people losing their minds over. It's funny because people are like, oh, all these people trying to defend it. I'm like, I'm not even trying to defend it. You can point out certain things. Like, I thought it was interesting. Like, if you think about it, the original Nintendo and the Super Nintendo, both price tags tagged out at $150. I think maybe the Super Nintendo maybe was originally retailed for $200, but it came down to $150 pretty quick. But in 1990, Mario Brothers was $50. The Nintendo was $150. In 1996, the Super Nintendo was $150, and the Mario RPG was $60. And there were some games that cost you $70. It's been 35 years, and the system has doubled in price. And up until right now, the games stayed the same price. I'm like, but you can't point, if you point that out, and all it's doing is just saying that's interesting, like that inflation has hit everything in gaming except for the games. And a lot of games, I think of the PlayStation 2, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was a system where that system actually lost money, but they made it for, it was either that or maybe the PlayStation 1. But the system itself, what they were selling it for, the cost, lost money, but they made up for it because the software said, like, what you make on the game was, so much of that was profit that it more than made up for what the system cost. Because I think one of the things with the PlayStation 2, there was like a chipset or a chip, or there were some things about it, and the fact that it had the DVD functionality, like, it was an expensive unit to produce, and I think that they had to, but to price it competitively, they took a loss on it. But and then they just said, we'll just make it up with the games, and they did, because there were a bazillion amazing games for that system. And so I'm not saying that it's okay for Nintendo to charge $90, but I'm like, but the fact of the matter is, if they just increased it by $5 per gaming console generation, we'd be at about $85 right now. And it doesn't make it a good thing or anything, but I swear, you mentioned that, it's like, oh, you're shill Nintendo. I'm like, I'm not shilling this. I'm not buying the Switch too. I'm not interested. And I'm not saying that, people should be paying or they should charge that amount for it. All I'm doing is saying it's not like, I mean, it's a huge price jump, but the market, and you could argue the market has not been conditioned for it. But I do wonder if people would be this upset if they had just nudged the price up $5 for every generation. I think it's bizarre that the system has doubled in price. The games have remained almost unchanged. Here we go. With a code level mod, ostensibly you could do anything, or with injection. I learned software basically through game development before I did it for work. Oh, okay. I once made a Payday 2 mod that removes the announcer. Is Payday, is that a game? Is that a basketball game? Payday 2. I'm not familiar with Payday 2. Oh, it's like Need for Speed? No, it looks like a heist game, maybe? Payday 2 is a cooperative first-person shooter video game. Okay, cool. Developed by Overkill. The game is a sequel to 2011's Payday, the Heists. Oh, yeah, there we go. So, heist game. Decent gunplay, fun characters, good OST, and the foundations that just make it a fun game. And so you took out the announcer. Well, that's what I'm wondering, though. Like, for me, okay. Yeah, heist game. Okay, cool. But see, now that's what I'm wondering. So, like I don't know what's involved in the writing of the mod, but like the announcer, would that just be disabling the voice files or something? Or do you have to? Is it more involved in that? Or is the challenge writing the code that says disable like these files? And if they're not maybe labeled in a certain way, it gets harder. But I mean, would that be a harder mod, or is that considered relatively simple? Because you talk about, you could, in theory, do anything. I mean, I remember doing a little bit with the Warcraft 3 world builder that was pretty darn cool. Like, but it was also limited. Like, you had to learn the if and then stuff a little bit. And I didn't get as far as I should have, but at least that was kind of intuitive. If this happens, then this happens. So you could create triggers. You could create, if you go here or you interact with this person, this happens. It was just you were limited in what this was, and sometimes it didn't recognize it the right way. But I remember you could do something where you gave all your heroes, they all started off with like these ridiculous stats, but then you could have, I don't know. If you like, yeah, so if you understood the language, if you could code it right, you could create entirely new games, which pretty much is Path of the Ancients, right? Is that, P-O-E? No. P-O-A. No? What is it called? Something of the Ancients. Big deal. DOA. Defender of the Ancients. There you go. Like that was essentially a mod built on Warcraft 3 engine that was just heroes fighting, I believe. And that turned into what it is now, which is just a monster of I mean, you got people becoming millionaires off that game, for crying the heck out loud. Can't do it playing Mario 1. Back in my day, nobody cares about how well you can play Mario. They care about defending the ancients. What about defending the Mushroom Kingdom from the nefarious clutches of Bowser? If you play the game a lot, you don't need the leader in your ear as he gets annoying. I mainly went through every sound file in the game and flagged the ones with the announcer to packed a mod that replaces them with a blank. Oh, okay. Dang. I'm guessing that's pretty considerable. But what, probably like 4,000 voiceover lines? I mean, I don't know. I've never played the game, but I know there's... You never think about how many lines are in a game like this one. There aren't that many. You got your... you've got gossip, which is usually 2 or 3 little topics, and you got their in-game stuff. But I mean, it's maybe probably less than 100 for each character, if not fewer. Deckard maybe has the most. But for a game like that, if it's an announcer, if it's somebody who's dictating all the different parts of the game and commenting on it, that could be several thousand. But yeah, that's... So, in theory, is there a mod where you could program it to find all the ones and make that replacement so you don't have to do it manually? Or is that where the elbow grease of a mod takes place? There are always going to be parts of it where you have to roll up your sleeves and do some grunt work. There's like 32,000 sound files. Oh my gosh. 8 hours, that's not bad. Going through 32,000 sound files in 8 hours, that is not bad. That's a good day's work right there. But the community loved it at the time. There you go. I was going to say, and hey, if people enjoy it, it makes it worthwhile. So good for you, man. That's awesome. That's 8 hours well spent. That's the thing I love about... I mean, it's a bummer because it's like you want people to get paid to a degree. I mean, you don't have to, but it's like it would be nice when, if something comes along that makes it so much easier. Even if it's like $1. Like, I mean, you just figure if 40,000 people use your mod, pay $1. Like, what's $1? But that'll pretty much pays for you to do whatever. I know you just do it for fun, but the fact that as a modder you can do something that is appreciated by so many people. And as much as computers and stuff have become a part of our lives, there's still plenty of people like myself who don't know how to do that, or would not be able to do it effectively, or do it as well. So it's still kind of a rare... Well, if the devs had put the sound files in folders, it would have been a lot easier. Ah, gotcha. Which that's... I mean, I understand companies they get into a crunch time. And so you just kind of throw stuff like... Dude, my Photoshop files look like absolute crap until I finally finish whatever I'm working on, and then I go back and I organize them all. So I do get that. And it's like, look, you're at a crunch time. We need this thing needs to go to the publisher tomorrow. The last thing you're going to do is try to spend an extra 20 hours or whatever trying to organize everything just in case somebody wants to come along and mod. But it's still, you kind of wonder why, like in development, wouldn't you want all your voiceover files in a specific folder? Like, I don't know. I just feel like that would be, I would not want to have to sift through all of that if I had to go back and make adjustments. But you shouldn't need to know how to do that as an everyday person, just if you're into it. For me, it's driven by knowing such a thing is possible, and then figuring out how to do it is the only barrier. Right, yeah. Yep. I think the problem with me as well, it's not so much of a problem. Like, part of the reason why editing and like Photoshop and stuff appeals to me because it's a visual... the progress is noted visually every step of the way. Whereas like writing, whether it's a script or just anything else, it doesn't really manifest until it's finished. Like if it's a book, like, and like trying to get people to like proofread stuff or just give you feedback on it. If you give them a finished novel, they'll read it because it's a finished book. But typically I don't want to just read like a chapter or a piece of it. And like same thing. I mean, sure, you know, like writing songs, the lyrics, you know, depending on what kind of lyrics you're doing, what kind of song it is, they can stand alone as poetry, depending on how you wrote them or depending what you're going for. But a lot of times, it's the music that makes the song work. You know, I mean, I could think of far more songs that are popular despite kind of silly or stupid or trite or weird or odd or disturbing lyrics than I can songs that have amazing lyrics but don't sound good musically. Like, I don't know too many people I mean, rap might be the only thing where it's like, okay, you got this beat that's just kind of on repeat, and it's like it really is about the lyrics, more or less. Maybe you have a short hook in there, but it's just kind of like same kind of thing. But like a lot of songs, it's like the lyrics make no sense, but I love the song. I don't know why I got off on that tangent. Something about... Oh, right. Like when a thing is possible and I want it to exist, nothing will stop me. That's a great mentality and attitude to have, Underhill. I can appreciate that. Like, look, if you just let me know it's possible, I will figure out how and I will do it. I don't know that I have that same... I can do it. I think I'll do the same thing if I have a very specific thing in mind that I want. Like if I had in my mind something, I was like, you know what, Diablo 2 would be amazing if this was in the game. Then I would probably be motivated to do it. But just learning how to do it in general, I can't be drawn in that way. So like right now, I play Diablo 2. I don't think of a mod. Like, you know, the mod with the skill tree thing didn't even occur to me that would be a thing. But, you know, luckily we've got folks like you and is it Frozen? Yeah. Frostbite. You and Frostbite that actually think of the cool things, or you hear the community saying, here's what we would like to have. And you go, okay, let me oblige you. I mean, I guess I kind of would like a mod where it's not even a big deal, but like I can give Fiona, well, you know what? Some of the helmets look ridiculous. Maybe I don't want that. I was gonna say it would be cool if, like, you know how when you equip armor and weapons to your main character, you can actually see them. It actually changes the appearance. Especially in this one. I mean, it was a little harder to see in the original, but in this one, it's very easy to see when you've upgraded your armor or something. But when you upgrade her bow or her whatever, like all your mercenaries are static visually. So like, that'd be pretty cool. But then sometimes I think, you know, some of the coolest gear you can find looks the dumbest, like the freaking cap, the little leather cap thing. It looks stupid. It's the most ridiculous looking thing. But with the Shaco is like one of the best, if not the best, headgear you can find, and it's a green floppy hat. I'm like, man. So maybe that would be the opposite. No, that would be the mod that I'd want. I would want to mod it where I could make any armor piece look the way I want it to look, despite the stats. So I like those particular axes. I like the bigger axe with the sharper blade. Look at the other one, looks like a freaking, I'm cutting logs. I want all my axes to look like that, even if the stats are the stats for the other one. I don't, that helmet doesn't really work for me. I want to get the big helmet with the little horn things on it. That's a cool looking helmet. I want to be able to wear that, but have the stats from that. I want to have the cool armor that's like black and gold, but I want the stats from that. So I guess there is something that I would want to mod, but when I think about it, when I'm playing, I'm not really... I'm more focused on the things that I'm killing and not so much on my own cosmetics. I want to record an album I have one ready, but I know nothing. Well, I'm a software tech kind of guy, but I don't want the whole world to be that, right? Right, no, exactly. Like, I need video editors and cooks. Right, yeah, exactly. Like, tech should be made simple, and it is the job of those involved with it to make sure it's accessible. Can't expect the whole world to write code. There's almost definitely a mod for that already. Is there really? Dag nabbit. Well, I mean, not dag nabbit. I mean, that's actually good. It just means that I have to figure out how to get that mod. But like I said, when you're in the heat of combat, the last thing you're worried about is your stupid helmet. You know? But it's just when you're looking at it, especially like now, if I'm not playing, I'm looking at it going, I'd like for him to look more badass. I don't think he looks terribly awesome right now. He looks okay. Like, he acts the kilt and he's got some nice, you know, heavy duty boots and greaves, and Okay, you didn't look too bad. The helmet's still throwing me. It just doesn't work for me. But I'll tell you right now, when I'm playing this, the last thing I'm looking at is him. I'm looking everywhere but him and Fiona. But yeah, no, exactly. And that's the same thing, you know, when it comes down to like personal taste. Like I'll look at a car and I'll be like, why would anybody want to drive that? And to your point, do I want everybody driving the exact same kind of car? If everybody had my taste, you know, we'd all be driving in one car. Nobody would be buying any other car. Do I want that? No. It's nice to have other car options. I think, yeah, and like you said, and that's, I think that's part of the problem is I shouldn't say we, but it seems like there are certain things that are made, like everybody wants to do one of 20 jobs. Not understanding or not knowing or not realizing, look, like if you talk to somebody, they're like, you want to be an executive, don't you? You want to be a leader. You want to be somebody who, you know, gets stuff done and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, if everybody was that, nobody would be emptying the trashes. Nobody would be cleaning because everybody wants to be in the best disposition. Like, you have to have people that are going to be okay with and even enjoy just good old manual labor. Like, I don't mind it myself. I'm just starting to go, I don't know if at this particular age, it's great for me to shift gears into a labor-intensive job. You know, it's one thing if I'd been doing plumbing or electricity work for the past 15 years, 20 years, and another 10 years I can retire.
I can't carry anymore.
You know, starting a new career when you're already having a hard time getting up off the ground is probably not a great idea. But like, I wouldn't mind that because I find manual labor, measurable manual labor. Like, I don't like just doing something just like on an assembly line, but like building something, getting something done. You know, to a degree, making deliveries was that. I mean, it kind of sucked because it was like you just felt like you were on a wheel. You know, every day, check inventory, arrange boxes, back truck up, load truck up, close, get in truck, drive an hour and a half. Go here, unload truck, unload, go here, unload, come back, fill up truck, park truck, rinse and repeat. So it did get repetitive, but at least it was within that day, within that shift, I had a sense of accomplishment. I loaded and unloaded a truck full of stuff to all the good girls and boys while they were sleeping. You know, when they wake up, they'll yawn, open their widow eyes, go outside and be like, oh, the driver came today. So, you know, like there's some reward in that, but not. Yeah, so I don't mind maybe, but yeah, people need to. D2 modding is probably one of the most developed mod communities, so most of what is desired has been done. We used to talk about that. My boss didn't want his boss's job, and I didn't want my boss's job. Yep. Yeah, my uncle, in fact, he lost a lot of his enthusiasm when he went into management. He didn't really want to, but it was kind of expected. He'd been with the company for a long time. He knew the job really well, but he enjoyed what he was doing. He didn't enjoy managing people doing what he was doing. But it was kind of the next step and whatever. So I think he took it just because it was more like they were asking him to, kind of like, you know, when I became a lead with the truck thing. It wasn't the job I wanted. I just wanted to drive, but that was kind of what was being asked. But yeah, it's amazing how many people don't want the upgrade because it means you're no longer doing the thing that you really want to do. Yeah. All right, missed a lot. Neighbor needed help. How's it going, Diablos? I love that phrase, Diablos. I was wondering, Frostbite. We had a whole thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm hoping the neighbors are all right. But in the future, Frostbite, you just got to say, if your neighbor's like, hey, can you help out? Say, hey, watching a Schward stream right now. Probably be over in the next hour. Just, you know, hold on, and I'll be there in about 60 minutes or so. You know, you just got to set priorities with people. You got to let them know what the priorities are. I'm kidding, of course. That would be obnoxious. I'm trying to think of the last thing that was said because we talked about a few things. So yeah, Underhill was telling me about one of his. Oh, I was asking, and Underhill kind of answered this for me as well. But I was asking like for the mod that you did, because like Underhill told me like for one of his mods he had to go in and manually replace 32,000 audio files with blank audio files to take out like an announcer's voice. So my question for you, like in your mod where you said you enabled all the characters to have access to all the different abilities, is it a thing where you had to go in there and just is it something where like every character in theory would have access to all of them, but they nerf the characters, they put barriers up there that prohibit their access to the rest of the skills? Or is it something where you just had to take down those digital walls? Did you have to create a bridge or some way to allow access to the rest of them? Or did you actually have to actually go into the code and kind of, it sounds like what Underhill had to do, and actually create skill trees for each of them that gave them access? And I mean, how does that work with animation? Like you didn't have to create actual new frames of animation for each character, did you? I would think you would though, right? To a degree? Like, well, I guess no, because the Barbarian does his little rah. I guess that's his summon. So you would do that to create an ice storm, like for the sorcerers type thing. You know, she has her little animation for it. I guess his would just be his kind of just like what he does for his shouts, right? I guess. So that you're not actually have to go in and, because like, can you change animation frames in these? I mean, manually? Do you I mean, I feel like once if you're modding, but Underhill did say that there's probably a mod out there already. I said the only mod I could think of was I'd like to be able to look a certain way, but have the stats of equipment like the Shaco. I'd love to have a Shaco that looks like a cool helmet instead of a floppy green cap, you know? It looks silly. I feel silly. I feel ridiculous walking around with one of those things on my head. So I would like something that gives me the cool, full helm so I look all badass and whatnot, but still have the stats of the Shaco. But that's an actual... Well, I guess not, because all those things exist already. You would just have to swap out the skin, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so it's just the nature. The launcher has a code to edit all the files associated with the character classes. It also does add animations and skill. Oh, interesting. Wow. Animations as well. And skill icons. Dang. So how much of that was manual? So like when Underhill was saying like he had to go in, like he could write the code for it, but he had to go in and actually manually like alter individual files kind of by hand. Is that, when you say the launcher has a code to edit all the files associated, is that something where you wrote a code to tell it to go in essentially and change all these different things? And so the code itself was, what's this? Leslie Tanner, host of the hit self-help program and talk show Explorations with Leslie Tanner. Are these psychological warfare, Celsius boom? Are these like modding type things? My man's rocking a mullet in 2025. Are those back? Have we gotten to the point where they're back yet? He reminds me like just the like at a glance, he makes me think of like Michael Keaton from the first Batman. Now he didn't have a straight up mullet, but he did, like had the glasses. All his were round frames, but he had the dark hair, and it's kind of. But I know trends come back. Have we come back to the mullet yet? I mean, regardless, he's doing it. He's pulling it off. I guess was it not Doctor Doom, Doctor Demento, Doctor Disaster, maybe I think his name is. He was doing a mullet with the mustache, very very 80s look, very Freddie Mercury looking. 8:30 Central tonight. Okay. Oh, it's a comedy thing. Okay, cool. None of it is manual. It uses the base files as reference, then changes many, many things based on the options you choose in the launcher. Okay. So Frostbite, then did you develop the launcher? Was that like the bulk of the heavy work that had to be done, was you creating this launcher that I guess is in a way it's an interface, an editing interface, but in order to link it to all those different aspects that need to be changed. So the grunt part of the work was to create the launcher, and then once you had that established, you had a lot of freedom within the launcher to make the changes without actually having to make each individual change. Is that accurate? Check it out. It's hilarious. It is weird. It's a parody kind of thing. Okay, gotcha. Well, that makes even more sense. It makes the mullet even the more glorious. Yes, the launcher and the code for how it should affect all those files. Okay. So Underhills took about 8 hours for something that seemed, I mean, relatively straightforward, seemingly, but again required a lot of elbow grease, a lot of work to get it done, including the launcher for that mod you did where all the skill trees are accessed. About how long did that take? Like from base game to launcher development to coding and all that kind of stuff. Just out of curiosity. Because I've never talked to modders before, so you two are my first ones, and I'm just curious, like what the timetable is on that. Because I know they can be very, very work intensive, and obviously some mods are easier than others. I got unlucky with that mod. If the devs had put the announcer files in a folder, it would have taken 20 minutes. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, I remember you saying that would have been. I didn't know it would have been that much faster, but yeah, that the darn devs. And so for all the things you can do, you couldn't put them in a folder, or because you had to sort, whether you put them in a folder or not, you had to sort through every single one. So it wouldn't make sense to go through and shift copy or cut and paste, and then you'd have to redo the path. So yeah, I guess that wouldn't make any sense. But that's my big. This is my big brain stuff right here. I go, well, which one's more expensive? I'll keep that one. Although sometimes it's bullcrap. I actually had a barb helm that the helm that looked just like that, the jaw, whatever it's called, and it gave me +1 to the shouts and +1 to axe mastery, and it was like 282 gold pieces, and some schleppy helmet with almost no, it was a, I don't know, it might have been a unique, but it didn't offer anything. I'm like. And it was like 5,000. So sometimes the price tag does not tell the whole story, but usually it kind of does. Good gravy. Hey, Denise! Before I pass out again. Well, good to see you, Denise. I'm glad you're okay, because usually we see you a little bit earlier. But I'm glad you're glad you're doing okay. And hey, you know what? You're getting some good sleep. That's all I care about. But thank you for dropping in and saying hello. You caught me. I was gonna give it till 8, and then I was gonna turn in myself here to get a few things squared away for week's end. But thank you for saying hello. I hope you have a good rest of your night and a fantabulous weekend with crazy cool plans in store. We're having conversations about coding now and modding. At least 300 hours, but there's also a server for sharing the mods with others and such, and the testing hours I spent. Jeez Louise. That's still, wow. When people say a game is moddable, it partly refers to how the developers arrange the assets. Okay. So, in theory, I guess, any game is moddable, but is it feasibly moddable? Meaning it's possible to be modded, but it would be time and resource prohibitive. But 300 hours, man, that is... I mean, it sounds... By how you're describing the launcher and everything, it sounds like that's... it could be robust, but just when you see it out like that, it's like, jeez Louise. I mean, 8 hours to me is pretty significant. But 300 hours. And the great thing about it, that was another thing we were talking about, it's for the love of doing it. I don't know, maybe there are modders or there are certain mods where you can pay for. I don't know if that gets dicey because you don't own the game and stuff. But it seems like most of the modding community just do it because they love it, and they want to see the changes themselves, or they want to make it funner for other players. I mean, Skyrim is relevant today. I would say 90% of it. Its relevance today is because of the modding community. And while I don't think D2 relies as heavily on it, obviously there is a lot of people getting so much more mileage out of the game. A game that really, I guess you do have live ladders. I still don't, I don't know. I guess it could be fun to play the game with somebody. But well, moddable also refers to parameters exposed externally. JSON is a data format. Oh, so like, I don't know, PSD, for Photoshop. So, well, no, that's a file extension, not a data format. So, okay. Parameters for the game, like how much damage things will do or what graphic a weapon uses, are configurable.
I can't carry anymore.
Gotta get your Discord. I'll send the mod your way. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second here. My Discord. Like I thought I was big ticket stuff when I set up a Discord, actually, because see. Oh. Dang. Okay, well, that perfect timing. My 2 videos got us through the whole stream. Bam. Didn't plan it. Did not plan it, but let me come on. Where's invite people? Hopefully this works. No! It did it again. Now I got to reset the stupid thing. What do I got to do again? I got to change a setting in here. I hate that. You go into the little sprockety thing. Oh. I think that did it. Oh. I think I did it. 1 second. Sorry about that, man. I think it's server, or not server, streamer. It defaults to streamer setting. Invite people. There we go. There it is. Bingo bango. This is a key that contains a key. This is a subkey. This is a data format. Eh? This is a key that contains a key. This is a subkey. This is a data format. I lied. I'm still here. Nice, Macro. Then there's your link to the Discord as well. It's not the first time you lied to me, sir. I will not be hoodwinked. I knew you were still lurking around. Couldn't stay away. But there you go. Oh, gotcha. Ugh. No, hey, Macro, I asked you, I said, are you still there? And you didn't answer. So I said, well, next time I see you, I'll post it. It didn't do any good for me to post it if you weren't there anymore. You chose to not answer me. So I thought you were gone. I distinctly asked twice. I was like, Macro, are you still there? If you're still there, I can send it to you. And I was caught up on chat. I was waiting for Macro to be like, yeah, I'm still here. I didn't leave. I'm cool. But you're like, nah, I'm going to pretend like I left. So I'm like, all right, I'll get you on the next one. Because I knew I was going to, the last time I tried to send a link, I was like, I didn't remember what I had to do exactly, but I remember I had to disable something just to get the link to show up again. So there we go. There we go. It's still just as good as if I'd sent it to you specifically. Oh, maybe was it my personal? I don't know. JavaScript object notation. Well, I thought you were going to post it whether or not I was there so I could copy it later. Macro. You refused. You refused to watch my 3.5 hour dissertation. I didn't expect you to go all the way through to comb through, because like who knows how long I would have streamed for, and you would have had to go through and watch the entire stream all over again just to see if I did post it. So I just assumed that if you didn't get it there, you wouldn't do it. And it was a lot of work. It's not easy to post Discord links. I didn't know I had to clock in to receive it. Yeah, it's my disposition. I was predisposed. He had to try more than once even. Yes, I am. Look, so we need to come up with another name for Boomer that because boomer, I mean, really, I mean, there's a specific reason why boomer is used. I'm way too young to be a boomer, but I'm far too old to be savvy. Although I do think, if I'm not mistaken, I know Macro is a tadpole. He's a young buck. Underhill, I think we're about the same age, if I recall correctly. I remember Lagmeister is 10 years younger because he mentioned he liked the prequels. I love you, Lagmeister. But then somebody else, Zensky, was actually my age. So I can usually sort out depending on what people say. You very savvy folk make me think you're at least 5 to 10 years younger than I am. Does that link last forever? It does. It does, Macro. Unless I choose to update it for whatever reason, but I haven't any problems with it, so I don't intend, unless there's some kind of data breach or whatever, some bad thing happens, that is the invitation for the foreseeable future. So, yes, Macro, yes. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I got a decade on you. Yep, that makes sense. And honestly, I mean, look. There are plenty of people my age that are incredibly tech savvy that can code and do all the cool stuff. But I don't feel quite as bad being as ignorant as I am about JSON and all this other stuff when it's people that are younger, that grew up more with computer. I mean, I didn't have a computer in front of me until senior year in high school, aside from like computer labs on occasion. Like we played Oregon Trail back in elementary school on the big old floppies, but like using a computer day to day wasn't something I did until college. And my first laptop wasn't until my sophomore or junior year in college. So my generation, the Gen X, we were kind of on the cusp of that. So there are plenty of very savvy, very smart guys that went through computer engineering and software engineering, coding, all that kind of stuff at my age. But I feel a little better being ignorant when I'm talking to younger people, because I'm like, it was it was paired a little bit more with what you're doing. Like for me, and I didn't know. I mean, I've heard of Commodore 64s and Amigos, but I never saw one. I still haven't seen one in person. Everybody I knew was on Nintendo, and so we were the 8-bit warriors. We forged our way through 8-bit mayhem, but we did not have the coding opportunities and necessities that other people did. We didn't look at a cartridge and say, how can I change that cartridge to do things it's not already doing? We thought we were just happy and thankful to have the carts at all. That was how we grew up, just thankful for what we had. We didn't think, well, let me go ahead and change it so it's even better. Who would think to do that? It's a product. It's done. You don't get a pillow and say, you know what, I like this pillow to be fluffier and bigger, so let me make it bigger. You just say, I bought a pillow. If I want a bigger pillow, I buy a bigger pillow. Zennial? Oh, there we go. Zennial is a term used to describe a microgeneration of people born between the late 70s and early 80s, specifically 77 to 83. So the Star Wars generation. 1977, New Hope. 1980, Empire Strikes Back. 1983, Return of the Jedi. We are the Star Wars generation, or the Zennials. I'll take that. I'll take that. So yeah, we didn't live through the hippies. And I mean, it's one thing you say child of the 80s. I mean, I'm literally 1980. Like, so I was at the cusp of the 80s. I was born halfway through the first year of the 80s. But I wasn't experiencing the 80s for like the first 4 years, really. I mean, kind of, tertiarily, but like culturally, all that kind of stuff, it's going over your head at that age. So really, you kind of needed to be born in 75, 77 at the latest, I would say, to really have experienced the 80s in all of its glory. I feel like it's wrong to be in environments of older people and getting spoiled with mod privileges and membership offerings, and that I should be with people my age to be more competitive in the talk or whatever. Macro, you're fine. You're fine. You hold your own. And honestly, like I crap you not, Macro. I thought about this today. I was on a walk. Oh, so it wasn't today because I didn't walk today. Yesterday I was walking. And I don't know. I have fictional conversations sometimes as I'm walking because I got nothing else to occupy my brain if I don't bring like something to listen to. And I was like, you know what? Macro could be a 50-year-old guy living in New Jersey for all I know. Because the thing is, your English is great. Like there's no point where you've said something or phrased something that sounds foreign or that you're not familiar with it. And you do many times speak. Now, obviously some of your personal experiences, they do sound like somebody who's a little bit younger, but a lot of the stuff you say, I'm like, could be said by a much older guy. Like you're very knowledgeable about geography and lots of other topics. So that to say the fact, but I was arguing with myself and saying, well, but there's no harm. You know what? If he happens to be a 50-year-old out in New Jersey, who cares? That's totally fine. Like I'm not losing anything. It's not like you're like, hey, I'm a I'm a prince from, Nigeria and I need to get back to my homeland. Give me $2,000. It's like, well, at that point I kind of need to verify for a fact that you are in fact a prince trying to get back to your homeland. But it's like, but I'm more than happy to just believe it. But the fact that in my brain having this conversation, I could say it was okay, that believable for Macro to be a 50-year-old dude out of New Jersey. I think that's a compliment. I mean, maybe not New Jersey necessarily, but you know what I'm saying? So yeah, just take that as the compliment that it is, even if it took me a long time to get there and it makes me sound kind of weird. Well, we just use mod here so we can share links easily. Yeah, exactly. And kind of tying to your point, Underhill, about, it's like, if I don't do that, then nobody can post links. Whereas apparently on Twitch, you can just post links, and if it's bad, you can get banned or whatever. But nobody here so far, we have not had a bad apple. Like, no, I mean, there have been people here maybe that just weren't thrilled about the content and they just left quietly, but nobody has abused that. So there's no need at this point to fortify it. And people that I've given the wrench to, they're people that, we've interacted enough, and I'm like, I don't think you're going to post something naughty or damaging. And so, but yeah, otherwise I have to go through and reassign that every single time. So, you can prove yourself to be mature and able to handle responsibility at any age. There's no limit on that. Yeah, but I was giving it because I was cool and not because I needed to share a link. I'm trying to remember what the impetus was. No, you know what? So here's the irony. If I'm not mistaken, Macro, you can correct me, but I'm pretty sure I'd given it to like Ugnip so he could post his Humble Bundle links. I gave it to Lagmeister because he had a link to, I think, his YouTube channel or something. And you're like, man, why is everybody getting links? Everybody's getting modding privileges, not me. And I think I gave it to you because you were kind of whining about it. So ironically enough, if I'm remembering it correctly, you despite what I just said, you were given adult modding privileges because you whined. You threw a fit. It was a joke fit, I know. If I'm remembering correctly, you were totally joking, but it was still, I felt bad. I was like, all right, well, yeah, I'm letting everybody else do it. Why not? We're the same age? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. As a 90s kid, I identify with this statement. I thought you were in your 50s, Underhill? Not yet. Stop. Sounds like Jay Money is schizophrenic on his walk. Hey, Lagmeister, he's back. I wasn't complimenting this in a long freaking time. Well, maybe it's due, man. Right. I wasn't whining. I was just saying, why don't I get it too? Everybody else gets it. I don't want it. I can read your tone, sir. But yeah, I mean, and the thing is, I think, growing up in the 80s and 90s, we have a lot of shared experience because the 90s, when I look at a lot of the 90s, they feel like it almost seems like, I shouldn't say almost, I'm pretty sure this is how it happens. Like decades bleed into each other. So like your first 3 or 4 years of the 90s were like coming off the peak of the 80s. So you still had a lot of the 80s in the early 90s. And same thing, I'm guessing the 70s, bled into the 80s and stuff. So, if you grew up in the 80s or 90s, you got a chunk of each one, I guess. And I feel like the 80s were more different from the 70s than the 80s and the 90s were. More like the 70s introduced a lot of things, especially towards the end, that kind of reset the trajectory or change the trajectory of where the 70s were going and then how they led into the 80s. Whereas the 80s, I feel kind of more organically or naturally led into the 90s were just an extension of the 80s, following a natural course versus a course shift, where I think towards the end of the 70s and early 80s, you had and I'm this is just off of a general vibe. I'm not thinking of any historical thing particular, but I do think that people born in the 80s and 90s have more in common, more overlap, and more of a fondness for that time than maybe people in the 60s and 70s or the 70s and the 80s would. No, I didn't think you were whining about it. I just remember you mentioning it. I specifically remember macaroni with an eye. Yep, that's how I remember it too. Little Mac can beat Tyson. He can. Not my Little Mac, unfortunately. Little Mac was probably on steroids. He didn't look like he was on steroids, though, Lagmeister. I mean, aside from his hops, the fact that Little Mac could jump, he had like a 3-foot vertical and be able to punch with power and precision, that does kind of indicate some kind of, I guess, performance enhancing. But he was not a specimen. But he was brave enough to jog in a bright pink hoodie in the streets of New York at night. So he definitely, but that was in the 80s. And I think pink hoodies back then were a little more, colors were a little more just whatever they were back those days. Although, to be fair, this was, we actually have a picture of this too. I'll have to find it somewhere. The hot colors were in neon, hot, whatever you call them, the bright, like vibrant colors, hot green, hot. So, I asked my mom, it was before school started, my 6th grade year. So the first year in a brand new school, right? Now it was the same bus stop. Different, same general bus stop. Half of the people that I went to elementary school with went to my new middle school, but half of them were brand new, or more than half. And so, this is my day to make a first impression. I had my Notre Dame starter hat that I found for $7 at some place. Finally got myself a starter brand something. I had a jean jacket. I had a pair of gray cargo pants with my Jordache tennis shoes with my 3 different color laces, purple, silver, and white, I believe. Or no, was it green? I don't know. Jordache, though. Kmart, $18. And I don't remember what my shirt was. But I got a brand new book bag, because you got to have a brand new book bag when you start the semester, right? Or start the school year. And the only stipulation, Mom, if it could just be a hot color, like a neon color. She's like, okay. Bless her heart, she went out came back with a bright pink. Well, it wasn't bright. To her credit, it was not neon pink, but it was decidedly very, very vibrant cranberry pinkish. So even though by the letter of my request, she was able to find a backpack that matched, it was not the neon green or possibly yellow or orange that I was hoping for. It was definitely pink, and it did not make me the coolest kid in school as I was hoping it would. I meant that I was born in 1990, like you were born in 1980. The sentiment that I feel like I only saw, oh, gotcha. And it being different from being born early. Right. Okay. Gotcha. Right. Yeah. Then that was something, what was it? Well, no, because I remember like cranberries and like Smashing Pumpkins and all those. Those were like early to mid 90s when they kind of hit their peak. So yeah, for you, they wouldn't have been your favorite band. But it's weird. There are some people that were born in the 90s that still like mention those bands. And granted, they've had careers beyond the 90s, but like, Stone Temple Pilots, like all those bands like really kind of hit in the early 90s. But yeah, you wouldn't have been cognizant of those and only, get them like same thing. There's a lot of 80s, like Michael Jackson, I believe. Yeah, he started early, earlier in the 80s. But I mean, his career went through that. But yeah, no, so I hear you. Yeah, exactly. You only see the half of it. So it's weird because I kind of like how it all played out. But there is a part of me that wished I had been more alive or more aware or I had more of the 80s to go with. I feel fortunate that, like I said, I think a lot of the 80s bled into the 90s. And so there's a lot of stuff where if you look at like a design or something, you're like, oh, that's so 80s. It was 91, 92, maybe 93. The tennis shoes, kind of the same thing, had that razzle dazzle element to them. And then, then the 90s took on their own identity later on. Why do I use 2 or more browsers? Yes, I got a pink backpack. You are just like them, Lagmeister. You are one of those. Of course, man. Smashing Pumpkins, dude. I was listening. So on my bus ride to school it was middle school. Let's say 7th grade, I'm going to say. I'll have to check the dates. On the way to school, we listened to 93.3, which was a rap, Bone Thugs and Harmony. DMZ wasn't a thing back then, or DMV, whatever his name is. Bone Thugs and Harmony. Gosh, who else did we? To be honest, rap is not my genre per se, so I don't remember them. But it was hip hop, I guess is what you call it. It was a hip hop station we listened to on the way to school. On the way back, we listened to alternative rock, which was 94.6, I believe, and that was Stone Temple Pilots, Smashing Pumpkins, Goo Goo Dolls, I think were around back then even. Pearl Jam, stuff like that. But macro. So the Brave browser I use almost specifically for if I'm going to go to bed and I want to watch a YouTube video or something like that, I'll put it on there because it automatically. I don't know how to take it off or do whatever, but it has an ad blocker in there. So the problem that I would have is if I was watching something and I fell asleep to it, if they pop an ad on there, ads are usually loud and obnoxious. It's going to wake me up. So I'll use that typically on a video that I've already watched on Chrome. So it's got the view, it's got the subscription probably. But then I'll watch it again, going to bed or something, just to something to, fall asleep to. But I kind of use Chrome as a general all-purpose thing because there's some stuff on Brave or even what is it? Not Firefox, Edge. I don't really use Edge. Well, no. So I do use Edge. Edge is the default that pops up if I click a link, for my job or something. If they send me an invite link, it automatically populates in that browser. But anyway, that's usually the reason. Each browser offers a little something different for different utilities. Some of them, I permanently log into because I have another YouTube channel as well that I don't really post anything to. But I have that YouTube login on another browser already, so I don't have to log in and out. It's stupid stuff, but it's just bouncing back and forth. Each one has its own perks. All the guys wore pink when I went in high school, especially the thugs. Really? No, are you serious? Not in my Mac either. Macintosh. Yeah, I'm bilingual. I half of my setup is the editing. Well, what used to be the primary editing and whatever is Mac and is an old iMac, and then what I currently use now is PC. So I used them both. It's not like knowing a programming language, but it is. You just got to get used to each of them. It took me a while to get used to. I hadn't used Windows since Windows 7. So learning how to use Windows again took a little bit of doing. But yes, I gotta. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the thugs wearing. That was the thing, man. The gangsters in the 80s, they was like a throwback to the 50s. They were wearing the fedoras and rolled up sleeves and suits and everything. It was kind of the gangsters were fun. It was before I remember, was it middle school ish. Yeah, that's when you started to have that. They call it busting a sag, where you had the pants down at your crotch. It looked ridiculous. It was dysfunctional. You couldn't run or walk. I remember guys that we'd play basketball together and they'd have to have one hand holding their pants up and the other one trying to do a crossover, and it was what are you doing, man? But some styles just made more. I mean, to be fair, parachute pants weren't exactly something that I would look back at and be yeah, let's bring those back. But the baggy jeans, the Genco jeans. Well, I don't think they were Genco back then. Stussy, skater type wear. The bands and the flare out. Well, they weren't flare; they were just wide leg jeans. But then you just had the sagged pants. I like baggy pants well enough. I just didn't like wearing them under my butt crack. It was very uncomfortable. I tried it once, didn't really work because my pants were they were bought to fit me. I didn't need to wear a belt with them or anything, so it was pretty hard to sag them too terribly far. But anyway, they also wore those big fake diamonds. Are you talking about rhinestones, Flagmeister? Being born in the 80s was the best. Sucks to be you guys. You know, yeah, of course I do. Yeah. It wasn't until I was in high school that I own and did my own thing that I really got into 80s music. At 15, my favorite bands became Rat and Winger. Whoa. Okay, so hang on. I'm not even familiar with those. Are those 80s bands? Rat? To be fair, I didn't know who Rick... Oh my gosh, yeah, they're definitely 80s. Stephen Piercy, Warren DeMartini. So they look like AC/DC type. So yeah, that's some heavy stuff right there. Wow, I'm trying. What music did they? What song did they do? Dang, Round and Round. Wait, that's not the You Spin Me Round, right? No, because that was I Want a Woman, We're in Love, Body Talk. I don't know that I've heard of these songs. That's crazy. Like usually, like I didn't listen to AC/DC necessarily back in the day, but at least I knew who they were. This is a new Rat, and you know what? Wait, is that? Oh yeah, okay. Just really quick here. So Rat is that. That's the Rat Pack. I mean, that is, you do not get much more 80s than that right there. That is, the only thing that's missing are like some kind of jagged, like laser lines behind him or something, but that's pretty darn 80s. I guess maybe that was more early 90s was the laser stuff. Yeah, that was, I guess, more like Saved by the Bell. That's very 80s right there. And then what was the other one? Winger. Jeff Winger. Okay, yeah, definitely another. Oh, I guess this is more modern, I guess. So they're still going. Let's see, how far back do we go here? Oh, is that? I guess that was their initial album. Oh my gosh, the Napster logo? 7 on wait, what if I click on that? What happens? Is Napster still up? Napster's a thing? What? That got taken? What? All right, yeah, just call me a boomer. Screw it. I'm so no, a Zennial. I'm a Zennial. I didn't know that Napster made a comeback. Good gravy. Sounds cool. I love Bone Thugs. Yeah, my friend was like super into hip hop, so that was one of his. And then of course Will Smith. He had several pretty big songs back then. He had Wild Wild West, Getting Jiggy with It, Miami. What was another one? And then he got like, what was it? Mini Me, You Complete Me. I don't know. Anyway, he had some good Men in Black. As I say that already. Anyway, so yeah, we'd hear, but that was actually high school was when all that stuff was coming out. Wild Wild West. I'm bound through the Wild Wild West. Time for explanations. Hope to see you guys. All right, Underhill. Thanks so much. Great talking to you as well. Sorry I missed the farewell. I somehow got behind on chat as well. You install ad blocker extensions on Chrome and probably other browsers. Oh, none at all, Macro. None at all. Hair metal. Yeah, exactly, Frostbite. Exactly. Magnificent hair. Men just don't have hair like they did in the 80s. But yeah, Underhill, have a great night. Yeah, Macro, I could, but like I don't necessarily want to because I do know that can mess with revenue and stuff for channels. So I like to do most of my browsing, especially if it's going to be on YouTube with Chrome, without blocking ads. And then, like I said, just use Brave, which is, like I said, just by default, it blocks ads to do stuff. So I'm not getting interrupted by. And it's another thing too. It's weird. I swear, I don't know if the camera's being activated or what, but sometimes I'll bring like my laptop into the back, like if I'm getting a shower and if I just want to like listen to a podcast or something, I'll just have that just kind of sitting on the sink, near the sink, and I'm in the shower, and I won't hear a commercial like 20 minutes leading up to the shower. But as soon as I get in the shower, turn the water on, commercial. Because I can't get out and skip past it because I can't reach it and I'm all wet. So I have to sit through and it's always one of these commercials. You know how sometimes it's a commercial, it's like 10 seconds and it's done, 5 seconds and it's done. And then you have the commercials that'll just go on for like 6.5 hours if you don't stop it. I get the 6.5 hours. As soon as somehow it knows. I don't know if it detects the echo, if it can hear the shower water going or something. But by golly, every freaking time, within 5 minutes of getting in the shower, they've got me on a 6-minute tirade of whatever commercials. Like, you mother fire, Jerry. Is Discord the only way to DM you? No, Macro. I mean, and I don't mind doing this. Like I said, I don't think too many people are checking, but I don't mind this either. That's probably the best way. That's kind of my catch-all. It gets a lot of junk and spam and stuff, but I also check that for genuine messages. So it's kind of just kind of its own little thing. So you can, I mean, that's the only way to DM me right now. I do have a Twitter or X account or whatever, but I don't really use it. And that's the only other social media thing I have other than YouTube. So yeah, the Discord's a good way to do it. But if you don't want to go that route, then that's a way too. Napster is a totally different company now. Funny comeback though. It is. I guess they just used the familiar iconography. Looks like, just at a glance, it looked like it's more like a Spotify type deal now, not so much what it used to be. Even though, I mean, you don't really need it now. You can pretty much find any song anywhere. Yeah. I would bet all Will Smith songs had stolen beats. Oh, no doubt. Well, I shouldn't say no doubt. I don't know for a fact, but I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of, I mean, that was an interesting thing too. Like, I know, like, some bands will do tributes or they'll do versions of other band songs, or they'll do like a revision. Like, typically at like concerts, like they'll do a throwback and they'll do like their own particular. Like, I remember one of the bands did like "Lean on Me." They did like a jazzed up version of that, but it was like at a concert. They didn't really do it on. Oh no, they did it on their album too. So do something like that. But the sampling, where you're just like ripping out a section of a song and using that as kind of like the foundation. I always found that was like a peculiar thing. I mean, I didn't mind. Like, I mean, I think somebody finally did Knight Rider. Knight Rider was like the most hip hoppy intro to a song of the entire like 80s and 90s. Like, there was no, I mean, that was the most, like, I wanted to write a rap to that just because it sounded so freaking cool. And you listen to it, it's like, it sounds, I mean, yeah, it's got a little bit of synthesizer in it, so it does date it a little bit, but it's just that. And see, I would love to be able to play a sample, but I can't because it'd be copyright strike. But anywho, Mike Myers. I think I heard Austin Powers. Wait, what? What was the Mike Myers thing? Yeah, baby. Good. Oh, well, you said love you, and I said love you too. I don't think I called you son, though. It was a different laptop, Lagmeister. Yeah. Don't know everything. It was a different laptop. It's the one with the keys broken on it. Now, the 2007 just died flat outright. The one that I'm using now for shower time it's 2017. So it's getting up there in age as well. But it detects a shower, then activates the webcam. I'm going to send you a bunch of spam. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It is an account. Like, that's why I don't mind giving it out, because it's like, well, if something happens, I have to shut it down. So be it. It's just kind of an ancillary, but not very many macro. Jay Gray. Got to hop off and cook. Take care of y'all. Good chatting. Yes, for us by Digital. Thanks so much for stopping by. Great conversing with you. Thank you for affirming. I now have expert opinion, validating the no pineapple on pizza. Greatly appreciate that. It is invaluable to have that moving forward. But glad you stopped by, and yeah, have a good cook. And thanks for sharing how you met your wife. Like that's a really good story. It's kind of heartwarming to know that happens in real life too. So. Oh my gosh, a 40 gigabyte hard drive. Yikes. Oh, Jay Gray, that's just so Jesse and then Gray. That's no deeper meaning there. It's just first and last name. Well, first initial, last name. My IBM is like a 2000. Yeah, 40 gig. Jeez. And that's the crazy thing. Like you can gauge the age of something by the hard drive size, typically. Like if you don't upgrade it, you're like, I have a 128 megabyte hard drive. Well, you probably have the laptop, if it was a laptop at all. It was probably this thick, like a brick, a giant like suitcase kind of thing. Or you had one of the floppy disk PCs. Like if your hard drive is measured in megabytes, it definitely puts you way, way back. I'd also like to chat with you, but seeing as how you're a small YouTuber, I feel it's an alien to be here instead of chatting in bigger chats where more people are there because those channels are more interesting, supposedly at least. Well, I mean, it's pros and cons. And there's a guy named Decoy, I think. And he kind of talked about that as well. He's bigger than mine. His channel's like 100 and some thousand subscribers. He has, I don't know, 1,500 people in chat or 150, something like that. It's a lot more than mine. But he said, yeah, you have smaller, some days you have smaller chats. And he's like, it's not as good. It doesn't feel as good as a streamer because you're not talking to as many people, but you can also talk to people. Like right now, if this was a big channel, I would be seeing 1 in 100 messages, or 1 in 50 or something. So it's a lot harder to have conversations with individuals with bigger channels. I'm not going to lie. It would be great to have a big channel like that. But at the same time, then you do lose that connection. It's not possible. It's not feasible to have a room, in theory, a virtual room of 100 people and be able to talk to them. You're more like talking, not at them, but you're talking to them, but it's chat is more of a mass conscious is kind of how you end up looking at it with certain names that you recognize versus here where I still pretty much know everybody. It feels like we're in a small like circle. We just pulled out the folding chairs. We're all just sitting around in a circle, 20 people, 25 people max, and we're just having a conversation. I mean, growth is good. Ironically, I've lost 3, 4, maybe 5 subscribers in the past 3 days. Don't know what changed, but I think it might have been the empowerment video. A lot of hard truths on there, folks. A lot of hard truths. And some just pure speculation. That's true. I unsubscribe. You still have the helmet, Lagmeister. So you unsubscribe, but you're still a member. Oh, geez. I'm not saying you're less interesting than bigger channels. On the contrary, at least for me, I'm just saying I'm always against the pack try hard when it comes to everything. I know that. You can't fool me. Well, and I appreciate it. And, against the pack, try hard when it comes to everything. Yeah, well, and to be fair, Macro, like obviously, if you got more people, you do have more input, and there's more interaction. And I don't know a single other streamer who streams games that they've already played. Like they're actively playing the game, and that's a lot of where the interaction comes from, and a lot of the interest because you can input what he does or ask questions and have it explained. Whereas here, we're just talking about whatever, and the background is just there for. It's there to be entertaining because it's not just nothing. But instead of playing a movie, because I can't do that for copyright reasons, you just play a game. But yeah, so it's a much different dynamic right now on this channel, which arguably suits or doesn't suit. But I'm throwing at my myself. I don't think so, Macro. You could be a member and not subscribed, I'm sure. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. It would be weird to do that, I think, but yeah, you could, yeah, because I think they're not linked. I'm just like, if somebody's not going to subscribe, they're not going to be a member either. Like that would be, because people, I mean, and the thing is, like, I try not to unsubscribe, but there are some channels, like, especially if they've got, like, 250,000 followers or something, like, I don't mind doing it. But usually if for whatever reason the content just isn't real, like, I mean, I was subscribed to like 5 Magic the Gathering channels, but when I stopped being interested in Magic the Gathering, I stopped watching. And after like a month of that, I was like, all right, it doesn't make sense to have them on here anymore. And they were all big channels. Like Kebby, I'm still subscribed to him because, it's a smaller channel. I want to keep that subscription count up and, watch him from time to time when I can. But, but if they're, big stuff where they don't, my subscription is a drop in the bucket, I just pulled it just so that I'm not having to scroll through, because I'm not one of these people. I don't rely on feeds as much. I usually get on and I'm like, I want to look for certain people. Even if I'm just checking it, so like I'll see Lagmeister and Carlos. But yeah, so I don't, so I'm actually scrolling through that list. I'm looking for the little blue dot, not necessarily just whatever YouTube wants to stick in front of my face. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the thing, Lagmeister, because the other part of that is, one, you have people that are just cleaning up. They're just like, hey, let me just, like, I subscribe to this. Because a lot of people see subscriptions or not subscriptions as a reward thing. So they don't necessarily subscribe because they're interested in what your channel is. They're doing it because they like what you had to say in that particular video, or they liked a certain aspect of it. And it's not a mean thing, but it's just kind of like, it's like a big like, it's like, oh yeah, I subscribe because I enjoy it. But easy come, easy go, because people like that, you release a video and they don't like it, or maybe they're just not interested and they're like, all right, well, I don't need to, you don't need my subscription anymore. Which, nothing wrong with that, but you have that kind of fickle thing where it's, and like, I've seen people make comments, not on my videos, because I don't get a lot of comments on mine, but on other people's videos, they'll be like, so glad you talked about this and just got right to the point. Subscribed. It's like, wow, that's all it took. So it's not even necessarily, I mean, in theory, they're saying, I like your presentation style, so I'm going to subscribe to you. But sometimes it can just be, I like this video. And instead of just giving the video a like, they subscribe. But then a week or two later, they forget why they subscribed, because they're not seeing the content they want, or they didn't like the last video. And they're just like, screw that. So some people, I think, take and give subscriptions very fluidly, instead of going, oh, I like this video and now I'm interested in this channel and I want to see what else they come out with. So I'm subscribing so that I'm getting the subscription in the mail, as it were. So a lot of it can just be that kind of thing. Some people are unsubscribed. Like, I know there's some big channels where people are like, they'll get in the comments and be like, just so you know, I was unsubscribed to you for some reason. So you get people that are just mass, like there's like 10 or 15 people, 20 people that are just unsubscribed automatically. A glitch in YouTube's things or whatever. So you can lose them for reasons that have nothing to do with it. And if you're not like a big channel and the subscription gets lost, people aren't going to be like, oh man, what was that channel that I really watched like once or twice? Yeah, exactly right, Lagmeister. Yep. Especially something like that where I've never done anything like that. I don't even know why. I did it because I found it fascinating. I was just like, because storytelling is never going to die. And it's fundamental. Like there's so many aspects of it that are timeless. So it's interesting, but it's interesting to see like, okay, if you adapt it for a modern times, how far do you take that? And I think like what, Snow White was indicative of is, I don't know. I personally think we are living in a time where there's such a high level, and I can't speak to the rest of humanity, the rest of history, but I think because of the amount of exposure we have, the amount of awareness we have or whatever, people are under the mistaken idea that we are now we stand at the pinnacle of societal and moral evolution, and that whatever society is dictated, whatever the media is telling us is correct and is true and is right now is in fact what it is, has been, and always will be. And therefore anything that doesn't align to that needs to be scrapped, and everything in the future generations will look back on us and go, this is when humanity figured it all out, which is a load of horse shit. And I use profanity there because of my absolute disdain for that idea. Whereas I'm sure there were people that in their time thought that they were enlightened and that they had it all down and that they had everything figured out. But most people were probably just living their lives. They didn't have time to think of themselves as some glorified beacon of whatever it is. Why am I talking about this now? What did you say? You said something. The Snow White. So I think you look at adaptations of fairy tales over the years, and they'll change little things. They'll change, the location maybe. Instead of it being in a sunlit valley in the plains of Gilgamesh, it's now in the sunlit fields of Fredo in the land of Kalimdor. Whatever. Like, they'll change little things, or like we saw with Walt Disney's adaptation of the original material, which actually was which was later adapted slightly different. Anyway, like the adaptations, they change small things, but they don't fundamentally alter lessons or values or anything else. Whereas I think now we're seeing this new trend in storytelling where we're going to impart and impose our current day or personal morality on the story. Instead of creating our own story, we're going to adapt an older story and just completely bastardize it so that it makes it gel with us. This period right now, I think from roughly 2016, 2015 maybe, through 2030, 2028, 2029. I think 2030 we're going to have a renaissance. Quote me on that. In 5 years' time, watch, we're going to have a renaissance. This is the Dark Ages. I believe strongly in future generations, if they're not completely screwed in the head, they're going to look back on this and go, this was like a dearth of human creativity. Like, this is when so many awesome things died. This is when so many, there were some good things that come out of it. Like, it's not all bad, but on the whole, I think this time period is going to be looked at as a dark age where things just went backwards in so many ways. So many things were regressive and pompous. Like, hopefully, in the next decade, we'll go, hey, you know what? We're still no better than the previous generations. We don't have it guaranteed any, like, a better grasp on it than they did. We can still fall into ruin. We can still be deceived. We can still have stupid ideas. We can still have, we're not better as human beings. We're not better as a species than we were back then. We got all the same problems, just now we have a different way to experience them and promote them. And hopefully future generations will get that and go, yeah, see, all the people back in 2020 thought they had it, that they had everything right. They had a firm grasp on reality, and they were rocking it hard, and they were proclaiming, it's like, how many times in history did people ever say, don't want to be on the wrong side of history? Like, the amount of cognizance that people have, fixation on that idea is I think heightened now. So anyway, all that to say, the Snow White thing was an outlier, but then it was like, Little Mermaid, okay, that's interesting. And Eliza and I might actually do a discussion on Beauty and the Beast at some point, because she's read that, and it's she's well more versed in it than I am, and I thought it would be more interesting to have somebody else to talk with about it. Most other people I know haven't really read many fairy tales, so that would be cool. I don't know if that'll happen, but we were talking about it, at least possibly. But yeah, that's totally different than anything else I've ever done. The empowerment video, again, totally different. This superhero thing is going to be totally different as well. They forget the other video they subscribe for. Right. Yeah, exactly. The diversity is not necessarily the best. Like, honestly, if I could go back and do it again, I would probably have started a gaming channel on its own. And I do, on Rumble, you can do that. It's easier to separate your content into different channels. The problem is you don't have the big base that you have, at least for me, that you have with YouTube. But at the same time, I know why people are there. I have one channel that is just pure gaming. If somebody subscribed to that gaming channel, they want to see gameplay. If I want to post anything else, I have to post it on Lofty Tangents, which is stuff like this, where you just talk about things and like the empowerment video. And I know that anybody subscribed there, which is only like 5 people, they're there to hear more of that. So yeah, this channel was unfortunately is as you say, Lagmaster, it's a jack of all trades. It's got a little bit of everything, but not enough to appeal to somebody who doesn't want a smattering. If you want a grab bag, you never know what you're going to get. Stick around. You'll you'll find all kinds of crazy stuff. But it says 9 watching, but there's, I don't. Yeah, and that's the thing. We have. They call them lurkers. I think lurker has a negative connotation to it. I mean, that sounds kind of creepy, spooky, but there's just people that they just, they may enjoy listening, but they just don't want to engage necessarily. And that's the thing. This is here to entertain people. So I love having the interaction. It definitely makes the stream what it is. It would be a very, very different ball of wax if I was just talking to myself. Probably wouldn't be this long, certainly. But like, this is here for entertainment. So if somebody doesn't want to work for it, or engage with it to get that entertainment, there's no fault there. Like, they could easily be watching anything else. There's so many things out there to be watching. So it's very, I don't know about flattering, but encouraging, or it's just really cool to know that even if people aren't interacting, that there are that many people at least that, when they have plenty of other options, they would rather be listening. And then of course I know some of them are like you, Macro, where you're like, I'm gone, I'm not going to be here anymore, goodbye. Just kidding, I never left. Mwahaha. I'm just trying to be a responsible adult. I spend a lot of time on YouTube and stream occasionally. I spend more time than I should on YouTube. I'm trying to cut back on that a little bit, just because, it's like, we used to talk about, like, watching too much TV. You've been sitting in front of the TV for too long. You've been watching how many hours of TV as a kid? You always got that lecture. And so it's like, I don't watch TV anymore. I don't have cable. I have no subscriptions to anything. I don't watch. I have a little device that lets me plug in a USB that has however many movies I want that I own. And I can watch them on a TV. It's that and YouTube. But then I spend, 8 hours a day at different points of the day watching YouTube. It's like, well, that's a lot of time spectating and not a lot of time doing. I'm not doing anything right now. Eventually I'll be driving a big rig for work. Yes, indeed. I sell my plasma. A lot of your rants. Gotcha. No, that's fine, Macro. Hey, that's what my channel is, Becoming J Money, a little bit of everything. If you're a likable streamer, content creator, people don't care what it is, they will watch. Very true, Lagmeister, which is, yeah, it's very true, but it is a little bit, I don't want to say discouraging, because here's the thing. Like, I feel like, there's like a very strong, like 15, 20 people that really enjoy most of what goes on in the channel, enjoys the interaction, so on. But that's out of 950 subscribers. And what's more, it doesn't grow. Like, the growth has kind of been limited to that. So it's been 20, which is a goodly number. And again, but we don't measure success in numbers for a hobby anyway. But you go, okay, what am I doing? Either I have the personality and the presentation that it only appeals to 20 people, or, well, that's it, pretty much. Really, you just go, okay, well, it doesn't grow. Like, people stop by, they go, not my thing, and they move on. And then it's not like a rejection thing, but it's kind of the downside to the upside. You go, hey, if people like you, they'll watch whatever. It's like, okay, well, I seem to have found the 20 people in the world who like the way I do things. And everybody else, not so much, which is great. Again, each individual person matter, like that. It's a significant thing. Like, you care about individual people, not a mass of people. Like, as a hobby, I would prefer to know the names and know the people of the 20, 25 people who interact with on Fridays or during streams than a big mass of chat stuff. But you can kind of have a little bit of both. Now, again, if I'm trying to make a living off of it, well, yeah, you want more people, and it's always nice when you know what you have to say or how the kind of person that you are resonates with more people. Like, that's just math, and even somebody who sucks at math like me knows that. But like I said, it's a Friday night, and just other stream times, you're vying with there's a lot of people in the world, but there's so many people who stream. So many people who stream and who make videos, and it's like there's only so much time and only so much, there's only so many resources, eyes, I should say, and yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of great providers out there. There's a lot of great channels out there that are, you know, operating at a very high level consistently. And yeah. And a lot of them, honestly, a lot of them got started early on. You know, they built an audience when YouTube was young and fresh and nubile. And now it's old and crotchety, and it's a little bit harder. But yeah, no worries, Macro. Like I said, I know I talk a lot. And trust me, even good friends, I'll talk, and I start seeing their eyes glaze over. I'm like, okay, I need to shut up right now. It's easier in a back and forth because I'm expecting them to talk, so I won't go on but so long. But here it's hard because unless I'm looking at chat, I don't realize somebody has said anything until. That's why channel, but and Lagmeister, and that's fine. I mean, that's the only downside you'll have is that diversity. You won't really know why people are they there for the car, are they there for the scooter, and you know that element of things, are they there for the gameplay? But I think as long as it's a hobby, it's just a place to put your thoughts and your stuff and what you're interested in. It don't really matter. Why are you laughing? Does he not sell his plasma? I feel like a joke is sailing over my head here. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. So I can't, Lagmeister could very well be 100% honest, but plasma, I mean, that's like blood, if I'm accurate here. And you can't make a living doing that. So maybe, but hey, maybe that is supplemental income right now. But trust me, if I could pay my bills by selling plasma, well, I hate needles, but I think I could get over it if it meant that I was making a living. I think I could do it. But yeah, so it's a way of saying, it's not viable there. When I have a stream, I barely have any people in there, if any. Nobody hangs out for the whole stream. We strive to have an audience like Jesse's. 2 out of 100 subs hanging out is good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 2 out of 100. I mean, that's 20%. No, that's not right. That's 2%. I'm not good with math. Well, that's the thing. So, like, if you look at like a video that has like 100,000 views, you'll see, and you see like 800 likes or 900 likes on 100,000 views, or to even 10,000 views. That's the proportion is not great. So if you're smaller, it's probably around 1 or 2%, if less. So, you know, 2 out of 100, 2%. I mean, I feel like the percentages, they scale. So yeah, 2 out of 100 is freaking amazing. And I guess would that be the equivalent of mine, I guess? 900. Yeah, it's about right. Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. 1.5 million subscribers. He has 1,000. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you got there before I did, Lagmeister. 1.5 million subscribers, 1,000 people watching. Right. It's every 1,000 people, one loyal stream watcher. Can I sell my plasma? It's not fun, Macro. No. Yeah, you don't want to do it. And I don't know that. I'm not sure if they have that in your part of the world there, sir. I would assume so, because people need blood everywhere. But yeah, anything for moolah. Oh no, okay. This is gonna sound, well, it's gonna sound ignorant, but let me just ask you: moolah, is that actually an alternative form? Like, we use that word here on occasion as an alternate way of saying money. What is the actual word for moolah, for money, in Iraq? Like, just the idea of money, not the currency name, but what is it called moolah? Or what is the word for money? And you can do the phonetic spelling. I can look it up on Google, but it's much better to ask a human being. And after that, I must go. So no, Lagmeister, that would blow my mind if they say dinero. Ay, Dios mío, Lagmeister. No es dinero. Dinero es español. Flus? Is that how you pronounce it? Flus? Sí. Ay, Dios mío. Lagmeister es muy I don't know how to say troublemaker, but yes. Flus. Okay. All right. I don't know where Mula is. The L is less English than that. Flus? Flus? So flus? Flus? Like it's barely there. It's kind of like a flus? 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 It can't just be foos, otherwise you just typed F-O-O-S. So there's an L in there somewhere, but it's not L. Flus? 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 Lagmeister, it's muy caliente. See, Lagmeister. Pero no homo. Pero not a me. Pronounce the L, but in a Russian way. I told you I don't know Russian all that well. I know one word. And it takes me for a while to remember it too. How do I say hello again? Privyet. Privyet. So there's no L in that, so I don't know how to say L yet. The only Russian word I know is vodka. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I know 2 words then. Oh, no, niet. I know niet. And da. So sorry, I know 4. Da, niet, vodka, privyet. Maybe machina. Is that Russian? So anyway, I will get it right, Macro, the next time. I'll be like, show me the flus. Show me the flus. If I got to ride your ass like Zorro, you're going to show me the flus. Show me the money. I love the black man. Who's my mother? You're my motherfucker. Congratulations, Jerry. You're still my agent. Ah, such a great movie. If you haven't watched it yet, folks, Jerry Maguire. Classic movie. Do not watch it around anybody who has sensitive anything in the first. Oh, where does that part come in at? I don't remember where it is. The first 5 minutes, I'm pretty sure, is where the little bit of naughty sex scene is. Everything else is pretty much PG. Just say flus, but pronounce the L in a less English way. So like the L in a Spanish way. Well, playa, beach, the L is there. You're talking a double L, if that's what you mean. The double L that makes a Y sound. But the L in Spanish, like I said, playa, is Playa, playa, it's beach. So the L would still be the same as playa, flus. But if it's a double L, which makes it a Y sound, it'd be fuse. Fuse? Is that right? Fuse? But then you just spell it fuse. You know what? Screw it. I'm not going to go to bed not knowing. Let's see. Hang on a second. Translate English to. Just pronounce the single L like you do in German. You just said like in Russian, and then you said like in Spanish. You're purposely dicking with me. I don't even know what. I'm not going to ask you because you're not going to tell me. What language do they speak in? Is it Arabic? Well, let's just see. English to Arabic. All right, here we go. Money. Nope, that can't be right. Melon? Melon? Melon. Wait, did I oh, I don't have desktop audio on. Here we go.
Melon.
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 Melon. But that's not what you're saying. So it's not Arabic. Of course, the only word I know means motor vehicle in Russian. Well, does your dialect have a name that I can put in here? And why is it so different? Like I'm used to dialects being slightly off in terms of like instead of playa, it would be Plato, or it would be similar but not quite. Okay, mal means money in modern standard Arabic. Okay.
مال مال مال
Malun. I sorry, Macro. I can't read all caps. If you're writing in all caps, I can't see it. It's filtered out on my thing because it just doesn't make sense. So if you're typing in all caps, ironically enough, I can't actually see what you're saying. It's thinking. It's not speaking. Do you guys actually do you speak or do you communicate telepathically? Because I'm pushing the speaker button and it's not actually giving me any sound. So I'm beginning to think that it's like you think the word and you just have to it somehow just gets communicated like that. Either that or they're trying to say give us money. Well, that doesn't help me. Why the hell are they doing that? I want to hear it. You know what? Just going to be one of those great mysteries. I mean, that sounds Spanish. So maybe wait, El Fulos? El Folos? El Fulus? El Fulus. Fulus. Kick off your Sunday shoes. El Fulus. El Folos? El Fulus? Do they drive on the sidewalk? Gulf dialect? I love that. This is America. They don't teach us about other countries. Just copy and paste it in Google Translate. Well, copy what? Copy elf fulus? But you're pronouncing it phonetically. What did you say? Well, we'll give it one more try here. What did you say it was called? El Fuego. That's it exactly. We're on to that. That's it. El Fuego. I don't know about weird questions. I'm literally like I can say English to Spanish, English to German because I know what those languages are called. The closest I got up when I said Iraq, it said Arabic, but Arabic isn't giving me anything that even sounds remotely like Fulos. So I'm trying to find a place online where I can hear the actual pronunciation. But in order to do that, I need the actual language, and it's not recognizing the Iraqi language. Like Pashto, maybe? See, I know Punjabi, I believe, is Indian. Okay, there we go. Punjabi, Arabic. No. So I'm going to look down J, K. I'm looking for anything that says Iraq in there. Iban, Icelandic, Igbo, Iloko. See, I don't see it in here. Which is crazy because it's a crap ton of language. What is this? There we go. That's got to be yours, right? Here we go. Where's the little sound thing? Apparently this cannot be pronounced with the human tongue.
Money.
Yeah. Talk about this one, please. This one. This is the word I want to hear. Whatever. Right, but I asked you to spell it phonetically. So were you not giving me the phonetic spelling? You were actually okay. So I'll try put that in there then. Oh, yeah, maybe you're just saying that. Arabic detected. Okay, there we go.
فلوس.
What? I don't know how in the world what you are saying actually makes this make sense.
فلوس. فلوس. فلوس.
Flues.
فلوس.
Flues.
فلوس.
Flues. How was I not saying that right? That's exactly how I pronounce it.
فلوس. فلوس.
Flues. How do you not? That's the L. That's the same L. Flues.
فلوس.
Flues.
فلوس.
Flues.
فلوس.
Flues.
فلوس.
Flues.
فلوس.
Flues. L flues. Well, there you have it, folks. I will leave it to
فلوس.
flues. There you go.
فلوس.
Flues. Oh, I wanted it to here. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. We got there. Actually replace the with the U. Well, it got it. It did it right. Flues. You know what? This just tells me I'm not meant to make money in Iraq. That's what this is telling me. If I can't even pronounce money, clearly it is just not meant to be. El fluz, but you say All right, you know what? I need to be able to sleep tonight. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Try to learn something here today, and well, we learned I can't pronounce Iraqi dialects very well, but we also learned that it is a thing, and that it sounds something close to. If you need money, if you say flus, chances are they're going to know what you're saying, unless you're talking to Macro and he's going to sit there and go, "It's not a C, it's a Z." He's gonna wag his finger at you and tell you you're not getting it exactly right. The L is the L in German or in Russian or in Spanish, but you're not saying the L correctly. Now the average salary over here is like $300. Oh dang! Money in Levantine is Masadi. It was fun hanging out, indeed. And yeah, I will. I'll hit you and Carlos up for Wednesday or Thursday. Once I know, hopefully by Monday, how much more work I'm gonna have to do to get these videos out. So, Macro, been a good time. Lagmeister, thanks for hanging out. And if there are still 9 folks out there who have been listening and just kind of spending time with us, we appreciate you very much, and hope you have a great evening. And I will talk to you all very soon. Next Friday at the latest. Yeah, Macro. Next Friday at the latest. Like I said, I'm trying to make the Friday thing, being able to stay committed to that. And hopefully, I know I said this last week, so like I said, I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but possibly be doing a collaborative stream with Carlos and Lagmeister, especially if we can do that game where apparently you can link everybody together. That sounds like it'd be a lot of fun, where it's actually interplay and not just us three playing different games, but like we're all kind of collaborating. That'd be kind of fun. But anyway, for now, I must bid you adieu. Adieu.